One moment. Hey guys, can you hear me now? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? So you guys can hear me? That is great. Okay. It's a little delay, so I'm not sure what it is, guys. I'm working on it. Hopefully next week we won't have the same problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Summers. I love you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm coming. Hey, fam, let's get this party started. Hey, guys. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And thank you again for being so very patient. Yeah, this new thing that I have, that allows me to do. It's giving me so much trouble, but I'm not taking it off because I like it so much. I like it. I more than like it. I love it. So, I hope you guys have had a wonderful, wonderful week. I am so sorry. I know I changed the date for this, not once, not twice, but 3 times. That's because I haven't been feeling good. But today I'm feeling so nice. So I'm going to get this party started. What we're talking about today is China. Our relationship with China, its relevance. How did they get where they got? And what do they want from Africa? So let's get started. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. And I want to thank you first and foremost for being so very patient. I also want to say something in reference to a couple of comments that I got. I really appreciate you guys when you look at these videos, come back with the comments, positive or negative. I appreciate it. Really do like the feedback. I want to thank my subscribers, my current subscribers. You guys are like the boss. I have like the boss crew. I have some of the greatest subscribers. I promise you, y'all come through. And I also want to take an opportunity to welcome the new subscribers to this channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. On this channel, we talk about everything us, the Blackness, Africa. It's a place where we have uncomfortable, but very necessary conversations. I want everybody to know that Denise probably will not be joining us today. She's taking some time with her daughters. It's their birthday weekend. I'm very excited for her spending time with her family. Send her love. I also want to thank Malika and Bibi and everyone that's in the comment section supporting me right now. My moderators, current again, and new subscribers. Let's share this video, guys. We're going to have a very live conversation tonight about China. How did it get where it got? What is it that it wants from Africa? how should we be looking at this relationship that has been building? And from what I can see, it's been something that's been happening for quite some time. But there's a new initiative, and it's important that we understand that there's a new initiative, and understand that the situation, or the relationship, has shifted. It's funny that we're talking about relationships, because the more research I do about other people, the other nations, and their relationship and how they correspond with Africa, the more I realize that, it is really all about relationships. And when I think about the abuse that we've had to undergo through some of our past relationships, let's say, and still in our face relationships for the most part, because it seems like they just will not leave us alone in some ways. But it's about understanding that these relationships, just like any other relationship, you give power, you give a certain authority to people in these relationships. And it's important that we, from the beginning of any relationship, try to spearhead this relationship into a certain direction. Because if not, then the relationship, or the other person, the other party or parties, will definitely be directing the relationship in a way that benefits only them. It's very rare that you find, and that, a relationship where both parties are benefiting. In a lot of cases in life, not just in life, but in business and in education, be it that you're in a relationship, you look at a relationship between a teacher and a student. Teacher's only going to give a student as much as the student pull from that teacher for the most part. Sometimes you'll have a student in a classroom, and the teacher is basically not really giving that student a lot of attention, or the not really putting their skills towards that student, because the student is laid back and not really trying to pull it. But you'll find that there are students in there that they ask the questions, they get the answers because they ask the questions. I think Africa, for the most part, and not just Africa, but its children, have not asked the important questions. So therefore, we're not getting the answers that we need to proceed. And it's going to be important, not just important. It is, it's imperative that we understand that, our history must not be our future. That is really what I came up with. I mean, I promise you, all the research that I did about China, and the one thing that I found out about China and its evolution is that it's come to terms with the reality that their history must not be their future, meaning that their everything that they do, all the decisions that they have made, as far as what I can see, based on their personal history, their history with other nations, or relations with other nationalities, is that they keep in mind that that this relationship that they have cannot take them backwards, meaning that they have to be on top. And I think if we're going to get anything from China, is that we need to get the understanding that they got. They decided to do whatever they needed to do to win. Now, I don't know if Africa is willing to step to the plate to do what China did. But I promise you, I went into this thing thinking, okay, I'm just going to come back and I'm going to be where I was, basically saying, yeah, I don't believe we need any allies. I still don't believe we need any allies, but goddamn, China, China, you could learn a lot from China. I don't believe we could work with them, because I truly believe they're out to benefit themselves. I still believe that, and I believe that even more so learning all the things that I've learned about them as a people and what they're capable of doing, not only to other people, but to themselves. One thing that really affected me was the realization that, China has police stations, their own police force, their own military force in Africa. That's deep. I can understand. I understand that there's military bases, not just from China. America has military bases. Everybody has, but these people have their own police systems, and all I could see, is something happening in Africa where a Chinese police would have to, let's say, kill, or someone would get hurt, God forbid. 3 snaps on that. I'm not putting it in a universe, but that would spearhead something very ugly, and Africa would be in a very uncomfortable place because, if there were to be a time that we would need to protect ourselves and they would need to defend themselves, they could definitely do so. But as Africa, when you are allying with people and you're letting people come into your house, it's like having, in America, they have this thing. I don't know if it's the same in UK or Canada, where if somebody comes to your house and they spend more than 30 days, or it's 60 days, I don't know, that person, and if they start receiving mail, you can't just tell them to leave. You have to go through a process now for them to leave. And the thing about that is we've let these people come, and I'm not sure it's going to be so easy to get them out. And I'm not sure what I don't think, our leaders are understanding that every contract, every port, every mining contract where they get to, if we don't pay off the debt, they own this, is the reality is that we are losing, and we are also giving these people the option to, like in America, I've seen things where people move into your home, you give them a place to stay, and then this person says, well, I'm getting mail here. You can't just, even if you call the police will tell you that this person, even if they don't pay rent, you can't put them out because they're receiving mail and they have the right to be there. Well, in a case of China, the Lebanese, the Europeans, these people, working with these people at the level that we're working with these people, we're basically giving them license. And I'm really concerned that we're not understanding that our future is in the balance of these licenses that we're giving. Just like our forefathers couldn't understand what their decisions would have done to us. Are we not gauging and taking a look at what history has meant and what it can mean to our future? So basically, this is going to be the discussion today, guys. I'm really excited to see who comes on board, what we're going to share and what we're going to talk about, because this is fundamentally one of the biggest concerns that not only the Africans on the continent, but Africans throughout the world should really be thinking about, because what happens to Africa happens to all of Africans, on continent, off continent. And it's important. And it's really, it's really time that we start dealing with this in an aggressive way. Something that I found out, and I have to be completely honest, there are a lot of things that I did not know that I know today. I spent the whole week basically soaking up all this understanding. First thing is, we need to understand hard power, the difference between hard power and soft power. And we need to understand when they are being used against us. And we also need to have an understanding of how to use them against those that come to work with us. Hard power and soft power. So that's something else that I would like to put on the table. I'm very excited to see that so many of us are returning home. But as we are returning home, and of course, we're interacting with our brothers and sisters on the continent, those of us that's been out and off the continent for as long as we have, it's really important that we illustrate or communicate or, try to translate as much as we can, especially to the youth, especially to the folks that's going to make a difference, let's say in the next 100 years. It's important that we let them know where they are on this chessboard, what position that they are playing. I'm really excited to see not to say we're going to ignore our elders. That's not the point. The point of it is that it's important that they understand the people that they are playing with on this chessboard, because it's not checkers, y'all. It's chess. And the more I realize it is, no hard feelings aside, they don't really care what happens to us as much as they care about what they're getting from the continent and the people on the continent. So it's going to be a very interesting conversation. I'm hoping you guys can, and please share. Let's get some more people involved. I didn't really get to put this out there to as many, didn't share it as much as I would like to. I'm just happy that I'm feeling better today, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. And I'm really, really looking forward to having this discussion, because we could talk about all the things that's happened and how great we were. But if we don't prepare for the next 100 years, we're done. And I don't care where you are positioned on this earth right now. If we're not playing the game like we should be playing it, and trust me, you know what it is to them is a game. And guess what? As far as I'm concerned, going back to what Dr. Hendrik Clark said, we have no friends, and these people are playing to win. And what we need to be on top of is understanding that if there are to be any allies, we need to do a really good, we need to really do a good sifting process of understanding who and what this ally should look like, if any. I'm very happy to welcome a couple of people. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Blacksit to the channel. Team Blacksit. Oh, give you some music, sis. Welcome to the channel. I love you so much.
Okay, you can't see me dancing.
You know I want that win.
Hello.
Boom. Okay, sis. Welcome. Everybody in the comment section, show Juliet, Adrian, Blacksit some love. I put in Team Blacksit. You know what it is. I want to also welcome Sharpet to the channel. Juliet, tell me what you think about this discussion I'm having today. Tell me what you think about China. Tell me what you think about our allies, if any.
Okay, so greetings, sis. Nice to see you. You're looking good.
Thank you. I'm feeling much better.
Interesting show. I usually, I'm usually in my bed, but I'm right now just eating some. I know I shouldn't be eating chocolate pudding and custard with my son.
You're not eating vegetables and food. You're not eating chocolate.
Midnight binge. With chocolate custard but anyway, forget that. That's why I can't go live on my go video live. But anyway, it's a serious subject, so I'm kind of going to go in a little bit. Firstly, let me explain something to you about and share with you also about my feelings about what I feel is called the invasion. And I mean it. Right now, we have the opportunity of the free trade agreement across Africa. That's the African Free Trade Agreement, which is an opportunity for all of us. And if we work it right, all these other people will be out of sight. And I've seen far too much. I posted an article in the comments, and I'd like everybody, if you can, to go and see the article which I posted in the comments. You probably have to stream down a little bit.
Let me take a look and
about
see.
This man called. You can see it? Okay. So that story is about what happened in Guinea over the mining rights. And how they were bought for about, I think,
What happened in Guinea? I missed it.
You can see it?
I'm looking.
Yeah, you might be worthwhile you actually bringing it up on the screen, because you can share the screen on it. And I wanted you to see it because it's quite an important story, and it kind of gives a real good foundation to what you're saying, and also is a warning for the future. So is a stark warning for the future.
Well, I can see it. Put it in the link again for me, Juliet, I don't see it in let me go back up. Yeah, 4 eyes and I can't see.
I'll post it to you. I'll post. Oh, if I come out, I'll come out the show. That's the only thing.
Oh no. Let me see if I can find it. It's gotta be up here.
So anyway, let me go back on subject.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was saying is that two things. Africa has never had.
Are you still with us, Juliet? Mm-hmm. Let me see if it's not in the private. Mm-hmm. Hello. Well, while Juliet is working on that, Sharpet, tell me what you think about the discussion so far, sis.
Greetings, my sister. You look truly magnificent today.
Oh, give thanks. Green is my color.
Yes, it is. Yes, I was trying to actually go back and find a documentary that I saw a while back, which illustrates your point regarding China. And this was a documentary that was made a few years ago.
Yes.
In Ghana. It was an independent filmmaker. I think she's Nigerian. Can't remember the name of it. Are you hearing me?
I hear you perfectly. Yes.
Yes, and it had to do with when Ghana found oil. It goes back a few years, maybe 4 or 5 years, and it talked about the process of how they came and pretty much bamboozled the people in the villages surrounding where they were planning to drill offshore, the companies they were bringing in, and they gave these people a whole spiel about it's going to provide jobs and training. They're going to develop the roads and all of this thing. The long and short was that when the Chinese came in and they brought in their machinery, they brought in their people, they didn't hire anybody local. They did. A few people got some training, but pretty much were let go soon thereafter. And they didn't do any of the development along the coast as planned, and the people were pretty much left with a road that came halfway to the village and just stopped and basically did not benefit. And I think they have a saying in Jamaica, you need to take sleep and mark death. They did similar things in Jamaica. Now they run the port in Jamaica, Kingston Wharves, and Jamaica has pretty much, some people say, given away, sold out, whatever, their lands that were given to them when they were building the highways. When I was still down in Jamaica a few years back, they were owning lands on beaches that Jamaicans used to be able to just go on. You had people from China on there telling them they're not allowed to be on those beaches anymore because the government had given them vast amount of lands in lieu of payment. I don't know what the arrangement is. So Africa needs to take a page out of that book to kind of project what's going to probably happen.
And I'm happy you mentioned what happened in Jamaica, because to be honest with you, not only did it happen in Jamaica, it's happened to many places that China has been on, not just China, but these other nations go, and what they're doing is basically sucking us dry. And whatever that they're putting infrastructure wise, it's not even solid. Like I was looking into some of the reports that some of the things that they have committed to doing, in agreement to what they're gaining, is not even solid. Meaning that these streets are falling apart, the materials are cheap.
Poor, yeah.
And that's another aspect of understanding that you cannot rely on someone that wants to take advantage of you to be a good ally. But I wanted to be fair. So I did some research and I wanted to really understand this whole Africa and China type deal, where and why some of our leaders are buying it. A lot of it has to do with they're getting paid. I want to share something with you real quick, something that, and I know a lot of people, I'm about to share Umar Johnson. I know a lot of us don't really, a lot of people do not trust this brother, but truth is truth.
What about the Asians taking over Africa? Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. I made the comment.
Yeah, you talked about it.
Yeah. Ethiopia, right? The only African nation to never be colonized up until now. Ethiopia is one of the largest recipients of Chinese aid in the world. Ethiopia also has a female president now. Shout out to the queen. But guess what? Ethiopia better do something fast, because they are becoming over-dependent on Chinese support. And why is the Chinese taking over Africa? Because they studied what the white man did, and they said we want to do it better than the white man. They are coming into Africa for 4 reasons. Reason number 1, the Chinaman is coming into Africa. China is overpopulated. I was just there a year ago in January of 18. There's too many of them. They got over 2 billion people in one country. America is only, what, 500 million? They got 2 billion. China is looking for unexploited lands where they can send their excess poor people. Africa is perfect. That's number 1. We got to reduce the population of China, so we're going to send all of our unwanteds to Africa. Same thing Britain did when they founded the 13th colony. Second reason China taking over Africa, look at all the poor Africans. Can you imagine a better place to go and open up your factories and businesses where you can pay people even less than what you pay them in China? There's no minimum wage in many African countries for foreign businesses. You can exploit African labor better than you can exploit Taiwanese and Vietnamese labor. So the second reason they're in Africa, because guess what? I keep more of the profit. Third reason they're in Africa is to take over the resources, just like the white man. That's why they're giving out all these loans. These are not grants. Let me be clear. The money that China is giving Africa are not grants. They are loans. You might say, why is China giving Kenya more money than they know Kenya can pay back? You follow me? Why are they giving a poor country like Ethiopia more money? Because they don't want you to pay back. Because when you look at the contract, guess what it says? If you default on this loan, all your tea fields are mine. All your copper mines are mine. All your oil reserves are mine. And guess what? You already have an African nation that has defaulted on the loan. I think it was Kenya. But don't quote me. As a result of the default, China now owns all of a particular resource in that country. And the fourth reason that they are in Africa is to make the Africans dependent on them culturally, intellectually, educationally, and otherwise, because China plans to colonize Africa the same way the white man did. And I'm hurting by saying this, y'all. You know why I'm hurting? Because Patrice Lumumba died for Africa to be free. Thomas Sankara died for Africa to be free. Steve Biko died for Africa to be free. Chris Hani died for Africa to be free. Amilcar Cabral died for Africa to be free. And after all the blood that has been spilled, Dedan Kamasi died for Africa to be free. And after all the blood has been spilled, you mean to tell me 60 years after we kicked the white man out, you want to roll out the red carpet to the Chinese? It's like slavery all over again. It's slavery all over. Oh, but it's different now, because that's what the Chinese are doing. They're adding a little twist. They're building military bases and police stations everywhere they set up shop. I'm going to be interviewed by Djibouti magazine next week. They contacted me last night. They want to interview me because Djibouti is the first African country that has a Chinese police station. Can I ask you a question? If you are the president of Wakanda, right, you are a sovereign nation. I want to come and do business in your sovereign nation. Can you please tell me why you allow me to bring my own police? You are a sovereign nation. Part of being sovereign means what? You control the military. But Africa is letting China bring their own police. Let me tell you what's going to happen. The Chinese, as disrespectful, and by the way, they are as disrespectful in Africa as they are here. So when you read these stories in New York about the sister being beat up in the Nelson, yeah, I remember that. Yep. They do the same thing in Africa. Oh, the Chinese think they own it. When you go, you want to see what I'm talking about. Guess what? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. There's going to be a conflict. An African is going to get disrespected by the Chinese. It's going to turn into a group conflict. And the Chinese military is going to hurt one of our African brothers and sisters. It's going to turn into a civil war. And then China is going to send their whole army in. And they're going to colonize that whole country. And they're going to do just like America does. We just making your country safe for democracy.
Okay, guys. So I know, like I was saying earlier, there are a couple of people that do not like this brother, but I love my brother. I think he's okay. I think he's speaking truth, and I think that we need to be paying attention because, like he said, the same thing they did, and I have to give you an illustration. One thing I found out about China, which was really interesting, was this is something that they replicated what they did within China. They okay, so they would go to test certain things. They go to the poorest communities. They go to the rural communities. In the United States, they went in the ghetto. And they built these businesses and these stores. So basically, giving people options that they didn't have because of course white supremacy was showing a lot of prejudice. So there were certain businesses that they just took all out of the hood, so nobody really wanted to do business with us, but they knew that. Knowing that, they went into our neighborhood, they set up these businesses, they made it quite convenient for us to get certain things or access to certain things that we didn't have access to. And by coming into the neighborhoods that they chose to go into, where people are not mobilizing to come against anything that's being done wrong in the community. I don't know if you remember this, anybody that's living in America, and let's go back to the 90s, early 90s, when they started coming in, building their Chinese restaurants or beauty supply stores and things like that. They would not follow the rules. They would do certain things like, sell cheap material. You buy something and you got to go buy it again. And they would get away with selling us things that said not for resale. These are the things that they know that our people in the hood will not mobilize against, things that they could not do, let's say, in the white community or the Spanish communities. They got away with it in our community. Now, when you think about Africa, and let's think about what they do. They go into the rural communities. They buy land from these chiefs that don't understand, for the most part, that basically, they're buying this land because they see it's profitable, and then putting you somewhere, moving you in your village to a whole different area where you're not going to be able to profit. The land is not as good. You don't have access to clean water. They're basically doing the same thing they did to us, let's say in the ghettos, in America, the ghettos in the UK, ghettos, wherever they go, they tend to target the weak and the unmobilized because they know that we're not going to work together against these things that they're doing wrong. Now, that was something that I found very interesting, and we need to pay attention to these things that are happening. I want to welcome again, Sharpette. I want to thank you for contributing, and now I want to welcome Wendy and Ami Jove to the channel. I love you, Ami. I'm happy you're feeling better. I'm so happy to see you. But before you go, Wendy, tell me what you think about this conversation that we're having.
Yeah, Gina, this is so necessary, and I'm so glad that you're doing it, like following what you did the other day about who are our friends, because one of the things that I've noticed, like I have, my husband is African, and he's been back and forth. He's actually in Africa right now. I'm in the States, but in like November, I was in Sierra Leone. My husband's in Congo now. In Sierra Leone, I saw this huge, almost like the projects, Chinese projects. And it was nothing, it was just reserved for nothing but Chinese. So it's like their own place, it's for them. It's like, why on earth would you need like thousands of people to come to work? And just like somebody, like Omar Johnson was saying, or somebody was saying, when they come, they want to use their own labor. But my husband tells me that even in the Congo, you go way out. I mean, way out into the rural areas. And you'll find a Chinese woman sitting at the crossroads selling peanuts. Now, for me, there are two problems with that. Okay. First of all, I don't know how you get immigration to bring all these peasants from China out to your country. Like you don't have people who are selling peanuts in the Congo. You need to bring more peanut sellers into the Congo. Does that make sense? Every other country, including the United States,
they're doing, and I apologize for cutting you off, sis. They're doing what Britain did. They're pushing the poor away. And we need to pay attention, because remember what they did in America was they pushed a whole bunch of poor and a bunch of criminals to America. And what did they do? They depleted the Indians. They conquered and took over. Pay attention. These people
Yes.
that are coming in are poor, and they're pushing them. But trust me, when they finish pushing the poor and the criminals, then they're going to push. Then they're going to see the profit of having the whole territory. They're using the same blueprint on us, y'all. They're
And it's
using
like we don't understand.
the Indians.
It's
Go ahead.
just exactly, we don't understand. So the other thing that I see is a lot. I watch Dr. Lindy. I like her news shows.
Love Dr. Moon.
She will talk about the things that are happening. Woden Maya has talked about what I never see all the time that you watch Woden Maya. The only time I have ever seen him angry was when the Chinese man had gone to the village, to the school, and taught the little children in the African village to say, "I'm a black monster of low IQ," and in Chinese, and they thought they were doing a good thing. And Maya, having been to China, he understood
what they said.
Right. So he was
teaching our children to say hateful things about themselves, and then making people laugh about it.
Right. And then other people are sitting up here talking about China's not a problem, China's good. Look at Zambia today. Look at Zambia today. Even the people in Zambia, like they had that mayor who had gone to one of the, he had like shut down a couple of Zambian Chinese businesses. One, because they weren't, like the barbershop wasn't serving Zambians. It's like, how you gonna have a barbershop in our country and you say that we can't go in there and use the services? Number two, there was some company, some factory or whatever, they had actually locked up the Africans, and I heard the same thing happen in Zimbabwe, I believe. They locked them in the factory for 3 months. They literally were not able to leave the ground.
Yes.
But 3 months. He locked them in. He had a good argument. He was angry. He said, "Did the Ministry of Labor permit you to do this? Did you ask anybody to do this?" When they said, they didn't have an answer for it. The next thing you know, the president, I assume it was the president, somebody who was more important than the mayor of Lusaka, had him on TV making an apology to the Chinese for what he had done to them.
Pay attention. So they lock our people up in a place and tell them, you have to stay here and work. You can't even go home. And we have to apologize for bringing it up.
Right.
Okay.
And what excuse did they use to lock them up? That the Zambians were going to go home and get COVID-19 and bring it back to the Chinese factory. Does that even make sense?
COVID-19, which came from China.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the last thing I'll say about Zambia, because I've basically written Zambia off, but I'm worried about Zambia because it borders my beloved Congo. Right. And I know that I believe that the Chinese are angry with the current president of Congo because he's more of a Pan-Africanist. He's more of a, I really want to do something for my country.
Yes.
And he didn't accept the previous president's contracts with the Chinese. So there have been now border incursions from Zambia into Congo because Congo, there's a lot of, copper in Zambia, but also in Congo, right? So their idea was they're going to have access to all of that. From now until forever, I guess.
The fact that they have their own police station
is ridiculous.
How disrespectful! I don't
even know why the people
come to America and say we want our own police station.
It's ridiculous.
And say we want our own police station.
No, you do not get that. You do not get that. And I'm telling you this. This is why I believe in my heart, Gina. Once they get there, they are not going to leave because
they're only going to grow their military power until they know they have enough where they can just take us down.
And they will. I mean, and they've taken over Zambia. Zambia's gone. You need to everybody. They have like the broadcasting station. They have the electric company because Zambia was
so you know what? You just said something really big right there. They have the broadcasting system.
Yes.
That's propaganda right there. If you control what people are saying and hearing, you can do it and nobody knows the difference.
Yes. And a Zambian musician put out a video on YouTube saying the government is thinking about giving the gold mines in Zambia to the Chinese to let them work it. We don't need to do that. We can work our own Chinese. Don't you know they did the same thing to this guy? he ended up having to go back to Sweden to apologize for saying anything against the Chinese. There's a TV show that I would say that everybody to watch, and it's called Occupied. It's on Netflix, and it's about Norway, which had decided that they were going to like not produce any oil, and how European Union had agreed to send in Russia to occupy Norway and basically take over Norway.
Great series. Great series.
Is this a true, or is it just
No, it's a made up story.
Okay.
It's a made up story, but it is similar to what is happening right now in Zambia, that it's eerie. Because you've got people who say one thing, and then you've got the Chinese touching the government of Zambia, telling them, I don't like that. Go tell them to fix that. And then you have the mayor of Lusaka making a public apology. You have this popular musician making a public apology because China didn't like the fact that they were being called out publicly in Zambia.
It's just a remix of Animal Farm. It's just saying that any group will look out for itself against the people who still want to think, hey, we're all human, we're all animals. The group, the pigs, will always realize, oh, these people don't realize that the goose need to stick with the goose and the cows need. Okay, let's control them all, and that's what that Occupy is all about.
Basically, that's what it's all about. Thank you, CA. Well, before you continue, I want to welcome my sister, Ami Job. I want to tell you, Ami, I'm so happy to see you back. You look beautiful as usual. Look like you lost some weight, so it's a good thing. I'm so happy to see you here with us. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about. I know that you're not in Africa right now, but from your perception, what is China's relationship with Africa, with the Gambia, since you're from Gambia?
Hi, sis. You look so beautiful.
Thank you so much. I feel so much better. I wasn't feeling good, but I'm feeling so much better today, so I'm happy.
Oh, bless you. And hello, everyone. Sis, I'm not very well even, but I'm well, but I'm not 100% yet. But this topic, I come in because number one, you're looking so beautiful and just so happy and alive and like, yay, I'm ready for this topic. So
yes,
I'm like, awesome. But
I hope you've been taking your ginger tea, your lime, and your steaming. Like I told you, that steaming, it gets into your inside right here where the infection stay and kills it. So that's what you have to do 3 times a day. Go ahead. Talk to me about
yes, I've not done it yet today. I normally do it in the evening. I did it once only yesterday, and today I wanted to do it like normally before bed because I'm getting better. But I took the ginger definitely every day. But so yeah, what was I'm saying is that I saw also people were talking about the Chinese picture of some African children somewhere, some African teenagers and stuff. I just want to say again that I'm just happy that people like you want to move back to Africa, because people like you and people like Juliet and just people that move to Africa because they have the knowledge of tired of abroad here, want to go and make Africa better. It's the people that we need. But sadly, we do have other people who also moved in because they just have enough abroad and then they just come in and they sometimes say the wrong thing and then we say the wrong thing back and then they just bomb class us as enemy. But hopefully I'm hoping that in the future we will all learn to how to talk to each other, and so we can work together properly. Because when we have people like you, and it's just mind blowing whenever I hear you talk. It's like I can see the future of Africa. It's not that I don't want people that, who are so sensitive and going crazy about everything. You know how some Africans, I'm African, but like how some of us, like, whenever you say something, they're like, ooh, you want to say that we cannot fix the country, they have to come and fix the country. It's not like that. We all know that even us now, when we go back, we have the mentality of fixing, different from the ones that still want to come and experience what we left.
Exactly.
No matter how much we tell them, oh, don't bother going, it's not nice, that's why I'm here, they still want to go, or they're just gonna still look for excuse. like look at how you look, or why can't I go and see it? So it's like us that going back have some knowledge that we can teach them. You guys that is from here, oh, mind blowing. Not just you're from
It's
here.
happening. It's happening. I mean, our creator, the force that
Yes.
protects us,
So
is going to
it's
make
gonna
it
get
happen
there.
for Africa because we need it. And because not only do Africa need us, we need Africa. And
Yes, but
the
Africa
fact
need you
that,
more. I'm telling you this, sis, because when I
yeah,
look at that picture, people were talking about oh, how this Chinese person was touching those young black girls' boobs and stuff. I said to myself,
yeah,
their
they were,
own people touch their boobs all the time and marry them, and that's fine. But now that a Chinese touch it, you're angry. So
you know
there's
what it is?
lots of things that are going on in there.
It's like this. I understand. We have to clean up house. I know we have some demons in house or some roaches in house that we have to kill as well. But it's bad enough our house is dirty. You can't have a stranger coming in, dirtying it even more, and then spitting on you. You see, it's not their house. They get to go back home. They don't,
Yes, yes,
this
I
is-
know what you mean.
I have to, I know that my family's not right. I know that we have brothers and sisters on the continent doing things. This is what you have to keep in mind, Amijo. And this is something I had to come to terms with. You see, not only did a lot of wrong things happen to us by other people, we did a lot of wrong things to ourselves. But just because we did a lot of wrong things to ourselves does not justify what the other people did. It's all wrong.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. I know.
every
It's
day
wrong.
we got sometimes, we could target the wrong that we did to ourselves, but we can't ignore because we're doing it to ourselves doesn't make it okay for someone else to come do it.
That is
So
true.
it's
But as
wrong
long
all
as we,
across. Yeah.
that is true. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you. I just because I don't want to stay too long.
No,
So
no, I
I'll just watch
understand.
after I'm done, explaining. I'll watch. What was I'm saying? Is why I mentioned that part is that, for example, if you want the Chinese and like the white people and stuff coming touching the young African people, you have to stop your own people from touching them,
I
because then
agree.
the young African
I
people will
agree.
know, for example, like that this is wrong, but they don't know that like for example they would know it's wrong because they're doing it with their own people. So now when they see the Chinese or the white, it's like when I was married to the older Scottish guy that brought me here. How will I know that's wrong? This is what I mean, that it's good you guys come in, because then you guys will bring up the young generation like that, make them understand that this is wrong. Because to be honest, there are certain things that, for example, I can go and fight when I go back to Africa now. Like I can be like talking about child marriages and underage marriage and like all this stuff. But for someone like you, like I said in many videos before, people will listen to you more, and you will have the courage to say certain things more. Because me, when it's the internet, it's easy. But when it's reality, I still have to watch, simply because I'm from there. And I'm going to be like, I don't want people to be saying, oh,
You're
that's Hadi's
humble.
daughter.
You
Hadi's
are
daughter,
humble
she's so
because you
rude, or
come
she
from
thinks
there.
she
I
knows
get it.
everything, like because I'm from there. But you, no one like knows your mother, or like, for example, so they will listen to you as oh, she's right. This American woman is telling us about how the white people are, for example, or how this Chinese are. Da, da, da. So they will listen to you more, value more than Ami Job that is from there. Who is that Ami Job again?
And
So
that
things
right there
different for
is
everybody.
wrong because you know what? That's a problem. That's the biggest problem in Africa. We don't appreciate ourselves. We can't learn. We don't feel like we have anything to offer ourselves. So we
You
don't
know, can
respect
I just say
what's
something
coming
there?
from home.
You know why, sorry. You know why it's like that? It's because we have a lot of classicism and a lot of like, especially when someone is not rich or like high up there, like a president daughter or something. They just don't want to hear. Like, but when it's somebody from abroad, someone like you who they don't even know, like your, for example, they know me, Hadi is my mother. They'll be like, is that not the mother, the daughter of the poor woman Hadi, the uneducated girl Amy? Doesn't matter even if I go to university now, they'll still be like the illiterate, educated girl who talk too much. Da, da, da. But for
That's our
you,
problem.
they're like they'll listen. So Africa is full of classism. This is why we cannot really develop. And just
We
But
build these big,
I feel like
beautiful
with you guys
houses.
coming, it's gonna make a lot of difference. Like
Yeah,
it's gonna
I
take
get it.
years though, but
I
it
get
will
it.
get there. But
Empress,
yeah,
can I say
I just
something?
want to say
We're
that
gonna
and to
make
say
it get
that.
there. We're gonna make it get there. I mean, together. See, I can't do it if I don't have people like you hearing me. You know, my brothers and sisters, we coming play a part. The other part is our brothers and sisters on the continent that's going to back us up and understand where we're coming from, and also want to see a better better situation for us, and understand that, hey, you know, like this thing says right here, our history must not be our future. We got to move forward. We can't keep repeating the same thing and expecting to get something better.
Yes,
And so,
that
I
is true.
agree.
But I
I
just
agree
want
with
to
you
say
100%. Icon Fire, you wanted to say something in reference to what my sister was saying. See, I know you've been waiting. I'm going to be
Yes,
with you in a minute, sir. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
yes, I want to say hello to everyone.
Welcome.
Also, I want to say um Amy Joe is a excellent representative of an African woman. I
Yes.
love I love her. She is like, oh, so truthful. She can
Honest
say
is the
what's
truth.
real. She
Yes.
talks what's real. You feel me? And she talks what's on her mind, whether she understands or not. So I admire her for that. What I really want to say is we really talking war. We are really talking war.
Whoop!
That's why I came in, because I cannot make the woman speak war. Well, alone.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I'm gonna leave you guys, brother. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna leave you guys. But
She's
what you said is
she's not
true.
feeling well,
Thank you
guys.
so
So
much,
I
guys.
want to thank you for
Yes,
coming in. I love
Empress.
you. I love you. I love you, Ami Joe. Thank you.
Yes,
You're
Empress.
welcome. I'm watching. Thanks. See you guys. I'm watching.
So
So
we
Icon,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
we don't want to we don't I'm not talking about some physical fight. I'm talking about a mental fight.
Mhm.
How a set of people made us practically stupid, and we have to prove that we are not, and
Mm.
it hasn't worked.
Right.
Whatever they did never worked, and we have to prove it. We have to find ways and means how to prove it, and it means war. In terms of, we hardly can think about them. We really have to think about us, and what we doing, how we acting, what are our energies directed to. Because well, Miss Amy was talking about some people who speak certain things that get offensive, but just like the army, you cannot get offensive when you are getting rebuked.
Mm.
We this is a war. This is wartime, and we're gonna say, "Quiet down, maggot," and you supposed to chill, because you know that we are saying that to to stop you from being soft, and to make you understand that we all got to just get in line.
Everybody's got to play their position.
Yeah, get in line. All of this una the stress hokey pokey thing that we all doing. Everybody a comedian. People dressing in just like you're a man and you want to dress like girl, like a faggot, and all that stuff. All that stuff. Listen, I have a problem with a lot of Africans. They are dressing like girls. I'm not with that stuff. All that stuff need to stop. Y'all get out of that stuff. All this little joke thing, everybody comedian stuff, all that stuff need to be done with. When we win the war, there'll be enough time to play around. You feel me?
Back burner all of that nonsense, and let's talk about the important things. Let's deal with the important things.
We are playing too much. People throwing bananas at you, and you still want to play football, and you still have those piece of whatever those people as your favorite team. Really? You serious?
So
And
let
you
me
see them throw bananas at your bro.
I like what Tara Netter Anu just said. She said, or war is what we don't understand, and we are in a war, and we've been at a war for over 2,000 years.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, Akan Fire, let me go over to CA. He did come here before you. I want to see what he's got to say in reference to everything he's heard and what
Yes,
he would
Empress.
contribute. Thank you so much, my brother. Go ahead, CA. Welcome.
Like the brother said, let's talk war. I love my Africans, but we gotta stop we're human. We're human. Africa's a big country, a big continent. It's ridiculous. No, the enemy sees you one way. And that's what the brother's talking about. The enemy sees you one way. So forget me.
What do you think that way is? I just want to.
I'm about to segue. So
Okay.
let's hear from Mr. Wee, the former vice president of commerce for China.
Okay.
These are not my words. These are his September 10th words. Because one thing I realized, my loving Miss Noir, I've had several conversations on several African panels. I've been on Walter Maya's panel.
Yes.
People hate my specificity. People hate my detail, and they'll call names, and I have to say, why are you calling names? Or they'll deflect. Let's stop deflecting. Let's listen to what Mr. Wee is saying, former Vice Minister of Commerce, on September 10th.
Are you going to share your screen?
No. I'm just going to recite it. It's on a China news site.
Okay,
so
great.
I'm just going to recite it to save time. Mr. Wee said Africa Corporation focused more on trade than investment. So investment is lagging. Now here's the key point. It's paid more attention to hard skills than soft power. It's paid more attention to hard skills than soft power, which means that both parties have been doing very well in infrastructure. Wait a minute. How are both parties doing well when he clearly just said, okay, never mind, let me save time. But there's still a lack of cooperation in some areas. Could it be that they're not getting the soft power, that you're only getting the hard skills from them? Let's continue again. Yet opportunities are obvious, we noted, that China's private sector has more potential to go global. Private sector? Africa is really in need of investment, so we are likely to have more policies that address the need, including other investments, treaties, free trade, so on and so forth. So here's the one thing that really gets me. In particular, companies from China's manufacturing industry, which have long been hampered by U.S., can transfer their staff. And this is why people hate me coming on African panels. I'm too specific. I'm giving you this date. I'm giving you this man's name. I'm not calling you ignorant. I'm not trying to deflect, Miss Noir. I'm not trying to say what you don't understand. I'm quoting from the enemy's words. Let me say it one more time, and then I'm gonna wrap up. In particular, companies from Chinese manufacturing industries. Did he say developing African? No, China. Which have long been hampered by the U.S. So timeline, you're only doing this because Trump is messing with you? Can transfer their staff and facilities to Africa. This is what we try to talk with our African brothers and sisters when they constantly say, we're all human, we have the same blood. When they constantly say, oh, you're ignorant, don't talk like that, just give it a chance. All we're saying is, I hope it works out, but you better start listening to what's actually specifically said and not your hope and dream. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say two quick things, and then I'm going to sign off like Ami. But following behind what CA just said, I really think that if this is one of those instances where, you know what James Baldwin said? He said, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do, right?
Ooh.
They may say one thing, but the fact of the matter is if all you're interested in trade is trade, then you don't need a police force in my country. You don't need to send, your peasants out to our rural areas to inhabit those. And scope out what's there and what's not, and report back to you or whatever. And that's just me saying that. But they don't behave the way they say it. And every so often you will hear from a Chinese person. I think it was the Phil Scott who's on the African diaspora. He had somebody who wrote to him and said, Africa is a continent full of resources. Africans are unable to manage their resources, so we have to go and do it for them. Now, that's not an official from, my understanding is that was not an official from the government. That was just somebody, but that is what they are thinking. That is exactly what they are thinking.
So basically, these what did they used to call us? Monkeys can't do this. Let's go do it. Let's take advantage of what they're wasting.
The average guy is thinking that. That's her point. The average guy is thinking that.
Chinese, that's what they're thinking when they go to China, that I am here to fix this and take this because these people don't know what they're doing.
They're
And
just waiting.
yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is I think when Ami was saying that, and the gentleman who followed her, we were talking about, contributions, and you were talking about playing your position. I think we need to have, I plan on going to Africa. I'm preparing myself now for my repatriation. Yes. And I've been thinking about the things that I can do and cannot do and how I can contribute. I think it would be a really good idea to have discussions like that here. Like, what if the diaspora goes, what can the diaspora do? And, from our perspective and from the continental perspective, because there are some things that I think that we would be very good at in terms of speaking out, because we don't have, like what Ami said, we don't have the inhibitions to speak out to people who are hierarchically, above us. Americans and probably British, I'm not sure about that, but we're very outspoken. I think a lot of us in the diaspora are very outspoken. Yes. And sometimes, yeah. So, but I mean, there should be a way that we need to do it. Like, we need to figure out how to do it without offending.
We need to understand the rules and what can be and cannot be talked about going into the different regions that we're going into.
Exactly.
And that's why we need our brothers and sisters on the continent to really guide us. It's gonna take the whole.
It takes all of us, and we're all on this journey, and we might individually, we're at different points of the journey to being enlightened, really. And so, but I do think that if we can work together with our brothers who are there, so that we don't have clashes, so that we work to that, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can do this, you do that. What do you want me to do? If you're doing this, how do you want me to fit into what you are doing? How can I make whatever you're doing work better? And then
100%.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good topic to have a discussion. But anyway, this is wonderful. I'm just going to sign off now and just follow you guys.
And follow. And if you have something you want to bring in because you hear something that makes you want to say something, come back in. I am very happy that you came on board. You really gave us some things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. All right. Talk to you later.
Talk to you later, sis. Okay, so, all right. First and foremost, I want to say to my brother Reggie Phil, I want to thank you. This is going to go towards, again, helping me get to the continent. Every penny I get, I save. Thank you. I want to welcome Icon Fire. I know you just spoke, but we also have Tunija that hasn't spoken. Tunija, tell me what you think about everything that you've heard so far. We're back here talking about China. As I said, I don't know if you watched the beginning. I did a lot of research, and the more I dig, the dirtier it gets with China. China's got a lot of dirty secrets, and right now I'm not feeling really good. I don't know if you missed this part earlier. I made a statement to the effect that I remember in the 90s that China came into 80s. late 80s, China started coming into the community, the ghetto, and throughout America, targeting us. Um, Understanding that because they were targeting uh, people that were not mobilized or organized to stand up for themselves, they basically, not only did they target, but they took over after a certain time. All the mom and pop stores shut down. They were selling products that were not up to par. Sometimes you would see on the product, it would say not for resale, but they're selling it. There's a lot of things that come, because I believe in the beginning, people were quite happy to have Chinese stores popping up everywhere and things were seemingly cheaper. But there was a reason for that. It was expired goods. It was bad goods. It was resell goods. It was them opening a store right next to a mom and pop shop. So we were losing black businesses in the community. They basically was treating us like trash, even though we were handing them money. In some cases, they wouldn't even touch our hands. They would make us leave the money on the counter, or they put these big glass walls to make us feel like they felt like they were dealing with animals. And we didn't have that issue when we had our mom and pop shops. Now, the same thing they're doing on the continents, they're going to the rural area, like I said, where they're going and dealing with these chiefs that don't understand half of these contracts that they're signing and agreeing to, and then moving these people out of their fertile land, or, moving them further away from water, or putting them in danger by bringing certain chemicals that are causing people to get sick. Now, this is what they did to us in our community, and it looks like the same thing is being replicated in China. Tell me what you think about what you've heard so far.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, this topic is quite interesting, and because it's an interesting day too for me, because 25 years ago, I saw something on TV that I never forgot, and I was a very young person. I heard people testifying to targeting black people for extermination using biological weapons in South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I never saw that video again till today.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
It was shared again today. And the video contained even more information about some of the things that were done in Africa. That Zimbabwe was literally sprayed with anthrax. The fact that we are still standing today, if you know the kind of attacks we have been under in Africa, and when we compare enemies of the continent, from the point of view of enemies, nobody would treat us has been treating us right. That's for sure. And if we are to align ourselves from what we discussed previously, you will look at Cuba and all the other people that have had a relatively okay relationship with us. So, but the Chinese are among some of the ones that have had negative relationships with our community. The question now is, there are some things we need in this world, and what paths do we use to get them? If we want to go through our own community, then what do we need to do to get it through our community? If we need to go through the Europeans, what do we need to do? If we need to go through the Chinese, for me, if I weigh all of them, like if I weigh the US, weigh the Chinese, and weigh the Europeans and the Indians, I would, compared to the Indians, are worse to us actually than the Chinese. If you ask me, if you scale all of them, all the big superpowers, the Chinese is at the bottom. The rest have done far more damage to us than the Chinese themselves. It doesn't excuse that the Chinese are just as bad in terms of treating us badly. So the only question you have to ask yourself is, if you need one of these superpowers to do something for you, which one would you choose?
That's a good question, to be honest with you. I was watching this researcher today. We can't even trust India.
Not at all.
And we can't even trust India. And when I think about America and Britain, for the most part, they will always see us as slaves. Let's get that out the way. I don't care how much we've contributed. I don't care how much the continent have to offer. once somebody has raped you, they don't see you as a person. And as far as I'm concerned, they're still teaching their children that they were, how they ruled us and and because of that, it's going to go on from generation to generation. These people will never respect us. And when I think about the infrastructure itself and all the time that Britain and US have monopolized Africa, they did nothing for it. Where, in contrast, Africa has made some infrastructural differences, but what needs to be asked is, what is the quality of that? And what is the gain? Meaning that they're gaining so much more than they're giving. And then the fact that they have the audacity to bring in their police. They have their own police. They're putting military base everywhere they go. They're sticking a military base. We need to think about these things.
30-second reply. Ross Perot said this very good. Please research him. Until Bill Clinton's NAFTA, China was never in a position to show you whether they were good or bad. India was never in a position to show you whether they was good or bad. So you have no proof of concept either way. What Ross Perot said was give it to the blacks, put it in the black, and he didn't even like black people. So his thing was keep it American. In the case of Africa, keep it African. So we don't have proof of concept either way. That was just my 30-second insert.
I appreciate that 30-second insert. Okay, my brother, to Niger, go ahead, continue. I know it's still your time.
Right, it's all right. Yeah. So about whom you choose, when you look at the way things have shaped up, the Chinese don't have a lot going for them as it is, because America is on their throat right now. So from that point of view, from what is, I think say something about them sending stuff over, and we know the Chinese don't like to share technology. I don't even know whether they've shared technology with anybody ever. The Chinese don't like anybody. They don't hide it. They don't like the white people. They don't like Indians. They don't like anybody. So the trick is now, if they want to do business with us and they want to sell stuff to us, Chinese don't care about our politics. They just care about getting what they want from us. If we, like I stated this before, it's what you want from the relationship. If you are going to a kind of business relationship with them, you maximize what you want from them, and they can get what they want from you, as long as by the time you finish that relationship with them, you come out stronger. Because it's up to us in the end. Because if they give you money and you take the money and you don't use the money for something that is going to benefit you most, you've just sold your birthright. You've just sold yourself cheap. What is the point of taking the money? You use the money and maximize it.
Question, but how can you get what you want if you're the person trying to rent the house and the person who owns the house is telling you what they need from you? How do you get what you want?
If they say, let's say they want 1 cup of this in oil, and you say, I want this in generators to light my street, then you have to make sure that generator is worth twice more than to you, more than what that oil is worth to them.
Then I point you back. Then I point you back to your earlier statements on earlier panels. You, as Africans, need to make sure that your leaders specifically put that in the policy and not just verbally tell you they did. Go ahead. The mic is yours.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I think our leaders are beginning to pick up on that too. If you look at last year, there have been a lot of take-backs from even the Ghanaians are taking back their cocoa plants now, their control of their cocoa plants, and the way we trade with the Chinese now, they are beginning to insist that they train African staff now, and they start transferring knowledge, which the Chinese are extremely reluctant to do. They don't like to share anything. So, and if we make that a condition for them, they don't have a choice. Where are they going to run to? The US? The US is very hostile to them right now. Europeans are hostile to them. So they've started backing down and training this in the African staff now. It depends on each country, isn't it? Like the Ghanaians have the power to do that. They can do that and insist. Without, if they insist, that's it. But Zambia may not be able to insist, because Zambia is beholden to them because of the level of debt they have with the Chinese. So it depends on your influence. Like with Nigeria now, Nigeria's debt with the Chinese is very, very low. Nigeria's debt with the world is very low. If Nigeria really wants to exert itself, they can't exert themselves because the debt they owe to the world is not that much. It's just about 27 billion. Do you know how much America is spending on this coronavirus package? Trillions.
We have to wonder why, though.
So the reason why.
That's a whole different topic.
Can I say something to Two Niger?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Two Niger, I see your sympathy with the Chinese, and you are saying that they don't have no issue with the government systems. Well, the reason for that is because our government systems in Africa is lucrative for the Chinese. Now, listen, there was worrying about the presidency of Donald Trump. The Chinese was real worried, and they are real glad that he lost. The reason is because they have the governance of a country of real importance. What is lucrative for them and what is not. So because of our, and let me criticize now our things. So the governments of Africa, I think they're too Christianized and too Arabized. They are mean to our citizens. They are mean to the people, like financially mean, like seriously, like don't want to see our brothers and sisters own skyscrapers, own everything. They don't want that. I don't think so. It's like this. If you have a government, you are collecting taxes from the people. Therefore, just like America, you should break them back off. You should give back people. So they don't have a system where they will incentivize people to develop. You feel me? It's like limited. What I mean is like, there is a brain drain from Africa. Well, what do you use to get back the brain drain? Well, kindness. Kindness. Who's supposed to tell you that it's kindness you're supposed to use? You got diamonds, you got gold, you got land, you got everything. What does it take to bring back your people? Kindness.
You know what? That's that soft power. Another thing, I don't want to go off icon fire, but we really do. Our leaders in Africa itself need to understand there's hard power and there's soft power. Now, being able to understand how to use soft power, just like everybody is wearing everything that is labeled or is brand name from the US or UK. Everybody is watching the shows or the football or whatever. That's because they have monopolized soft power, meaning that they control us. Where we are basically, we're conditioned to like all the things that they offer us. We're not doing that for ourselves. We need to brand.
That's what I'm saying. We're not generous.
Yes.
We don't see generosity. We don't see generosity. We're not capable of generosity to each other. And I'm thinking it's Christianity and Islam, because what I'm saying is like, that's why I'm Rastafari, because we see Haile Selassie as the Almighty. That means we are royal. So therefore, we have the confidence in ourselves to know that our brother is royal and should be treated royally. You understand? So therefore, to me, you should not have a government in Africa and watch our people walking up and down the street saying that they're homeless. I think it is treasonous. You feel me? I think these things are treasonous. It is the government's fault.
I agree.
It is the government's fault.
On the streets, there should be nobody that needs food and can't have access to food. We are one of the most resourceful, fertile continents the only, as far as I'm concerned, on this earth.
Yes.
Why should any of us be hungry, poor, or without? Icon Fire, I want to thank you for your contribution. That was fire. I want to give a couple of folks that didn't get an opportunity to speak. We have Abdul Sierra Leone. Welcome, my brother. Tell me what you think about what you've heard so far. We're talking about China. We're talking about this relationship that we have with China. What have they done on the continent, and what is the gain? What is the losses? And what is our position? And the most important question, I have it right there. Our history must not, well, the most important statement rather, our history must not become our future. Tell me what you think, Abdul. Welcome to the show. I think you're on mute. You might have to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Welcome.
Okay. Say good morning because our time is almost
Good morning.
12.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Mike.
Because all the time I listen to your topic, it's so interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a good topic because we talk for 100 years.
Yeah.
This is a time we need action. The relationship between China and Africa, this is a thing I always say, that they say charity begins at home. You should hold yourself responsible. This is very simple because it's business. The Chinese, they do business. They do involve in Africa politics. It's we, the Africans, that this is a time we have to start to ask our government the relationship they have with China because they represent us. But if we Africans, we don't hold our government responsible, we started to say, oh, China, oh, the European, the Americans. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. Because if we start to hold them accountable, they can able to explain to us exactly the business they have with China. Okay, now for instance, look at the trade, African Union, some continental trade. We have governments, they don't even explain to any Africans. You just go and sign it. They need to explain to us.
Give us.
Explain.
Yes.
Yeah, if they explain to us, the cities and even the villagers on the village, they can know exactly what is going on. It's not just about signing.
We can deal with them properly instead of just giving them and not understanding how it's affecting us. Yes, yeah. I agree.
So we don't understand anything. So the issue about China, sometimes we should learn from our mistakes. You know, when two elephants they are fighting, the grass always suffers. The Western world, they want to use us Africans to be they use us as human shield. If they have issue with China, they can sort that one with themselves. The government in Africa have bad leaders or have good ones. There's a lot of good things happening in Africa. They know exactly what they are doing. Even in my country, I know exactly what is going on in my country. No Chinese own any property. There is complete lie when sometimes they say, oh, the Chinese, they buy land, they buy this. I say, you guys, are you joking? Even the president, they knew that they got 10 years in office, they will kick them out. If another government comes in, they will get rid of the Chinese. The issue is now we should start to talk about how to hold our government responsible. That is the main topic, all Africans on the ground. Because these our leaders, because they hold them responsible, they behave like God. Now start to change them. This is the time we have to challenge them before ever we start to change the European and the Chinese. Because if we can able to hold our government responsible, they can give us answers. That is a first stepping stone, so we can know the direction for the future of Africa. You see, because if we just keep on talking, there is no action. Like for me, I did a lot of things in my country. I was a young boy when we fought the war, the bloodiest war. I was part of it. I've seen a lot of things. Anytime I return back home, I don't even talk. I will start from the airport when foreigners they are coming, like go blacks. You see the other queue for the Chinese, the Europeans. We see African American. I'll ask them, leave this queue, join us. You're African. So all all Africans who have responsibility to all our government. Even when you go to the forest, you see the European or the Chinese, ask them the reason they are there. It's not just about the government, it's all of us, it's collectiveness.
And like you said, we need to, and I think that's going to be, and I'm happy you said this, because when you said this, it hit me. Our responsibility is to make sure that the villages, the people that are not in those positions, those of us that understand what this, whatever these contracts and what these things mean, legislation mean, we need to be communicating that to our villages. We need to be communicating that to the common man. So even if our leaders are selling us out, we have to be able to look at those documents and then communicate with the people. This is what you do. This is what you don't do. If they come to you, bring them to me. You know, we have to find a way where we can, you know, we're going to have sellouts. We're going to have people in positions being paid to basically give what's ours away. We have to intercept. And if we can't do anything on top level, we got to be the middleman. We got to be the middleman and be able to go and have those conversations. I love that you said that.
Quick question. Are your people, in your view, sir, ready to revolt every 4 months when things don't pan out? What we as Americans have learned, which is why you've seen some of our Black Panthers and civil rights, every 4 months, every 6 months, we start asking people, well, you said this was going to happen in 6 months. Do you believe that the people that you are around are ready to do more than talk if things don't happen every 4 and 6 months, like it was explained to you guys?
Because now I'm talking about, because Africa is very big, we got 55 countries. What is going on in my country? I don't want to talk about Nigeria because I don't been to Nigeria. Every 6 months now, the current president is a former military in my country, and some of his policy I don't like it, but some of his policy I like it. That is the past government, they signed with the Chinese to build an airport. The guy came in and terminated the contract, which is good. I supported it. He said, let's revisit this contract. Ending of the day, cancel it. Okay. Now, the thing that he's doing, all the mining sectors, like the past previous government, he already canceled everything, even include the Europeans, the Americans. He already done it. As now I'm talking now. So no mining is going on anymore until he passed through the right process. The thing is, the guy is trying to do now, all the mineral, because he said that since over 400 to now, the local people don't have any benefit of those mineral resources. We have to reverse, look at the constitution, everything. So that one is happening now. But the thing I'm saying is that the main thing, our government, they lack communication. This is the main thing in Africa. It's not just about signing contracts. The Chinese, the Europeans, they are easy to get rid of in Africa. But the first thing we have to do is to start all our government responsible. Because we are the one who put them in to represent us.
He said something. He said we need to start holding the government responsible. Now, in an African, the future of Africa is definitely going to be in the hands of the youth.
The young people now.
It's in the hand of the young. It's important that we understand that we need to be communicating this, especially if we want the next 100 years to be a better Africa, a more Africa for Africans type of Africa. It's important that we start bringing these things to them, having them understand, just like the young Chinese understand that they have to understand at home, you know, everything they do, they need to be making sure that they're playing for home, because we haven't been doing that as a people.
You're right.
To a certain place, and we just want to go out there and make it for ourselves.
Yeah,
for the most
you're
part,
right.
leave Africa so we can go make it for ourselves, and then sometimes never coming back until we're too old to make a difference. So it's important
Yes.
we align ourselves with the youth, especially.
He just made a great point though. If they're not communicating effectively, that's going to hinder holding accountable. But go ahead, Abdul.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah, the other thing I'm saying here is, like because African American, let's say all of us, we are Africans. This is a time, it's not just about us, it's all of us, it's collectiveness. This is a time you guys should come to the continent, and education is very good. The first step, education. For some of us who don't have the opportunity, we are just smart or have the wisdom to communicate. You see, but the future of Africa is not 100 years. The way people think is quicker, because if you look, the young youth today in Africa, they will never have patience anymore. They will never have patience. Even the African.
I love that, because you know what? Okay, you see, the diasporans coming back to Africa is one thing.
Yeah.
We can't make any difference if the brothers and sisters on the continent is not ready to receive the difference, and that's gonna mean
Yeah.
that a lot of the history that we hold on to culturally, we have to let go of.
Okay, let me assure you this, because very soon, the next 6 months, I'll travel back to Africa. Last year, I'm there. The youth of today, they are different from us, because now I'm 44. The youth of today, they got more experience. They got all the resources. You talk about communication. They got everything. The time when I was growing up, I don't even have phone. I don't even know about internet. I cannot able to communicate. So now there is a better communication between the diaspora and the continental Africans. The youth in Africa today, they are ready to Africa to develop, because they don't look. It's very simple now. All the time, over 400 years, everybody's running. Everybody's coming to Europe. Nothing is changing. We are the same, still working. Some people, they already stay in Europe for 40, 50 years, still working, doing the same job. So this is the time we should start to look at ourselves. Let's go back home, not just about talk. Continental Africans that are already in diaspora, we should start to hold our government responsible. For me, I'm doing it. It's not just about talking. I'm doing it.
Ourselves and our government responsible. I love it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And you know what?
thank-
Sarah Leone. I want to shout out to Sarah Leone, because Sarah Leone is one of the places that's recognizing the diasporan. Anybody with Sarah Leone DNA, go home. Go home to where your
Let me make this clear, because I spoke to you the last time. Anyone that in this panel, if you have the chance, you travel to Sierra Leone March 1st to March 29, African American, you're entitled to free citizenship, regardless DNA or not. Free citizenship. This is clear now. Anyone, any diaspora that listen, the first on the 29, because the 29, there is a time for our Independent Day. So after that, there is a proper link. So they will give you the citizenship. So thank you, my sister. Thank you to everyone. Let God give us the strength to devote ourselves to pull Africa. Africa is the future. There's no doubt about that.
It's our future.
If we Africans don't take this, we don't take the responsibility, the Chinese will come. There is no doubt. The Europeans will come to take the responsibility. They knew the future. They already knows about that. So this is the time. Okay, thank you, my sister.
Thank you so much. I love you, Black Sit. I love you, love you, love you.
Yeah.
Go rest. And thank you, Abdul. I am coming home. 10
Yeah,
minutes.
no problem. Anytime, like the way, I told you, anytime, just let me know. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, well, we got Mike on here. Mike, welcome back this week, my brother. As you know, we are talking about China. We're talking about this relationship we have with China. I don't know if you've been watching, but I did some review. I did some research, and it don't look good. This relationship, I don't trust China. Somebody put on here, and I believe it was a Swag Nation. They made a statement indicating Chinese people were basically getting rid of their children, for the benefit of the better of what they think would be better. I mean, think about it. These people were putting their own children, killing their own children. Do you think they'll have a problem getting rid of us? These people are very dogmatic, they're capable of anything. And how could we even go into bed or business with people that is capable of saying, hey, you're only allowed to have one child, and if this child is a girl, you may not want to keep them?
Miss Noir, you are wrong because what they have shown is as long as they give away yen, other people will look the other way at what they do. So
you're right. Wrong. I'm wrong, but I am right that these people do not deserve to be allies. They're not even sensitive for their own, let alone you. So please, we really need to think about this African-China relationship thing, because the stronger their hold become in Africa, it's a very volatile or scary thing that might be happening very soon. And the fact that they're strengthening their military and police, they're putting police. I mean, who
police?
are they? They have police stations in certain places in Africa right now. And that's frightening. So go ahead, Mike. Tell me what you think so far.
Well, they start with the police station. They got a police station to protect their people, I guess. Well, not really police station.
No, you can't have a police station in somebody else's continent, country.
Well, you can always do deals with leaders. African leaders are stupid, so we all know that. So they find a way to do deal with the African leaders. Like, listen, you have your police here. It looks like they're not really equipped to protect our asset here that we got here. So is there a way we can agree to?
Are the leaders stupid, or are the people allowing it? No, I'm just asking the question. Are the people allowing it, or are the leaders stupid?
Well, honestly, that police situation, I don't see that as necessary stupidity or anything, because.
What do you think it is then? Do you think
let me put it this way, Gina. Let me put it this way, Gina. If I come to your neighborhood, right, and I come to do business and I come to invest, but I'm not a citizen. I'm just expat, whatever they are. Sorry, just come there to do business, but we're not living there. We're not citizens. We come, we live, we ship, send our people in to just work, and then we feel like, then I feel like your police is not equipped enough to give enough protection to my employees that I sent to your neighborhood. And I asked you, is there a way I can send my security guys, my police over there to kind of not only protect my people, also watch my people, make sure they don't break your law, things like that, But there'll be limited access, road to whatever they do there, which you come to an agreement. So I don't think that's necessary, some kind of big deal. It's not a big deal like we're making.
I just want to.
There are bigger deals. There are bigger deals that we should be concerned about. No, not that petty stuff like that.
Okay, so you think somebody coming into your house and setting up their own security?
Well, you're making it look like they just impose it. They took permission.
It's an imposing thing to have a police station in somebody else's country.
They didn't impose it on that country. They didn't impose it.
So
police is paramilitary. Police is paramilitary.
That being said,
police is not paramilitary. But anyway, that's not the point I came here to make. But
okay, so that was what you. I just want to give people time to respond to the things you're saying. But that being said, keep this in mind, guys. Mike is saying there is not a problem with this. But go ahead, Mike. Go ahead with your. I know this is not why you came. So tell me what is on your mind.
Yeah, that's why I just said there are way bigger problems than that. Way bigger problems. So
now, before you go on, I want to say this. I said to Space, I didn't forget about you. Thank you for the prior super chat. And Jeffrey Roberts, thank you very much, sir. Again, it's going to go towards me returning home to the Gambia. Thank you. Okay, Mike, go ahead, my brother.
Okay, so the first thing we need to first come to realization is that there's no race of people that like another race of people. Well, maybe black people, we tend to be the one that are trying to show that we love everybody, but the Chinese, the Indians, the white, they don't like each other, they don't love each other either, So it looks like when I see my people talk, when we talk, it looks like when we're looking for allies or something, we're looking for some saints or some kind of people that are so righteous and holy and love us and pamper us and care about us. that's not where we should be thinking. We have to come to the stop to realization that there's no race of people that really cares about any other race of people. Everyone is out there for their interest. Everybody's out for their interest. That's why
But
even
Mike, you know, like Malika Gatson just says, if they're willing to kill their own, you know where that leaves you, right?
exactly. So everyone is there for their interest, the best interest in life, and they go out for it. They'll do whatever it takes to get it. You know, so it's all about survival. That's what it is. And I always tell people, especially even like when people are doing protesting in America, I'm like, I'm not joining you guys, man. I don't think begging a white man to love you is the way you're gonna if that's their nature to hate you, there's nothing you can do about it. You can protest from now to
There is
death
something
forever.
we can do about it, Mike.
Exactly. So no, as far as I'm saying like that.
I want to respond. You're making a whole bunch of statements.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
You're talking really fast and you need to hear. There is something we can do about it. We can talk about it and then we could move on it. It's not okay to have a people come to you. And it's been like this for over, like my comment says, we cannot keep making the same mistakes which have been made for over 75 years and just saying, hey, there's nothing we can do about it. That's what
I think you took my word out of context. I'm not saying there's nothing we can do about our mistakes.
They have a police station, not okay, my opinion. Anybody want to respond to Mike in reference to that police station thing?
Yes, I would like to respond. Mike is wrong about no one, like no race, or like every race is out for their own self. I'd like to ask him, are we like that? You say every race, I mean, tell you the truth. If every race was out for their own selves, we'll be all right. But is we like that?
Naturally, we are like that, to be honest. Naturally, we are like that.
No, we're not. We're like
not
that.
acting
No,
like
hold
we're
on,
not
hold on,
being like
hold
that
on.
right now. But naturally,
We like that now, but we are like that with each other. We will devastate each other. Listen, we will.
Some feedback. I'm tired. We can't really hear you that well. Okay.
Okay, I think I know what he's saying. I think I know what he's saying, Jenna. He's saying we are not like that because we're not acting like that. That's what he's saying. By nature, everyone is like that because I know my history in Africa way past before we met white people. When white people came, we were discriminated against them. When they first came face to face with Africans, we were pushing them back. Every race is like that by nature. But the thing is, blacks, we've got to a point where we've been miseducated. We've been so conditioned to love others that we're at the point and we're so conditioned to hate ourselves. Because can I just finish statement by most of the things we consume as far as knowledge-wise, they're not coming from us. Books we read are not written by us. A lot of our curriculum is not designed by us. So people have figured a way to put information in us, and your knowledge is what controls you. So the knowledge that we possess is not our knowledge. That's why we're acting in a way that's unnatural. We're the only one acting in a way unnatural. Chinese man designed his own curriculum. Chinese man educated his own children. White man educated his own children. But black man is the only one that will take a curriculum from a white man to educate his own children. So that's why I'm telling you that we're conditioned to think, act the way we act. That's my point. By nature, if we're the ones teaching our children, for example, my kids will not see a Chinese man or a white man and treat them better than a black person. Why? Because I personally educate my own children on my own. So, but most of us, we don't educate our children on our own. We just send them to school and they come back home with grades like, oh, good job, son. Good job, girl. We don't care what they've consumed. So that's why we're in the situation we're in, Now, where was I going? So now to get to the main point I'm here to actually discuss. See, what the Chinese right now, what they're coming to do is just a replica of exactly what the Europeans did. How the Europeans were able to gain the continent. It's the same thing. And to me, to be honest, I don't think I'm really because I already know where they're heading, so I'm not too concerned about that.
Yeah, can I get a thought now?
Okay, Mike. Now that you have concluded, let me.
No, I haven't concluded. I'm going to my point.
You're still going. Okay, go ahead.
I never got a chance to actually spoke my point because
there's too much background going on with Icon Fire. You have a lot of background noise. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Yeah, his Bluetooth has a lot of air.
It has a lot of air, sir. I don't hear you. Try. Okay. So anybody else want to respond to Icon's Fire? That was a really, really deep statement.
Yes. Can I say something, please?
Yes, please.
That's my guy. He's very funny. I agree with one thing that he said, but the other thing, the fact that the police station is not a problem. There's bigger things. There's nothing bigger than a police station of a Chinese person in
Thank you.
Africa
Thank you.
How
speaking
dare you
China,
disagree with Mike?
speaking Chinese language. Ik hou from you, ching chong, ching ya, ni na, ching ya, ni, ching ya, 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 ching ya, la. I don't know what they say. No any African person ever even have a rice cooker, police or whatever in China, not to mention a police station. But I know what he means. The other thing that I agree with him is when he's saying that we are the only race that is like looking for people to love us, and that this man sound very African. He sound like this man I'm talking to. I'm always arguing with him because me, it's not like I'm not very African, but certain way I just think it's insane. But anyway, so I know what he means though, to be honest. Like we are, I always feel like we sometimes complain a lot as well, you know, about slavery and stuff and just going crazy. But these things happen to us, okay? And I know what he's trying to say. Like we should maybe just like give up trying to choke people to love us and stuff. I know what he mean. Okay, like this is why I am against skin bleaching and you know I stop wearing wigs and stuff. But
Oh my
oh my
goodness.
God, this guy is insane when he's
He
thinking
is
that the police station
out
is
of
nothing.
his
Like
mind.
how
Now,
Gina, Gina,
Okay. Let me correct something. Let me correct
Gina,
something.
let
Let me
me
correct
just
something before this goes on too long. I
hold
think
on.
Hold on.
there is a
Before you
bit.
correct it, Mike, here's what's happening. You're making a very long
Not Mike. That wasn't Mike.
No, it's not
CA.
Mike. It's not Mike.
Oh.
So let him talk, and
Let me just
then
correct something. I think there is a little bit of a false fake news going on about this police station. The only ones we hear about is collaboration between Chinese police and local police.
exactly.
I've heard white people talk about how they train African soldiers. I've even had one
no.
just today
There's
talking
actually
about how he pays African soldiers after training them. White people do that. So I don't know why we are talking about Chinese collaborating with Nigerian police. They do it
No
all
Nigerian
the
police,
time.
though.
No,
not
African
Nigeria.
police, not Nigerian.
Gambia, Zambia or something. Yeah.
There is I don't know if it's Zambia or somewhere that they have their own police station. I don't know about Nigeria. I didn't even know
They don't.
Nigeria
See,
had
I'm just
Chinese
reading it
people.
just now. It
Gina,
says
Gina, another
they've
thing is
removed
this,
it
man.
when the people protested in 2017.
South Africa has 13 of them.
The 13 of them is collaboration. That's they send some officers to train South African police officers to do their job better.
No, it's not. It's not.
We have
It's
to
not
be
just
careful
that.
of
The thing is
language
this.
There are
here.
13. I know we hate research. I know we hate specificity, but there are 13 Chinese stations that have nothing to do with collaboration. But go
And that's
ahead.
what I was gonna say. You do we do research and we get
How
facts
can you say
before we
that?
start
You
to
think
speak. You know.
white people in South Africa will let that happen?
So messy. This is so messy when one person is speaking and another person starts screaming. It's not like people can't even hear you. It gets let's not do that today. Okay, please. Okay, so one person at a time. I did some research. I saw that there were a couple of police stations being run by Chinese for Chinese to protect Chinese. Now, anybody want to go do that research? They can go. I know that there are instances where they go and train us, which I find ridiculous because, to be honest with you, they're not training us to protect us against them. They're training us in a way where but they're never going to train us. No other race is ever going to train you to protect yourself.
Yeah.
Period.
See,
It's just my
the
opinion.
truth is we have to be careful here because I've heard this stuff just go on and on. We have to be factual because sometimes you hear fake news and they will release news, but you have to go to what is actually happening on the ground. There is no Chinese police station in South Africa.
I disagree with you too, Nigel. I did a lot of research this weekend and I see that there is. So, and somebody even mentioned, and I want to know if this is true because I'm here in America, but I didn't realize this. Chinatown in America had their own police station. Is that real? Anybody know that? Is that factual or?
Yes, I stay right next door to one Chinatown in Oakland. They have their own police force. How they do it, they use tax dollars. Everybody's able to use tax dollars. They use tax dollars to create their own medical center. The Israeli people, Jewish people do it also, and Russian people do it. So everybody uses tax dollars to build their own situation, and it starts off with a local two-man operation, and it normally expands to at least a 7-8 man operation, and it's under the guise of protecting their businesses.
Thank you
And
so
that's
much.
a legal police station. You call it a legal police station, able to arrest citizens. Is that a fact in America?
Say again, sir.
Is that a true police station, a race-based police station able to arrest public citizens, or is it like some kind of security outfit?
No, it's not a security outfit. And respectfully, I'm glad you asked that question. And I want more of our African people to understand Americans by asking questions like this. No, sir, that is a state and city appointed actual police station with what's called arresting powers. They have arresting powers where they can arrest you, hold you locally, and have the city come and pick you up and take you to the city jail. They have arresting powers. Yes, sir.
Okay, they have arresting power, but the city still controls their activities.
No, it's in conjunction with the city. What has happened is the business people pay extra in taxes in order to have this what's called a substation. And this substation is still connected with the police, but they are limited to only their business area. If you urinate on their business property, you will be handcuffed, held, and taken to city jail and get city charges. It is a arresting jail. It's not security.
Okay, so what is the difference between that and the security officer that can detain you?
Security officer does not have the power to detain anyone.
No.
Security officer can only security officer, and this is why many security officers get civilly sued by putting their hands on people on your local YouTube video.
Well, that's true. I know that because my son was a security guard.
And see, again, thank you, Africans, for asking, because this takes things out of fairy land, and I'm glad Miss Noir championed what I'm saying too. So you can only observe and call the police and tell the police what you saw. You cannot touch nobody. Go ahead, Naja.
I think it's kind of rude to say Africans for acting. Just say two Nigerians.
From my experience, you are required to detain somebody that is about to shoplift. You are allowed to detain somebody that is causing a fight in public spaces like a club or something like that.
No, that's incorrect. You will
call in a police officer to do.
If you're at a club,
security. Go ahead. One person.
I'm sorry, Miss Noir, because he's actually from Dallas. If you're at a club and you do anything, it's because the owner is going to back you up as his employee when the police come. Totally different. If you're at a supermarket and you tackle somebody from shoplifting, that supermarket will go against you because that is not what you're there for.
Sorry, you are mistaken. If you are a security guard securing the supermarket itself, you are allowed to, like a store detective, is allowed to restrain somebody that is about to take away.
No.
I've seen it happen 1,000 times.
You may have seen it. No, sir.
See, I've been in that world. You have to understand. I've actually been in that world. That's what I'm talking about.
Why are you guys like going at each other back and forth like this?
No, because we have to be factual.
We have to be factual, but you got to give somebody some time to respond.
I got this, Sister Gina. Wait. I know some Africans that when there's a platform like this and too much, some information that is beyond this, they like to bring like, oh, I'm challenging you. What about UK this? What about America this? You cannot compare America, UK, even China with Africa. Because Africa, even hospital, they don't have. Their children are going underage marriage every day, not going to school every day. Africa is so much joke. I don't want to swear. Africa is like
lady, speak about your country. Don't say Africa.
When people explaining problems,
who is this, Mike?
You're comfortable with your cup of tea, challenging, competing. What about America? What about China? What about this country do this? What about answer this question? What about that? This is no time to defend like you give me one, I give you 10. No, this is Africa. These people, even if they're not going now, I can feel it. They want to go and they want to fix Africa. So you have to talk like we all African and try to fix Africa.
Thank
Never
you.
mind this challenging. What about this? Answer that question. No, you answer it wrong. No, answer it correctly, please. Yeah.
It's like
Please,
now.
brother, please. And don't make me have a heart attack and faint in my bed here. Jesus.
I love you. You know what?
Gina, can I talk, man? Can I respond, please?
No, Mike. Whenever you come in, you gotta always
No,
have.
Mike.
Every time somebody say something, you feel like you have to say something. You don't.
No, not just.
Still, she's not talking to you.
No, I didn't say her. I just want to respond to all the general.
Who are you? Okay, who are you responding to? Let me see.
I'm responding to just general way people have spoken.
No, it's somebody else's time to talk. It's not right. You just want to monopolize everything. No,
but this one responds to my point, though. Everyone responded to my point. Can I respond to me being taken out of context? You know,
you can respond to it, but everybody that's talking is not speaking to you, Mike. You can respond to this, but please tell me what's on your mind so we can get to.
Okay, thank
you. On subject, please.
So. Yeah. So another way we have to understand is one thing we have to understand the way we speak. See, if we want to speak, Africa is not monolithic. You know, Africa is a continent of different countries. So if certain things is put up in one country, let's try to keep focus on that one country. Let's mention that country. Let's not say Africa is screwed. Africa is jacked up. Africa don't have schools. Africa, Nigeria.
Which one is the Nigeria.
Best? Can I speak? Finish.
Which one is the best?
This guy was called me off, man.
Please let Mike make his speech. Mike needs to make a speech. Let him make a speech.
Okay, like especially this guy, it's like he speaks, but he doesn't speak facts. He just pulls, like he pulls words out of his butt or something.
You see, you don't like when people do this to you, but you're doing it, right? He pulled words out.
When we speak about Africa, the thing is this. When we speak about Africa, it's very important we don't generalize. So sometimes some of us find it very insulting the way they talk about what's going on in one country and say Africa. When some of us come from a particular country where things like that don't happen, you know.
That's the problem.
I am from Nigeria, and somebody's saying Africans are stupid. They got Chinese police in them. In Nigeria, we're not that stupid. I mean, in some countries they may be really stupid, but where I'm from, we're not that stupid. You know, so let's not generalize. You know, it's very disrespectful.
Nigerian. Let me ask you something. And I want you to be honest, okay? And I just need honesty, please. You being a Nigerian, you're very proud. You're proud like the African Americans are proud ADOS. You like the ADOS of Africa.
I don't do that. I'm not proud like that. I just don't like factual. I don't like
Africa. You got to specify not Nigeria. Let me ask you something.
You have to.
Hey, you cannot come on a panel then because you know what? You're too sensitive. Because people are going to speak in general. You can't.
No, it's not right. It's not right.
No. It's true though, Mike. People have the right to speak in general if this is what they're comfortable with. Now, you don't have to parlay it and think it's personalizing your country. If you know it's not your country, why speak on it? You don't have to highlight, oh, this doesn't happen in Nigeria. If it doesn't happen in Nigeria, then that's great. But should we not talk about Africa as a whole? That's a part of what the big problem is the fact that we can't talk about Africa as a whole.
I got this.
You cannot talk like that, Gina. You cannot. It's not right, Gina. It's not right.
Leave me with this, brother.
It's not right.
Brother.
Gina, I got a question. Gina.
No, Mike. You had a question. Now she's speaking. You can't cut her off. That's rude.
Brother, please wait. Brother, Nigerian man, wait. You know, I told you my ex is Nigerian. My children are Nigerian, and you don't give them Gary money. So you talk to me, brother. Brother, now wait. Never mind the Gary money or not. Jokes aside, brother. Now, how is Nigeria the most best African country, and Nigeria is not included in the mess, brother? Your children, Nigeria, Congo, anywhere in the world, all of these African countries died in the Mediterranean Sea, including one of my cousins died just 2 weeks ago. Coming to Spain, coming to wherever they're coming. If your country is intelligent, I'm not saying you're not intelligent. Nobody said that we African, we are stupid, we're not intelligent. If someone typed that, maybe they have something to drink or they're just angry or whatever, you know this. Why are you focusing on that particular word going crazy? You focus on proving to the world that your country is the best. Okay? When people talking about China coming to invade or doing some job robbery stuff in the country, and just people talking about how to come back home and fix, you just contribute to that, or you can drink your Gary and watch. But if you want to come here and start talking about, no, we are clever there, we are not included. Who you laughing? You're laughing at yourself. We are laughing at ourselves when we are arguing about that. Jokes aside, because the whole world knows that even if we are intelligent, okay, what next now? Monkeys are intelligent too. You think they're stupid? Even the cats and dogs are intelligent. They know who to bite and who to love them. They're not stupid. They only love you when you love them. But instead of us arguing about being intelligent here, we should start behaving like we're intelligent. Nigerians are clever. But don't you think your brain alone is not enough? Look at your presidents. Look at your government. Look at your country, the amount of people and children not having education as I'm talking to you today. Look at the whole of Africa, the amount of children gonna grow up like me, who cannot spell their name when they grow up. You are here arguing on YouTube. We are intelligent. No, we are intelligent. Brother, please, I beg you. Don't make me faint in this bed. Let's just focus on try to motivate these people how to move, and we can work together. Because we cannot fix Africa alone. That's why we all running away, a lot of us. So if they have enough of here, they're coming. And we are challenging them every little thing, challenging them about Gary, challenging them about little things, annoying them. How are they going to be happy to come and fix the country now? You and I know that you cannot fix it. I cannot fix it. That's why it is the way it is. So if they're coming, leave them, let them come. If we want, we go and join them. We don't want, we can leave them, let them go and do what they can. Please. Me, I'm gonna go
Can
before I
I
have
say
heart attack.
something now?
No, hold on.
Thank
I
you
gotta
for
respond.
coming.
I
Hope
gotta
to have
respond,
you
man.
again. See you guys. I'll just wait now.
Okay,
Wait,
look,
Mike.
can I respond, Gina?
Hold on, Mike.
Somebody let
Okay.
Mike get a speech.
Wait.
Can I respond?
Before Mike gets his speak, let me say something. Woo, Amijo, you're not feeling well. Go get some rest. Listen, don't get all caught up in this. This is all right. If you're not feeling good, don't stay on here. I appreciate you. I want you guys to know something. Had COVID, so she's resting and she's healing. So please take it easy on my sister. Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. See, Gina, you see, one thing that's very important is this. Like, see, when you hosting a show, it's very important that we don't play double standard. That's not a good thing. Double standard is not a good thing. When people are making certain statement as unfactual or divisive, you gotta learn to correct them. First of all, this lady put word in my mouth, say I said that Nigeria is the greatest country in Africa or in the world. I never said it. Only thing I said is it's not okay to be generalizing. And again, she made another point saying, "Oh, why Nigerians so poor?" There's no country on the planet that doesn't have poor people. United States has a lot of poor people, homeless people. We don't go to rest saying, "Oh, United States and Mexico, oh, they're the same. Let's put them in the same basket and talk about them as the same North America." You can't talk about problem Mexico and say it's a North American problem and then somebody correct you, say, "Oh, in Mexico they're so poor. There are poor people in America." Saying in America they're poor people, they're homeless people, but it doesn't mean United States and Mexico. You put them in the same basket and start talking. I don't know what country that lady is from. What's the GDP of our country? I bet you it's like not even a fraction of the GDP of Nigeria. So
You see a white man walk. You see a white man eating
let me
out of
see.
the
Stop cutting
garbage
me off,
in
man. You'll get
Africa.
your turn, man. Stop
No,
being real stupid,
Icon,
man.
let him
Goddamn.
make his speech. Let him make his speech. He
Please,
won't stop.
please,
Let him
guys,
make his
one
speech.
person at a time. We have to be
The
respectful.
point I'm making is this: Gina, in the Caribbean, for example.
You know what this gonna happen after this? And Mike, you make it hard on me, man. I'm here trying to keep this conversation going, but every week there's a new argument. There's a new dispute about who's not being treated fairly. You come on and you make compass. It's like, oh, it's okay for a Chinese to have police stations, and that's gonna light some fires. And then you stand back and say people are not treating people fairly. Now that being said, go ahead. But
Generalizing is not a good thing. It's not accepted in any
generalize
term.
on top of your complaining about generalize, because that's what you're doing. Go ahead.
Okay, for example, let's say something is happening in the Caribbean, one island in the Caribbean, right? Something barbaric, right? And then somebody now paint the whole Caribbean, 80, Jamaica. How would you feel as an Asian when you know that stuff is not something you guys celebrate in your country? And then the entire Caribbean people are being bashed, and generalization is not good. You have to learn to correct that, because if I start to do it to anybody, they're gonna get angry, because I've tried it. I just know I'm trying to tell you that try not to play double standard, because it's not a good thing. If what applies to one group, it applies to every group. Because
can I ask you something? So we have to now go and So based on what you're saying, I have to sit back and I can only talk about North Philly. I can't talk about South Philly.
Yep.
If I say this happened in Philly, I can't say it happened in Philly. I have to say, oh, this happened on 21st Street, on Bonsall Street. I have to be so specific. Get out my face.
Yeah.
You're talking about countries,
No,
continents.
I have to say this because it's really petty.
It's not petty. It's not petty.
You know, I said it's petty because I said it's petty, and you can't change that. I said it's petty. You're being petty, and it's a petty behavior. That's the pettiness that goes on in Africa that has Africa divided. And if it is not happening in Nigeria, and it is happening in other places, I'm sure that Nigeria wants to point out it's not happening to us. It's happening to Africa. It's all of us. Africa is all of us. Stop segmenting Africa. Just because it didn't rain on your roof doesn't mean it's not raining. Okay?
Yes, Empress.
Rains across the street and it don't rain on your side of the street. But doesn't mean you don't care about what's happening across the street. That's a part of what's wrong with Africa right now. It's a part of what's wrong with Black America right now, Black British right now, Black Caribbean right now. We're so pompous. Oh, that doesn't happen where we're from. Stop generalizing. We just sit there and we talk about these petty things. I came here to talk about China. You're still talking about what's wrong with us.
So the last time I came here to generalize, I want everybody trying to bite my head off.
No. You know what? I'm not biting your head off. I'm telling you, you're not going to come on here and monopolize this conversation with this.
Can I say something else?
Every week, go back to the last 3 videos. You've had something petty. First, you came here last week. It was some issue that you had on another week with Nakmizi. He came on. They dealt with that. You are full of pettiness, man. And I don't like that. And I don't want to be fake with you because I'm real. And I'm going to keep it real with you, Mike. This is petty. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, let me make sure I pull up the research. Oh, it wasn't Abadan. It wasn't Calabar, Nigeria. It didn't happen in Abadan. I'm not going to do all that. It happened in Nigeria. Now, if you want to further research, we can go further research. But you're not going to dictate the way I speak. It's stupid. It's petty, and I'm so ashamed of you because, to be honest with you, you've done this the last 3 weeks. It's like you have a little textbook that you're looking for little stuff to argue about, and then you get other people that jump on it. Nigeria is a part of Africa. If it's not happening in Nigeria, then great. But guess what? I'm tired of people making it seem like things are not happening, that everything is great. Everything is so great in Africa. Why is everybody running out of it?
Everybody's not running.
Biggest, yes, the hell they are, and those that are running are trying to run.
The richest Black man in the world is in Nigeria.
Are not running are the ones that have families that are benefiting from it, and then that's it. But most of us are trying to run, and I say us because I'm African too. Even if I'm not the continent, my people ran from Haiti to get to America. I know a lot about running, Mike.
Gina.
Please stop. I can't do this. You guys are really wasting a lot of time on a lot of unnecessary stuff.
Be at peace, Miss Noir. Be at peace. Be at peace.
Oh.
Be at peace.
Gina, can I come in?
Let me just everybody stop talking to me, please, because it's really petty. Mike is petty. We need to deal with this pettiness that goes on in this person. What's going on?
Gina, can I come in and say something?
You guys are just sensitive, man. I'm being
hold on. Let Noir speak. Let Noir speak.
And this Negro comes every day. And he talks about all this little. First, it was a thing with this brother last week. Then it's this thing with this. But you can't never focus on what's on the table. What are you trying to not talk about China? You can only talk about your brothers and sisters and what they're doing wrong. You said this. You shouldn't have said that. Come on now, stop wasting my time. And a matter of fact, I'm done with it. Next person. Who I heard a woman.
Icon was next.
Yeah, it was me, Gina.
Icon was waiting.
Sorry.
Icon was waiting. W was next.
Those brothers have been
Woo! Okay, Sharpat, go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, basically, the conversation you're just having just proves, and you're so right, that the ability of our people to just not focus on the issue or the conversation or the topic and just deal with it. Not from an emotional point of view, not from a tribal like Nigeria. I mean, I've been listening to some other bloggers who've been traveling around, especially Go Black. He's been traveling around. He's in Kenya or he's in Rwanda or he's in Tanzania and he's talking about an issue. And you have people come into the chat. This one particular woman I know from Nigeria who she's in there talking about Ghana and attacking people from other countries and Nigeria is this and Nigeria and it has nothing to do, the topic has nothing to do with Nigeria. The topic it's about Kenya or something that's happening. And this propensity of our brothers and sisters to see everything through the lens of their own corner of Africa. And you're so right, Gina. That's why we're divided. That's why we can't even talk about the Chinese because we're too busy attacking each other.
We're not stupid. We don't let these things happen to us. It's so petty. It's so petty. And you think your pettiness is something different. Your pettiness is something that we're doing all over the world. You have the Haitians saying they're better than the Jamaicans. Jamaicans saying they're better than the Haitians, and you have the African Americans thinking they're better than everybody. It's all over the world. What you're doing in Nigeria is no different. What's happening in Africa, regardless if it's happening to the smallest country in Africa, affects all of Africa.
Right?
Divine
Europeans did their job.
Yes, it is time.
Let's not blame Europeans for everything, man.
Oh, dude. I'm find yourself a European channel. I'm picking
Are you
out.
here to defend Europeans?
Find yourself a European channel, so that way you could be in line with your Europeans.
No, we gotta blame ourselves. We have to blame ourselves
for making you act the way you do. I blame the Europeans for giving you this mindset.
Yep.
How about that? I blame the European because you don't even see it wrong for another person, another country to come into your country and do something like, try to secure themselves in your own land. They shouldn't have that much right. I don't give a damn if it is just a security team or whatever. They shouldn't have that right. And the fact that you don't see a problem with it, I blame the Europeans. You can't tell us not to blame the Europeans. Who are you? You one human being blaming the black man for everything.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
The white man.
Out for self.
We gotta take responsibility. We blacks, we need to start taking responsibility.
That's why you come on here every time with your rude self. Take responsibility and stop cutting people off while they're talking. Take responsibility and listen to people speak without making it seem like you have to dissect every word they say. Okay, that being said, I'm gonna ask you to I'm done with it. Okay, Mike, I'm done with it this week. I can't focus on you because this is an important conversation. So that being said, who wants to talk about China?
Icon, it was the lady Icon and then the guy with the W.
Okay, I don't want anybody to respond in reference to Mike. Mike is out of the conversation today. If he wanted to come talk about what's happening in China, he would have done so. He didn't do so because it's not important to him. It's more important to him to bash people on the panel and bash his own people. I love you, Mike, but I can't take the
praise the white man. Praise the white man.
Empress. Can you imagine somewhere makes the whole world sick and we want to be friends with them? Are you serious? Are you serious?
And it's not even about blaming the white man because I'm not in that mindset. I truly blame us for allowing.
I'm talking about the Eastern, the Far East people. Mm-hmm. They went and spread something and made the whole world sick.
They did a good job, didn't they?
And we want and Africans be talking about friends with them. That's what I'm talking about. How can you want to be friends with those people?
It's just ridiculous. And I'm like, you come here. When I hear especially my continental African, I understand us being divided. We were torn across the oceans. We were beaten and made to believe we didn't come from nowhere, and we don't have any connection because even our language, our culture, everything was taken from us. So I can understand us being divided and not feeling like we're one. But for the most part, the diaspora, we recognize each other. Even if, wherever we are, we understand we black.
Yeah.
There's a general disconnect. The harm they did to my brothers and sisters on the continent was bigger than anything that we experienced in the diaspora.
It is as you said, Empress. It is the white man's fault. What they did is
I'm trying not to step on any toes, but it was dark one week, and now it's Mike. Well, it's been Mike a couple of weeks. We've just been patient with him. It's just I'm tired of fighting with my own people about what's happening to us as a people. And I'm tired of people saying what's happening in Nigeria is not happening in Senegal. I understand that. We understand that. But if somebody said this happens in Africa, don't you jump and say, oh, it doesn't happen in Nigeria. We know that. We're not. When you talk about America, do you talk about just Philly? Or do you talk about when you said, oh, that man put his foot on his neck? Do you understand it didn't happen in all of America? That happened to a certain state? Do we go and cut you off and say, no, you're crazy? That didn't happen in Philly. That happened there. That would never happen in Philly. We're not stupid. We're not dumb. That's how you sound. You sound ridiculous.
Here's where you're wrong, and here's where
the fact-check conversation. Go ahead. I'm going to let Requoya talk because I'm at the point where I'm just tired.
Hello, Sister Gina. Who's making my sister mad? Who is getting my sister's blood all boiled up?
I didn't even want to have this conversation.
I know. I'm like, gee, I gotta get on, man. I gotta just douse all this fire.
I put him out because he's not offering anything to the panel. From now on, if you're not offering something to the panel, I'm not gonna let you come on here and spew your negativity.
Sure.
Waste 18 minutes. What?
Let me just acknowledge everybody on the platform. I came in late, but I want to just make sure that I acknowledge you all. I know everybody gets passionate about their position and all that. I don't know how long this has been going, but I caught the tail end of it. And I just wanted to say something to all my brothers. Listen, we're all marching in one direction. We are all Africans. And if somebody makes an address about an African, it makes no sense to say, but we don't do this in Nigeria. We don't do this in Ghana. We don't do this in China, whatever. Because you cannot use your anecdotal position to represent a whole country. I trust you. If it's happening in one African country, it's happening in all the rest of them. So there's no need to have some pride about we don't do this. Well, Nigeria cannot be last, this and this and that. We sound totally ridiculous.
And the funny part is somebody even mentioned it's happening here in America. Chinatown, they have their own police station.
Things are happening. And the African countries, as different as we try to claim we are, guys, don't forget that border was created artificially. Before a border, people from Nigeria were going to Ghana, walking, farming. We are the same people. So please get off our high horses and start trying to differentiate ourselves. We're not different. We are all the same. And I see this authoritatively. I have lived in Ghana, I've lived in Togo, I've lived in Benin, and I've lived in Nigeria. So I know what I'm talking about. You people need to listen. We need to stop this because first of all, it's not even impressive. And we're just backing back and forth. This is a platform to share information. It's not a platform to go printing around like peacocks that I got a bigger ego or this and that. And I really feel like it's a disservice to each and every one of us, all my brothers who are argued. It's a disservice to you personally that you cannot be quiet and listen to another brother's point of view and then say, I hear your point. I may not agree with it, but this is my position. So I'd like to see my brothers do better. I know you can, and that's it. So I'm going back to
it breaks my heart that they are like that.
We have to do this every week.
Let's talk about this whole China thing. Yeah. It doesn't happen here. It doesn't happen there. Thank you, Requoya. Go ahead.
All right, so let me talk about China for a minute.
Yes.
Before I address anything individually, you all know where I come from in terms of alliances. And I've said China is not my preferred alliance, but I agree that they have brought some changes to Africa. And I respect that. Because if you look at it from the economy part of view, there were things that were lacking in Africa in terms of infrastructure, where we could not get infrastructure funded. It was just a mere simple fact that Europe did not want to compete with an African industrial base. So they would not allow, if you went to the World Bank and you had an infrastructural project, it will not be funded. You will only be funded for export related projects where you can export more raw materials to the West. So China comes in and China sees a deficiency and makes themselves that person. Say, oh, you guys don't have this, we're going to build it for you. Now, it is not China's fault that Africans have not been awake enough to say to China, this is what we want for ourselves. And these are the terms. I think in the beginning, some of our leaders were shortcoming. But now we are changing. A lot of information is becoming available. So a lot of terms are being written that are reflective. I gave the example of an African deal that was struck. Well, the Africans did not mention in the contract how many Africans should be on a job compared to the percentage to Chinese. I said to my people, in contracts, you write that. You say for one Chinese engineer, there's 5 local workers. These are things that we do not write in our contract. And then we turn around and say, oh, the Chinese are bringing people to work. Well, when you had an opportunity, you didn't negotiate. So I don't blame China. But I can tell you, in terms of infrastructure, there's been a great improvement on the African continent because China was willing to put its money and its workers into our economies. I'm not saying they did this as a friend. Nobody should come and say we can't have friends. I'm not talking that simply. I'm saying these are strategic geopolitical things that China is doing. And we as Africans need to see where we fall in there geopolitically and move on. So I'm only limiting my conversation for now to infrastructure. We've seen entire railway networks built in Kenya, built in Ethiopia, where right now Ethiopia is leading every African country, including Nigeria. Yes, Nigeria, I'm saying it. Ethiopia's railway system is far more advanced than the Nigerian train system because they wrote a deal that was good for themselves.
Can I say something?
You can.
Well, let me finish. In Ghana, we're seeing major road networks being built. I have seen Chinese people dig in with Africans on my drive to Togo. So I'm saying that in terms of infrastructure, telecommunications, ports, things that Africa needs as a base to move into industrialization. This is what the Chinese have done. And if we are smart, we're going to catapult off that now that we are building the infrastructure to move into the next stage, to build industries and make sure the Muzungu does not win in keeping us as non-progressive countries. So on that note, I'm going to be quiet for now and get questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lukoya. Okay, Alcon Fire, now you could jump in.
Yes. For us to need industrialization, it comes back to what I've been saying about our distraction with you see what happened is we love the Almighty more than everybody else in the world. So the whites found that out. So they got us caught up in religion, and they have instilled their religion, which teach us not to like anything black. So therefore, innovation was withheld. Like my brother was talking about Nigeria. As I said, it's meanness, connivingness, and just downright don't like each other thing that's going on that caused the lack of innovation. Now I see in Nigeria little people building planes, some little drones, and there is no government injection to supply them to support their innovations. Now these people are people who's supposed to be gigantic mega millionaires that is building a whole bunch of planes. You understand? Because of the idea that they have. So what I'm saying is all right, a little Chinese boy can come and try to build a plane in Nigeria, and the government of Nigeria will sponsor him. You feel me? So what is going on is a self-defeating religion. The self-defeating religion is intoxicating us with toxinous thinking. We're because bro so ugly in the Christian sight because he don't have pretty hair and all that stuff. Granting him 100 million nairas is like impossible. Just because of how he looks, impossible. You understand? So, and they can do it. They got oil, everything. You feel me? But they will not contribute to their own people. They will not. They prefer to bring that bulk of money to Mecca to go give it to them Arab pieces of shit. I'm telling you.
Let's do this in reference to people's belief systems. I try not to talk about those things because we all.
Excuse me. My apologies. My apologies to the Nigerians also. But listen, our religion is confusing us, and listen. This is general. This is not no personal stuff. My mama is Christian. My mama is Christian.
I truly believe.
So I oppose. So hold on. My mama is Christian and I oppose religion. I will tell anybody. I'll shout it on the mountaintop. I oppose religion if it's not like what was taught in Egypt. If it's not something that like what was taught in Egypt, well, I forbid it. And so should Africans, because these are the things that make us poor and is keeping us poor. You feel me? People creeping in your villages, people creeping in your stuff, holding all the stores, holding all the industries, and you so comfortable. You want to teach your son to come get a job, and it's not a black man he working for. Now these things, listen, he talk this a dude talking about no, every nation is selfish. We was never selfish, and we still not selfish. We will give
the weakness, the fact that we're not as selfish people.
Of course, if we were selfish, we would be better. Because there is no way anyone would get our share. There is no way anyone would get our children's share.
I agree.
So we really need to get some selfishness in terms of everything is it belongs to black. Everything is that someone it should be black. Like everybody black should get everything. That type of stuff. If we don't have these type of thoughts to say, oh, all the riches belong to us, we need everything. We need all of Africa, like every square inch. You feel me? We don't want nobody else to get no other part of Africa except somebody black, that type of stuff. We need to have that type of meditation. We cannot be sharers anymore. We tried it. I mean, like, what's the definition?
Thing about it is, you know, I can find, not to cut you off, but I wanted to say something in reference to China, what they bring to the table. You know, I understand and I appreciate the fact that, you know, why we think China's bringing so much to the table is because we were under America and Britain, and they were bringing nothing and taking everything because that's what they were. That's the relationship they had with us. They've been doing this forever. They colonialized and enslaved us, and they were treating us the same, even with the contracts that they were doing. They were coming in, taking a lot and giving us very little. Talking about they were giving us aid. So when China comes, and even though they're also giving us these contracts that are not balanced. And I agree with Rakoya. We have to come to the table and understand what we're signing to and what we're agreeing to, and we have to position ourselves where people are not taking more than they're give. They're not
But
taking more than they're getting from us.
yeah.
And another thing is, why are we even having a conversation about this? Is because it's important to look at the actual character of people. Like I said earlier, people that's capable. I mean, China is a very they come with strong power. Where we were dealing with Britain and America and all those places, and it was soft power because they basically made us want to be them. That's what America and Britain did. That's why a lot of the brain drain went to those places, because when they came around, we felt like, oh my God, I just want to be them. But with China, this strong power that they're bringing, it's slow, but it's a strong power. And what that means is, any people that is capable of looking at their population and saying you can only have a certain amount of children, and if you have a girl, get rid of it. I don't care how pregnant you are. These people are very cold. They're very calculating, and they're capable of cutting off their own hand if they need to survive, let alone yours.
Yeah.
And so, is this someone we want to go into business with? No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So okay, Gina.
Okay, so Icon, you've been speaking. I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. Close out what you're about to say.
Yes, Empress, one more time. So I'm just saying this. Africa can do it without nobody.
That's your opinion. Okay.
What Africa needs is a little kindness, a little self-indulgence, like it's like this. You see how long it took for Africa to organize a free trade area? Well, it's because of this type of stuff. I mean, there are engineers all over Africa. I mean, without even us, the diaspora, there are engineers all over Africa can build bridges. I'm telling you. They just don't sponsor each other.
Right.
They just don't go out and say, you build roads over there. I'll pay you to come build roads over here. They don't do that. I'm telling you, that's what's going on. We don't need these dirty people.
Okay.
You see me?
So I agree. We don't need anyone else. I would like to see us do it without them, but let's continue the conversation. Like Rakoya said, are we ready to even do that? Anybody else want to chime in? You've heard what Icon said. You've heard what Rakoya brought. Who's this? Who's next?
Wendy.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in regards to China and in regards to the policing issue, I think that one of the things that we need to understand is that when you allow that type of behavior, and they are buying land in Africa. So I don't know who, somebody I heard saying, they don't own land. Maybe it was in Sierra Leone that they don't own land in Sierra Leone, but I can tell you in other countries they do own land. They absolutely do, and they look for their land strategically. But when you allow them to police, when you allow them to have that, you are giving over your sovereignty to them. Little by little, that's what you're doing. And one thing that I think we can understand from China's history is that China is looking at the long road. Okay, China has, understands what they have. Too many people. There's a lot of pollution in China. They're looking for new lands to go out and conquer and to sustain themselves. Right? They've risen from obscurity, kind of, to where they are today by being strategic. And Africa is a strategic focus for them. And Africans need to understand that. And African diaspora needs to understand that. This is no joke. This is no joke. We know, and it's almost like, I almost feel like we can say, well, we know the devil we know and the devil we don't. Because we just don't know. We don't know the long-term plans that China has for Africa because they're not saying it openly.
But we do know. We have some examples based on how we've been treated by them.
Exactly.
And that's what we need to go by, because the red flags is what matters.
Exactly, Gina. That's what I'm saying. And that's what surprises me when I hear my brothers and sisters who are on the continent downplay it. Like it's no big deal. I wonder if it's because they bring the money and they think that it's good to have the new road. It's good to have whatever it is. I've seen some of the roads they built. They built this road in
Exactly.
that was a complete. To me, it's like a complete disaster. They've got this like it's 5 or 6 lanes in each direction. They've got no nothing in the middle, no like green space or anything. So people who are, and it's downtown. Okay, I mean it's not a highway, it's downtown. So you have to go from one side of the street to the other side of the street. People like me, who I'm not as young as I used to be, it's like, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to cross this street by foot, because if I get stuck in the middle, I'm in a bad position, because it was literally just inches between one direction and the other. This is the road that they built, and this is the road that Congo traded with them like years of mineral extraction for this road. Okay,
and you know what? And that in that right there says it all, because they're not doing it for nothing. They're doing it the fact that they're getting more, and they're giving us these shoddy things. I mean, I read so many reports where a lot of people, a lot of complaints came along with what they are putting into. I even heard something. Now I may be wrong. I might be wrong, but they built this what is a government building, and they put all these listening devices to hear what's going on. Can we even trust what these buildings that they're building to not self-decimate if they choose to?
No,
I don't even understand. These people are very I don't know. They're very
long term. My husband said that when they were building the same stadium that Muhammad Ali fought Joe Foreman in Kinshasa, when they were building that stadium, they were taking the earth that they were moving and they were keeping it and sending it back to China. So from the early 70s or late 60s, whenever it was they were building that stadium, they were looking at what was in the soil in Congo.
So they already knew, and they already had a plan to come back.
So
and
50 years later, here they are making inroads, sending their people to the most remote areas of the Congo to settle. Okay. Now, you know that we know from colonialism that, Europeans, other than the settler colonialism that they had in South Africa, Zimbabwe, that you didn't see a lot of Europeans who were just out there who were not related to the colonial administration. We're talking about people who are just coming, like I said before, people who are just coming, showing up, peasants effectively from China, who are being sent to go to the hinterlands in, the most remote areas that are hard to get to in Congo. What the hell are they doing out there? All right. So when people say, what if China, no big deal, we got a road, we got this, you are letting the devil in your house. I hate to say it that way.
They're not going out to those places because then they operate in a space where they're communicating with chiefs that don't understand the whole contracting thing, having people sign off on things, not realizing that they're, being pushed out. And then when they push them out, they make them promises. I watched this documentary where they went into Cameroon and they made these people promises. They took their village because it was closer to minerals and resources that they wanted. And when they moved these people, they promised them that they were going to build school, make sure that they had homes and whatever. And what they did was they pushed them to a place that was so far from water. They didn't have access to certain things. They were further from being able to go to markets, and basically on soil that was not pretty good. They basically took, and then they took it for nothing. And they built a shopping school that looked like it was built by the villagers themselves. It's disrespectful. And a lot of times they're going out there just like they used to come into, like I said earlier, the ghettos and build these stores right next to our mom and pop shops for them to close down because they're giving cheaper material. And then these materials that we're buying for them, we know that we got to keep buying because it's cheap and it's not healthy. And they would sell things that were not for resale. They're doing the same thing to Africa that they did to the hood. They practiced it on us first.
Yes.
They did it in America, the black people in America first, and UK and everywhere else. And now they're in Africa using the same practices in Africa, and we're not paying attention.
But it's worse in Africa because they have no respect. I think they may not like white people, but they respect them. They have absolutely no respect for
They
Africans.
don't go into the white communities because they know the white communities are mobilized.
They
We're
won't allow that.
They don't go into the cities. Let's say they don't go to certain places like the cities in Nigeria. They go into to the villages. They're going to the villages of all these places where they know that people are not mobilized and don't understand what they're getting into. Recordia, thank you first and foremost. For the super chat, thank you, sis. What you offer on the panel, this is like icing on the cake, sis. Thank you very much. She said China is not our friend, but only a strategic partner. Now, the only thing with that is, do we understand this monster that we're dealing with? China is not to be toyed with. That's all I got.
That's why the last thing I was going to say, I had just two more things to finish up. One thing is we need to understand and look at what they are doing in their own country. These are not a strategic partner that are just there to be there to do this thing and leave. They are there for the long haul. This is why they are sending their people to Africa. There are, I don't know, millions of Chinese in Africa. That is not a strategic partner. Honey, that is a snake coming in.
That's the big takeover. That's what Britain did to America. They sent the poor, they sent the criminals, they sent them there. And then
how did the Native Americans
kept sending until the Indians were so overwhelmed that it became a big battle. And of course they had the machinery to annihilate those folks. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing to Africa.
Yes. And these are the lessons we need to learn. And the last thing I was going to say, and just as nobody said this, but that there's a real problem in China right now with the Uyghurs who are being essentially enslaved in China. And so now there are like companies or governments that are in this country and elsewhere that are refusing to take certain products because they suspect that they are being made with Uyghur slave labor. So if this is another thing. It's like when we say, they're a strategic partner. Your strategic partner doesn't move millions of people into your country. That is not a strategy for trade.
That is a colonializer in the works. If somebody is this is the thing. You come to my country, you're getting the resources. You should not be bringing your people to work. It should be our people working only.
On that note, I think Rokoya is absolutely right that the contracts are crap. The contracts are crap when they say, like, for instance, in Kenya, if we default on our loan, you get our ports. There's no reason, and that's why I'm saying you can say that it's good because China has all this money. They have money to spend. They do, but what they get from you is far beyond what they're contributing to you. And this is the problem. I had a friend from Burkina Faso who once said to me, Wendy, she said, Africans love relationships and we love gifts. And she said, if a white person comes and wraps up caca, okay, I won't say what she said, shit. If he wraps that up in a box and he presents it as a gift, the African will take it and say, thank you so much for thinking of me. I'm very honored that you thought of me. And she said that in terms of the trade that is going on in the quote unquote development, right? Where you have people coming from the West or now from China, you take out a loan to build this thing, but you're using all of their equipment, you're using their labor. So essentially you're paying them to do all this for you. Then you pay it back with interest, which you don't have. Okay, because that road is not going to spur enough economic development.
They know that you're not going to have it, so they're looking forward to you not having it, so they can get what they want.
And they've written that into the contract, because they know they're there to stay, and they know that this is how they can do it. They've done it in Zambia. They're doing it now in Kenya. This is why we say, don't take them lightly. I think that is a grave error to take them lightly. The last thing I would say is that the issue that we have with one country over another, and we're different, and then this is the same thing that we talk about the Willie Lynch letter here in America.
Yes,
we talk about how you planted one time and it self-perpetuates. We really need to change our mindset as it regards how we deal with each other. My brother and my sister are my brother and my sister. I don't care where they're from. And if you're doing harm to them, you're doing harm to me.
You hit them, you hit me.
There it is.
You mistreating them, you're mistreating me. They're hungry, I'm hungry.
Exactly.
Because Africans, for the most part, you could go in many homes in Africa and you'll see people eating off the same place, literally.
Yeah.
And
they'll
it's
invite
like,
strangers to come and eat off the plate with them. That's how wonderful they are. Yeah.
Why can't we understand that that's the concept that the continent must have?
Yeah.
I mean, all these segments, all these little countries, little segments, and they're getting every time you turn around, it's more and more segments. We need to understand that we need to be all in one plate, one mind.
So we just need to, as long as we're not one mind, we are helping our enemies overcome us. When we are not one mind, we are helping we are doing our enemy's job for them.
Period. Okay.
Thank you
so much, Wendy. And I agree with you 100%. You hit me, you hit my brother. You hit my brother, you hit me.
Exactly.
Hey, Darth, I see you back here. Darth, you have to apologize to Denise before I can speak to you on my channel. You disrespect a woman. You disrespect yourself. You disrespect everyone on the panel. You can't just come back here and talk about China, because I know that's what you want to talk about.
Let me say this, because I'm gonna be leaving. I just want to take 2 minutes, and I'm gonna share a screen. But
okay,
what I think what we're trying to say to our loving African brothers and cousins: defeat us on specificity. Defeat us on the actual topic. Don't try to shut us down and say we don't know what we're talking about, or that sounds ignorant, or any of those tropes, because it starts to get into an 18 or 8-minute derailment when you're talking about, I don't like the way Noir does her panel, and that doesn't matter. Come up here and defeat the actual topic that's on the table. With that said, let's hear from the actual Chinese man, because some people kind of perked my ears when they said, is China having a security? So with your permission, may I share the screen? I promise I ain't do nothing shady.
Okay.
Okay. So quickly, let me do this, because I want other people to be able to.
I'll be with you in a moment. So think about that apology. Go ahead.
Okay, so here we are. Does everybody see these nice gentlemen right here?
Yes.
Okay, so this is from the RAND Corporation. Okay, so the RAND Corporation, listen to what they're saying. Forget what CA is saying. Listen to what these nice people are saying about their interpretation of what we're calling security. For the first 5 decades following the establishment of the PRC in 1949, China's military, this is not coming from me, this is their paperwork, focused mainly on homeland defense. Over the past 2 decades, 20 years, the PLA, that's the new name, has shifted its focus to support the country's expanding array of global economic and political interests. The PLA Navy military, for the first time, deployed in 2008 at the Horn of Africa. Now, that kind of means nothing, but that's my way of giving you a prerequisite. So let's move to this other little bit of tidbit information. So after they say that, hopefully this computer doesn't screw up.
Can you put the source in the private chat? I just want to get it later.
I will do that.
Go ahead.
Okay, now this thing is spazzing out. Okay, point being is that later on in this text, I'll put it in there. I'll just summarize it. Okay, here's back. Paperwork as far as now. Okay, back up. Okay, the late it's only 11. Hold on for a second. You will appreciate when I get you there. Hold on for 1 second.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Surrounding. Sorry, it was numbered when I had it earlier. Okay, let's just take it from here, because this is beneficial. So right here in this section, citizens abroad. However, since the 2000s, largest percent of increase has been in Africa. Huh? What? Wait a minute. This was a paramilitary, which is what I said earlier, and people shouted me down and said it was just security. What they created a company from former military people. Okay. Look, Mr. Research don't know what he's talking about. Let's continue reading. It says it has increased in Africa. Jump down. It says in 2011, the number of Chinese in Africa was 250,000, which is smaller. See, this ain't from me. This is from them, which is smaller than one would almost consider. However, the growth rate continues. The population could reach 1 million by 2033.
That's not even funny.
According to the study, Africa is likely to be the continent with the greatest relative increase in the population of Chinese in the coming decades. So let me wrap it up. The reason I say all this, ladies and gentlemen, is because you better have some guarantees written in paper. Because what you're doing is you're hoping things work out, which I'm not knocking on it. You know, like I agreed last time, I'm kind of down with it. Go ahead and let it happen. But you better start holding your people accountable every 4 to 6 months. I mean, be on their neck like we on Biden's neck right now. Biden says something stupid. You know what? We might not get no resolution, but let's make 13 videos about it. We on that neck. And this is what I'm trying to share with you guys. Let me stop sharing. This is what I'm trying to share with you guys. Forget what I'm saying. Don't just shout me down because you don't like the fact that I'm saying it. Try disproving what I'm saying. Not for me, not for competition, for the sake of the people who going to listen to the replay. Think about them. Think about the replay people. So instead of saying, that doesn't make no sense, it doesn't matter, and nobody on the panel said that, I'm just giving an example. The way we get information for our great-grandchildren who will be here long after we're gone, so they don't have to repeat the same type of conversations, guess what? We have to not be speaking in general. We got to speak specifics. We got to speak in detail, specificity. I mean, we don't hate Africans. We don't. But I have been.
How can we hate Africans? We're African.
Right. So I've been in many a panel since I was last at this channel, and it always comes to deflection and you're ignorant. You need to be educated. But I ask you a simple question: do you know that this is former military? It's not military. It's security. And see, now you just read from the Rand Corporation who they really are. They're the PLA. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much for that, CA. And I understand that this whole thing is really divisive. This whole conversation can't help but to be divisive because, to be honest with you, and it goes back to
speak after you.
Okay, 1 minute. Nobody, please speak. What has to happen is I have Darth on here. I need to know what direction he's going in. Darth, you want to unmute yourself? Do you have something you want to say? I'm gonna tell you something. Not only is Denise a part of the Bijou Noir family, she's a moderator. Everyone that comes on here, even if they're just in the comment section, don't deserve to be spoken to the way you spoke to her. Even if we go back and forth, we still have to keep a certain level of decorum and respect for our brothers and sisters. I like having you on the panel. I don't have a problem with you per se, you, Mike, or anybody that feel like, oh, okay, she's put me off I don't think it's right that you don't see what you did was wrong.
All right, Gina, you're right. Anyways, I hear what you have to say, but I guess what I can see is the choice of words that I use. You understand? The choice of words that I use against Denise may not be the best words to use, but I don't take back the expression and feeling that I expressed because she was quite rude. I will tell you, she was very, very rude in that interview. I asked all my closest friends to review that situation, and they said she was very, very, very rude. And that reaction, she brought that reaction out of me. So I do not apologize for the reaction. I guess I could have handled it better. But
I
I
appreciate that, Darth. I'm not even going to ask you to say no more. I understand. We come on here. We offend each other sometimes with the way we speak, the fire sometimes behind of what we say. But we have to understand we're family. Just like this evening, Mike was on here. He said I put him out for a minute because I see that Mike needed some time to be by himself. But I love that brother still, and I love you still, and I know that regardless of whatever, we're family. We have to come to a place where we can talk. We could even get loud. We can get fiery, but never, please. And I appreciate you taking the time to do that. I'm going to ask you to jump right on in because I know you want to talk this China talk. And I'm happy you took time to go back and look at that because it shows that you really you had to see yourself in it. And I appreciate that about you, my brother. Before you go on though, Gregory X, I want to thank you for the words, for this. I mean, to be honest with you, I come on here every day, guys. I don't know no more than what anybody else knows. All I know is that I want to go home. All I know is I'm tired of Africa being taken advantage of. I'm tired of my brothers and sisters. There are those that are suffering. I'm tired of the suffering. I'm tired of the suffering that's happening to us outside of the continent. I want us to have the home that we came from, the earth that we came from. Africa belongs to us. Africa is ours. Some of us was taken from it, some of us was left from it, but we've never been able to really truly enjoy Africa, not in totality. Yes, there are a few of us that are living well. There are a few of us that are comfortable, but it's not going to be okay until we all cross that bridge. And that's what these conversations are about. And yes, they are uncomfortable. And yes, we will disagree, but it's important that we show love and respect towards each other because we choose to be here. So thank you, Gregory. I'm going to use this to get to the smiling coast of Gambia. That's going to be my first stop. But my intent is to go to all of Africa. And I'm happy to hear that you're out of America on your way home to the Gambia or to Africa before tax day. Congratulations, Gregory. Thank you, my brother. Okay, guys. So that being said, Darth, tell me what you think. I know Rakoya has something she wants to bring in, but I know you just got in. Tell me what you think about this whole China thing. In reflection to everything that was said.
Let Rakoya have a say. Let Rakoya have a say.
Thank you for being a gentleman. Go ahead, Rakoya.
Oh, thank you, brother, for allowing me to speak.
I like listening to you, Rakoya. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Sometimes, you want to just jump in because you don't want to miss your train of thought.
Oh, I'm just like you. Go ahead.
But I've been really trying to be respectful, and I'm glad I don't jump in. But listen, I wanted to first of all address the general sentiments expressed by the sister before, and then the person who just finished. Unfortunately, I can't see your names, so you know who you are. I really want to acknowledge that there is reason to be cautious. I mean, excuse me, Africans cannot be in the place of innocence like they used to be, right? I mean, we can't take anything for granted. And a lot of the stuff that, they mentioned about we getting guarantees on contracts and things like that, I mean, those are clearly things that have to happen. And as I believe that there is some progression in Africa in terms of even sophistication, I wanted to share something with you guys, because sometimes when we give these anecdotal things, the impression that is given about, and I really struggle against that, because a powerless Africa, an Africa that does not know what it's doing, an Africa that is open for complete invasion and all that, that is an Africa of the past. People need to realize that Africa is also growing. Africans are changing. I give the expression that our fathers came from a direct colonial experience. They were under white colonial masters. They had a different mindset. Their children are one generation removed. We don't see white people the same way. And as we go, the youth of today are not even anywhere close to our fathers. So the contracts that are being written now are showing more progression. I wanted to give an example, then I would allow my brother to speak. A few years ago, 3 years ago, there was a contract that got a lot of attention in Ghana. This was a time, the first time that Chancellor Merkel went to Ghana in Africa. She was in Africa, South Africa, Ghana. She made a whole African tour, you know, and out of that, at every station, they announced this great contract. And in Ghana, they announced they were going to build a Volkswagen plant in Ghana, and everybody was rah-rah and everything. I want to share some intelligence with you guys without giving too much detail. At that particular meeting, the Germans announced a financial package to Ghana in aid. And there were some signatures made, and this was a deal, and a lot of people talked about it. But nobody heard anything about what happened after the fact. And I'm sharing this with you guys on board. After the event, the Ghanaians took the contract document and reviewed it. It went to technical evaluations. The Ghanaians found that what the Germans were offering was not beneficial to Ghana, and it was actually hidden loans and transactions that were going to be against Ghana. I'm going to tell you what happened. When the Germans, thinking they had bamboozled the Ghanaians, came back, they wanted to meet and sign on the final documents. The Ghanaian Minister of Finance, who was supposed to sign, gave the German ambassador who was signed, said, "We are not signing this document." And the document was dead. The Germans were very upset because they didn't think the Ghanaians were going to read this contract and understand it. And that was the end. And so nobody has heard of these contracts and stuff. But this is what is happening in many of, I can tell you stuff in policy, things that happen in Nigeria, where people have gone with all kinds of bamboozling, and the minute the Nigerians start asking questions, the contract zip. I'm giving these things for you guys to know that as much as we are all caught up in a cautionary position about Africa, and that we have to be, looking over our shoulders. So the narrative is already going on in Africa. They are changing. It's not fast enough for some of you. And I know that some of you have an experience of Africans have been completely, exploited. So we're very, very afraid it would happen. It's true to be cautious, but I think you should give Africans a little bit of credit. The people who come here and speak, people like me and stuff, we actually are conversating in other platforms where people are listening. Contracts are being reviewed. Africans are waking up. The contracts that China signed 10 years ago, 20 years ago, are not the contracts that are being signed today. And if you look at a country like Nigeria on the African continent is the largest percentage investment from China goes to Nigeria. Now, are you going to tell me that Nigerians aren't smart? Look how smart Nigerians are. Some of the best brains are coming from Nigeria. The African Development Bank director, that guy in Nigeria, he's so intelligent. He's changing things in Africa that America wanted him off the as president of the African Development Bank.
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So Africans, basically, I'm telling you that let's be a little bit more present in what is going on, and let us move from the present to the past. But when we Africans keep hearing some of these questioning, and I'm not saying that anybody has done so here to me or any of my brothers, but sometimes we expect a little bit more kudos for the job well done rather than the wrongs that happen, because it makes us look like we are ineffective, but it isn't so. Today we have the internet age. Most African youths are reading the same literature that you're reading. Africans are real-time dynamic, listening to this platform, looking at things. So there is actually an African renaissance going on. Who could have believed that African countries could get France, the colonial master, to go back to the drawing board and say, no more CFA, we're going to go into a new currency. These people have been asking for this for over 50 years. 50 years they tried to get France off their backs, but it happened because the African Free Trade Agreement was coming in place. The African, and I want you two guys to know this. Some of these power that African people are exerting is because of our relationship with China. We know that China has something to gain. So sometimes we lean on China. It isn't all these negative things that we hear. Sometimes they go beyond the information on online. One other thing I'll say, and I'll be quiet, is the lot of the literature in the Western media is not true about China. The information about the police stations in South Africa, that was debunked. Things about Zambia, that's debunked. There are foreign governments, Western governments, who have offices which are daily producing wrong information about China because they know it's a battle of the minds. It's a battle of the sentiment. They want China to look back. I'm not a China lover, trust me, but I want it to be, I like to be in pragmatic reality. That every single day you go online, there's about 25% of misinformation that is generated. And a lot of it is generated because the public's mind wants to be swayed. They think if Africans see this, then we're not going to have China in our countries. Then it gives an inroad back to the Europeans. It's like my friend says, it's not checkers. It's a chessboard game that is being played. So we also have to be very smart. Chinese coming to live in China, 25% of them, 25 million or whatever people are saying. That's the projection. Let them come. They are going to come and live in China, just like Black African Americans came by force to live here. How has that changed any dynamic? I'm just saying that if Chinese move to Africa and million of them come into Africa, it does not necessarily mean that they're going to take over Africa. China has been trading with Africa since the 10th century. That within that thousands of years, there's been slave trade, there's been Arab slave trade, there's been Indian slave trade. The Chinese are still trading. They could have taken advantage of the colonization effect that was going on. China has a different ethos. The people are different, just as Africans are different from Europeans. Europeans are resource-hungry people going after grabbing people's countries. China has not done so. So again, I'm not saying that I'm blind to what China is capable of. I'm just saying that let's look at the good, the bad, and let's always try to be a little bit ahead of the conversation. Again, that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakoya. Okay, we have Dark. I apologize. Tell me what you think. Do you have something you want to add now, or do you want
to? I don't really have much to say because Rakoya has best articulated all that I'm trying to say. You understand? So I agree with Rakoya and Tunaja very, very much as well. One thing I'm going to say is be careful of a thief that's warning you about another thief. You understand me? Be careful about one thief warning you that somebody else, and that other thief is going to say he's afraid of competition.
Let me ask you a question, Dar. Do we understand? Okay, and I'm asking this because I'm just learning. Do we understand the difference between hard power and soft power?
We understand the difference between hard power and soft power, indeed.
Your understanding of that.
My understanding of that is.
What do you think China brings? It's twofold.
What China brings to Africa, right, is industrial development. Industrial development or a technological transfer. You understand? An opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to have that transfer of technology so that we can industrialize ourselves. By industrializing, we will be able to add value to our resources. We'll be able to do that. If we don't do that, then we're going to continue remaining a resource colony, just like the Europeans and Americans want us. You understand me? China is the only ones willing to do business with us on those terms so that we can also learn. It's also for their benefit. You understand? Like Xi Jinping said, he said, the development of Africa will give new energy to China, which means they want only China is interested in the development of Africa. Do you understand what I mean? No other place wants Africa to develop. You understand? What he means by give China new energy is China ultimately wants to decentralize global trade because global trade at the moment is focused in the North Atlantic, between the United States and Europe. You understand? So China wants to pull that back, how it used to be 100 years ago when it used to be the Silk Road. So that's why it's building all these Belt and Road initiative. You understand what I mean? But China is not just doing that to Africa; it's doing that to other nations, so that those nations could possibly, hopefully, develop from that, so that they won't have to be dependent in the West for the rest of their lives. You understand? Because if the West decides to sanction China, they have no other person to trade with. You understand what I mean? So the Chinese want the development of this region. Even the Europeans are now singing that song. The Europeans are pivoting towards China because of Donald Trump's isolationist policy. You understand what I mean? So China is interested in decentralizing global trade so that you can have anybody can trade with whoever they want. They want to have alternative partners. They don't want America and Europe to be the only person that can make money for them. You understand what I mean? That's why they want these regional parts of the world. You understand? It brings balance of power to the world. That's what China is trying to do. They're trying to remove that white supremacy, white supreme, remove it economically so that they can bring more balance in global trade. They understand why that benefits them the most, because they are right now dependent on the West. You understand? The only choice is they have Africa to get the resources from. You understand what I mean? But they want to be able to sell their goods to all different kind of markets. You understand? They want to have alternatives to sell their goods to.
All right, so you guys, you've heard what Darth had to say. I want to welcome Amina to the channel. Amina, please tell me what you think about everything you're hearing. This conversation is primarily looking into China. What do you think about what you've heard so far? I think you're on mute, sis.
I still think that, hi, everybody. Hope everybody's well. Hi, Gina. Love you.
Welcome. I love you more.
I still think that China is still not our friend, and I don't think that we should be so smitten by the fact that China is willing to bring and dangle trinkets before your face just to get what they want. Yeah, I understand that China wants to be a more involved player and thwart the hand of the divided snakes in Europe. You know, I understand their desire for, to be, a receiver, not sitting on the sidelines. I understand that. However, I think we need to be smarter about how we go about doing business with them if we choose to do it. And don't be so bamboozled by the fact that, oh, they're building our roads. Oh, they're building our transportation. We're going to have, 150 miles per hour train, monorail trains. And that's a carrot. That's a carrot. Look at the long-term goal. And that's why, my issue is, why doesn't the brain drain that left Africa, right? You've learned from, the colonizers. You've learned at their universities, some of the best universities according to them, Yale, Princeton, Brown, Harvard. Bring what you've learned back to Mama Africa.
Please.
And implement that. Why is that why isn't that not a feasible thing to do? That's what I don't understand. Now that you've learned what you've learned, that's what Gaddafi had said to his people. He says, yeah, go abroad, go learn, go get your education, learn from them, but don't marry their women.
Woo!
Bring what you learned and bring it back home. Make us a competing power. So that's what I don't understand about Africa, and that's what I don't understand about the lack of foresight that even diasporan Africans, who were initially continental, refuse to do. They refuse to bring the technology that they've learned. They've been here long enough. You already know how this animal works.
And I'm happy you brought that up, Amina, and I'm sorry for cutting you off.
This is
something, before we were talking about Africa, the diaspora, we used to say, why aren't our stars, like the ones, the scientists, the Jordans, why aren't they coming back into the community teaching and giving back and showing us how, showing the people out? And it's funny because when I listen, I don't think we're doing, I I'm from Haiti. Well, my people are from Haiti, from Africa to Haiti. And when I think about the Haitians that are leaving Haiti, the brain drain, the doctors, the scientists, the lawyers, the engineers, none of them are going back. And the reason they're not going back, and I understand the reason, is because because the other people, the other nations make it so hostile that nobody wants to go back.
The government, the
government,
yeah,
in cohorts with the people that are taking advantage of the resources. The other nations. They work they go in there and they understand this. They say yes, they won't want to come back, and we'll make sure that they don't come back because we'll keep the place so devastated, so volatile, so there are some beautiful places, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen Haiti. Has got some beautiful places.
Yes, I've seen it. Very nice.
And oh my God, it's tropical. It's like they used to call it the Pearl of the Indies. That's how beautiful and how magical. But because they've starved it out, and because they got they put so much guns in their machine, and gave it to people, and there's so much violence and crime and poverty and hunger. I mean, people are eating dirt cookies in Haiti.
That's deliberate.
And that being said, that's not somewhere that an engineer or a lawyer or a doctor or a scientist would want to go back to. Even if you want to go do good works, you're afraid that you could be taken out by the opposition that's trying to keep it at a certain place. And that's happened before too. I understand my brothers and sisters on the continent. I understand like I was reading an article, and if you're a leader in Africa and you're being told, hey, it's either you sign a contract or your family get killed or you get killed, do you have a choice?
No.
And I'm telling you, it's at that level. So, Rukoya, I applaud our leaders that are taking the initiatives to do what they need to do. Like, I don't know who this was. There was a leader, and I know you guys have seen this, where he was talking about the VAC, how he, we're not going to take this until every vial, we're going to study everyone.
Right.
We're not going to go based on the fact that we saw this person or that person getting shots. We want to make sure that we're testing what's coming to us.
Right. I think it's Paul Kagame, I believe.
I don't know who it was.
Tanzania.
Who was it? It was Tanzania, right?
Tanzania, yeah.
I thought, damn, I saw my brother wake. I saw a woke leader. I saw someone that loved his people, and I saw someone willing. And when I think about, when I think about that, I know that there are some. I know that there are some good leaders, and I know there are some leaders that are not good, that are pushed to be not good because their lives are in their children and their families, and. We understand that, but what we do need to also understand is that if we all stand together, then they can't continue to bully us as a people. And that's what I truly believe. I truly believe that, these conversations that we're having now, it's not because we don't recognize what is happening on the continent, what strength is coming out of the continent. It's because we're trying to keep the conversation going. Let's not fall asleep. Let's not look at one good thing happening and get so happy that we forget that these are people that are capable of doing this. And that being said, before you go on, I am going to let you speak. I apologize, Darth, but XDMC, my brother, thank you for the super chat. And yes, that will be able to afford one mango off my tree in the Gambia, just one. Thank you so much. That was funny. I needed that. Go ahead, Darth, and then I want to let Tunisia tune in. I haven't heard from my brother, and let me tell me what you think, Darth. What's on your mind?
Okay, I'm glad we all highlighted the president of Tanzania, who we all seem to agree is a great Pan-Africanist. We all seem to agree. Did you know just a couple of days ago, last week, he just finished hosting the Chinese foreign minister. He is aligning with China. Now, if he is not so smart or something, why would he be doing that? Why would he be doing that? Why would Tanzania still choose to work with China? You understand?
specifics? What's the specifics of his
They're
alignment?
building a standard gauge railway. You understand? So he is dealing with the Chinese right now. You understand what I mean? So just check the video. You will see. Now,
The Belt and Road, what he's talking about, CA, and you could go research this. It's the Belt and Road Initiative in trade. This is something that China is not doing just with Africa. They have they're protruding themselves all throughout the world with this Belt and Road Initiative. India, I think
It's the new Silk Road. I know about it. It's the new Silk Road. It's the new Silk Road. I'm gonna let you finish, Darth, but I just want to point out, yes, he is partner with him on this specific thing, but that doesn't mean nothing. I can partner with Miss Noir on some stocks,
but
that doesn't mean anything.
But we understand that.
But to his point, CA, what we're talking about though is, can we work with them on any level? I mean, can we work with them on any level? I think to his point, he's bringing up the fact that even though we have this president that is truly woke and he understands that we got to watch people, he's still working with them. So go ahead, Darth, and then I'll let my brother CA chime in.
You understand exactly what I'm saying. That's what Rokoyo has been saying. There's other things that we might need from some people as well. She says with Brazil, we can work with them on an agricultural level. I say with Chinese, we can work with them on an industrial level. So yeah, there's some things you can work with the Chinese and some things you can. I do not love the Chinese. Like one thing I see in Africa is I don't want a situation like South Africa to repeat itself all over the continent. I don't want a situation like that. So one way policies that can help this is demographic protectionism and market protectionism. If you have such things in place, strong immigration controls, all it is a case of bad business practices and having strong institutions in place, government policies, government regulations to make sure that these malpractices in businesses don't keep carrying on. You understand? So if you have a country that has strong government like that, like Rokoyo is saying, the Tanzanian president, the Kenyan that just kicked out those Chinese that were saying horrible things, and the Ghanaian president, and the Nigerians that are shutting down some Chinese operators. If you have strong monitoring in place, strong regulations in place, these cases of bad business practices will be quelled down. You understand? In business, it's natural for people to sometimes engage in these malpractices to make profit. It's natural. What's to make you think you won't find some diasporans going back to Africa just to make a profit? They won't try to monopolize a market, or they won't try to cheat their way through. It's within us as human beings. Every human being is capable of these bad practices in order to get a leg up. You understand? So we need to have monitoring, fair trade in place. It's just strong institutions that can put these under control. Do you understand what I mean? And that's what Africa is lacking. Strong governments to put it. And we have to elect those strong governments. That's why we have to take our narrative to Africa so that we can have a demand built on the ground as to what we expect the leaders to do.
Ironically, I agree with Darth on that.
Okay.
I think we have to have one eye open and no eye shut.
One eye open and no eye shut. I agree with that.
Exactly.
No eye shut ever. That I can't get around. I know we can't trust any of them.
But for the greater good.
To work with them would mean that we would need to understand that we're sticking our hands in the fire and we might get burnt. And we will get burnt. Not might. We will get burnt. But okay. Next topic. We need the right infrastructure, but at the right price. Are we getting what we're getting at the right price?
No.
With any of our allies?
The way is to know the true value of your resources. If you know the true value of your resources, then you trade it accordingly. You don't just easily give it up. You understand? And it's not like many people say, even the people are resources. Right now, they are coming to Africa to sell to us stuff. That's why I say we must push buy black so that it can give us a competitive edge when we're competing against all these other foreigners. You understand? We buy black, we bank black. That will give us a competitive edge in trading in Africa. We must push that agenda in Africa. You understand? The world is already globalized. You can't stop this process. It's just too far ahead of us. So the only solution for us is to really, truly have something that gives us a competitive edge in our own market. That's
And I
how
say
we can dominate.
I read something that I think we all need to understand about how everyone else moves in contrast to how we move. And when I was researching China, um, I went as far back to when they were having their issues and how they came out of it. One of the things I found interesting was you see this whole conversation about coming to them being in Africa and being positioning themselves in Africa. This was something that was talked about and planned, and they had what did they call it? They set up, not only did they set up, meetings or structured groups and teams of people to come up with ideas on how to work with Africa or go to Africa. They called it work with Africa or go to Africa and position themselves. But they did this by clan, and these people move in a way that you have to say, if you don't understand that everything is decided 100 years. I mean, this was in the 80s and the 70s. They were having discussions on how they needed to be positioning themselves to be in Africa. That was, a part of what they felt like would have been the next tier for, their domination. And we need to understand that since this is something that was, it didn't happen naturally. It wasn't something, okay, and it happened. It was systematically done. When someone has a systematic plan for you, then there is an end. And we need to understand what is their end game. I'm going to let Tunai just speak on this. He's been very quiet.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost lost my complete chain of thought. The idea behind this is basically, if you are in the market, you don't want to go to find only one trader there, and otherwise we know what happens when that happens. And if we haven't learned our lesson, if you look at the last 50 years or so, at the point when the West was the strongest, we suffered the most in Africa. In the 90s and the late 80s, when they were the strongest, they defeated the Soviet Union. And look at what happened in Africa. Africa was decimated during that period. And when the Chinese rise, they counterbalance them, because the way the world works is that if one side is strong, only one side is strong, they call the shot everywhere. But if you have some other person that is counterbalancing them, then their strength is not as great anymore. And that is what you are experiencing right now. This is the window that we have right now. That's what we are experiencing. Mm-hmm. It's not because the Chinese are our friends. They want to do their own thing to benefit themselves too. So we take the advantage to benefit ourselves too. The Chinese have natural checks and balances around their borders there. The Indians, they fought with the Indians this year. They killed 20 Indians this year. They have Russia on the other end. They have Japan. These are mortal enemies of the Chinese. So they have balance. It's not like the US that is just standing, no Mexico and Canada. Everybody is just... The Chinese have a lot of things weighing them down the way they are. For them to, even if they had a wish, historically, they've never had any wish to occupy any other place. But even if they did, they wouldn't even physically be possible. It wouldn't be physically possible for them because they have too many enemies around their border, just on their doorstep alone. So that is one point. And the other aspect about this in the African officials, I think sometimes we overstate how absent-minded and completely useless our African officials are. They are not. I've experienced them late last year to my own detriment, but still they were doing their job. One thing we have to keep in mind is that the West, I think Rokoya did mention something about this. The West is at war with the Chinese right now. I saw a very chilling movie last year. It's called The Condor, the very final season and the very final scene. And what they were talking about was that they wanted to make Africa the next battleground. Mm-hmm. And they were going to be using counterintelligence against the Chinese and all the rest of it. And guess the people that were there, that's what gave me the chills. They were black Americans there. And this is why it chilled me, was that these people can walk into Africa and we wouldn't even know who they are representing. And they could mislead and cause problems all over the place. So we have to be careful, because the forces at play here are playing for big rewards. Because I know the results, what happens when the West gets when they get stronger. Ask the Red Indians, ask the Aboriginals of Australia, ask them. If we haven't learned who our mortal enemies are to today, man, when are we going to learn?
That's it.
They have used everything, even information, against. Look at the argument that happened today was because of most of those information they spread out there. So we have to consciously try our best to understand these things. Sometimes I strain to speak, but I just have to hold myself back, because talking too much is not going to get the information across. The truth is, we have to, I have said it from the beginning, when you are going into any relationship, it's not about whether you love them or not. You look for what you want.
Right.
Don't worry about it. Look for what you want and strengthen yourself as fast as possible.
But how do we know how do we protect ourselves from the end game? Because they have an end game, guys. Okay, got to work with somebody. Okay, but do we understand there is an end game?
Yes. The end game, the way you protect yourself against that is by being prepared for whatever they throw at you. I've said this before. We have to be immune to division. We seriously have to start building image. What I mean by that is, if somebody, you have argument with black, you do this, Gina, here very well. No matter what argument you have with your own people, you come back again together. No matter what, you never divide against your own. Especially if we have any quarrel against each other, forget about it for the next 20 years. Just put it aside and focus on, we have to work together one way or the other. We have to be immune, because that is one of our biggest weaknesses. That's what they will rely on.
Never allow ourselves to become divided.
Never. That is how because we have to anticipate whatever they throw at us. But in the end, it's our division that will allow those things to be effective. Otherwise, they will never win.
Because division is where they got us from the beginning.
Yep. It's always been the way they get everybody, the way they get their own people, even the way they control. This is what they do to everyone in society. They use division to get whatever they want. And once you are divided, you are gone. You are done for.
Now we know that the European or the colonial masters played that game really well with us, the divide and conquer. We know that is their thing. Do you sense that is what? Do you get a divide and conquer type of thing with China? Anybody? Everybody? What do you guys think? When you think of China, do you sense that there is a divide and conquer type of energy?
Yes.
That's being
yes, because they learn from the best. Who has the playbook? Who has the playbook?
I'm sitting here listening to you, and I believe that they've learned from the best. But are they using that game, the divide and conquer? Have they? Because I can't really think of an example where they have. Because they tend to look like they just don't like anybody.
No, they have their own strategy, their own agenda.
Right.
And they are smart and they're diabolical with it. And they will do it, they will portray a certain front for their own common goal. They know who they're dealing with. And they just presume, they look at history and what has history shown, and who have done things a particular way and who have not, and who are politically naive and don't have the savvy and the wherewithal. And they know that Africa does not have it. And they know that Africa is divided. And so that is where they have a leg up on Africa. Whereas with the Western part of the world, they know they have to be a bit more strategic and diabolical.
That's why their Western part of the world is more soft power.
Well, now, they're at a loss at this moment. So China is saying, you know what we're going to do? This is our time. This is our time to step up and be the power that we know that we are. So this is our time to shine, and we're going to use it to our benefit. And who can argue that? Who can argue that? But what I'm saying in terms of Africa is you have the mental acuity, and you have the education, and you have the wherewithal to do that and then some. But until our government powers in Africa, um, you know, aren't fronting as if they know it all when they don't. They don't have that knowledge. They don't have that schooling to actually take Africa to the next frontier.
So
They're
who's
not willing to. They're not
so,
willing to.
so who's going to take Africa to the next frontier? Who?
Well, before we go to the next question, Rakoya, I'm really interested to hear from you. And thank you so much, my sister, Amina. But Rakoya, tell me this before you ask your question.
Okay.
Do you feel like China have a divide and conquer spirit? I know they got their own game plan, but do you sense that they're dividing and conquering as well as they do?
Let me say it like this. I do believe that China is taking advantage of the division in Africa. I'm very, I say it as it is. And this is how I see it being played out. Because China, knowing that the African countries are partitioned into small groups, China goes to each country and negotiates with each country individually. So
I promise you, I asked the question because I didn't see it.
No, so
now that you're saying it, I see it.
We have to be frank about these things, and so that is why the trade agreement that we have, this particular African free trade agreement, people are bashing it, but people are not looking at how it fits into the puzzle. Because if we as an African group can come together in bigger partitions and negotiate with a country, a big economy like China, then the terms are going to be better for Africa anyway. So yes, I feel like just the way they interact with us as small countries. I mean, look at the country which my father comes from, Togo. Togo is so small, you can traverse one border to the next in 30 minutes. I've said it 100 times. This country is too small to be a country negotiating as an individual one-on-one, but people don't get it when I say this. It makes the country weak. It doesn't have the resources. It doesn't have the bargaining power. It doesn't have any of these things. So you can't negotiate with a large economy like China, as Nigeria maybe. So I think that, yes, China is profiting of the divisions that exist in Africa by really just going to each country and negotiating terms. And because countries are weak, some and not all, the weak ones would give terms that may be terribly not in their favor. And then China would benefit, then come over here and go to Nigeria and do something different. So ultimately, if we can pull this thing off, then even China loses the magnanimity of its own power in Africa. So that's what I will say to the question, that yes, I don't see it as part of their ethics as, divide to conquer. And again, I have to keep coming back. People have a comprehension problem. When we say we're looking for partnership with China, please don't interpret that as we're saying we need friends. Don't interpret it as saying we think we need China to save us. What we are saying is, if China has an advantage somewhere and China needs us to get that advantage, boy, we're going to go to China and say, we need this from you. I had somebody is in the chat room and saying Africa needs to do this themselves. And I agree, none of that is mutual consent. But does anybody know the tax base of one African country? One African country. I talk about Ghana. Ghana only collects income tax on 30% of its workforce, because the remaining 70% of people who work in Africa or in Ghana are in the informal economy. The mothers making soap and red oil on the roadside, selling gari, food stuff and stuff. Those people don't pay into any tax base. So every African country in West Africa, I'm really airing dirty secrets. Many African countries do not even have enough revenue collected in taxes to pay their own salaries, the salaries of civil servants. And then you talk about, well, we should, why don't Africans build it themselves? Why don't the Africans don't do the, people, are you living in reality or are you living in fantasy? We have problems in our infrastructure. We have problems in our institutions. This came from colonization. This came from a deliberate attempt to build countries that can survive. And in 50 years, our leaders said, we don't want it anymore. Do you think the colonial pastors just said, oh, happy country, let's take our backpacks and let's leave? These people, they did everything to make sure they destroyed the country if they could, or they frustrated the country, or they wrote stuff. They left us in a terrible shape. And I'm not making excuses, please. I'm just impassioned by this because this is my area of study. The countries are saying we want to get on our feet. We want to get on our feet when everybody else is trying to say, don't get on your feet. Our colonizers are beating us down. The IMF is giving us deals. We are fighting through a smoke screen. You're coming through it like, we're going to go do this. We're going to go do it. The diaspora had a good interaction with Africans before independence. Our leaders came here and connected to their brothers and sisters. Why did that not happen? Has anybody wondered why all of a sudden, for the last 40 years, the diasporan and African connection just broke apart? People like, Malcolm X, Maya Angelou, all those people went to Ghana after independence with ideas. We're going to change. The African countries invited the diaspora, come and help us. Guess what? Boom, 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 boom. They were gone. What happened to the diasporas? They left Africa. They all came back. Africa had to deal with it. So, let's talk intelligently. Let's talk with facts. Let's put emotions aside. And if we're going to talk about something, I like to have conversations that are based in reality. And in fact, we Africans need to do it ourselves, yes. But as we are building strength.
Okay. Let me ask something.
Go ahead, my love.
And I'm so sorry.
All these insults are.
I just wanted to say this while you were saying that. I think what we need to understand is, we might need some. We need a hand, but should we be focusing on some of the things that our leaders are focusing on getting now? Like, I saw that in Senegal that they were going to be doing wrestling ring. They were building to China, traded. They got some resource. I don't know if it was the port or the access. Yeah, I believe access to a port for I guess an arena where people could go and wrestle. And I was like, are you kidding me? You're giving up your fish because these Chinese people are going to come, suck up all the fish, take it back to China, and sell it back to you. And you're going to get an opportunity to have somewhere to go fight each other and laugh and joke and make money. And I was thinking, there are children that don't even have schools. There's no hospitals in some cases. And I was like, that's the part. That's the part. Now, another thing I wanted to bring up was I don't think it's about not having any allies as much as I go back to my previous statement a couple of videos ago where I said it's about having an ability to be able to defend myself from this ally if need to. If their roots become too big for my garden. And I don't understand how we can do that if we keep allying with people that can deplete us.
Regarding that,
to do so, go ahead.
We should, for one, the moment you allow allies to become too big for you to defeat, then that's not an ally anymore. You've entered into a very compromising relationship. So that should never happen, for one. And from the point of view of this in the what Rokoya has just said, I think there's an important development that I discovered the last time I was in Nigeria. The Nigerian government, because they found out that this problem of collecting money to build infrastructure was getting crazy, they decided to just start taking money from people's accounts. They take 1,000 naira from everybody's account now. So,
Whoa!
so
Whoa! Wait a minute! Hold up! Wait! I can't open up no African bank account to play me like that. I'm sorry. What?
see, the point is Nigerians will never pay tax the way you expect them to pay tax. So the only way to do it is you have money in your account, they take 1,000 naira. 1,000 naira is not a lot of money by Western standards, but at least everybody contributes to the economy now. And I think that because what the concern that or the issue that Rokoya raised can be solved using that method. If you arrange with the banks, because then you know what the person has got in the account, then you can take the funds to support the country. It doesn't matter whether you are a sole trader or whether you are working in government institutions. Because I think Africa, the point I was making with that is that Africans are finding solutions to this problem. And when I thought about it, I said there is no way you would have convinced Nigerians to pay tax. There is no way. These people don't even want to pay electric bills. So the only way you can do it is go straight to their account and take it. And I think that was a brilliant idea. And even Nigerians that are, they grumble about it, they also understand that that's the only way they can pay tax. They can contribute to the state. That is what they call group economy. Without taxation, you can't build a civilization. It's just that simple. There is no civilization in this world that can exist without taxation. And Nigerians have got a new way to get it now.
And that's the problem.
We need to come to. I think we have. This week is about China. I really want to talk about America because America, for the most part, is a soft power. Has played a soft power with Africa for a very long time. But power is still power. They're very intelligent because they've ruled with a soft power. I mean, everybody wants to be American all over the world, And that being said, I can't say that China would be. I know that Darth and I think Rokoya has leaned towards China, or maybe it's because we're only talking about China this week. If you had to choose Rokoya, would it be China, or would you still stick?
No, I've said that I don't prefer China, but I recognize what it's doing. I think I would like us to deal with any other countries like Brazil, for one. I don't even have an issue with a country like India. I mean, for specific things, you look where they have an advantage and then you partner on those particular things. But I kind of prefer Brazil.
Okay. So you still stand with Brazil, and to be honest with you, I have to do more research on Brazil. I'm not at the position
on agriculture.
We can. It's either going to be, as far as China is concerned. I stand on the fact that when I was doing my research, and I felt like they were really calculating, meaning the kind of people that would say, "Hey, you can only have one child, and if you have a daughter, we're going to kill that child, so you could have an opportunity to have a son," is kind of scary for me. These people are really next level weird.
So everybody spoke twice. I ain't really spoke since I shared the screen.
Oh, go ahead.
I got to ask a couple of questions. So a lot of this language of sound intelligent and, it's really shaming language of shut up, don't disagree with us. That's how it comes across. If I tell Miss Noir, don't speak directly into the mic, speak more professionally off to the side. When you say stuff like that, it comes across as don't disagree with us. So let me just make that point of reference. The other thing is, what I noticed is I was patient. I got my little pen and paper. I wrote down stuff that I wanted to address. I think sometimes what happens with the back and forth is when people reiterate the same thing 3 and 4 times. It's like it takes it away from other people to get into the microphone. But here's my question, though. My question is, I would love to know what products are guaranteed, keyword here is guaranteed, to be a windfall sale to China? What products has China said they're guaranteed they're going to provide, and they're not going to go around and get it from somewhere else, but make Africa the factory labor? Can anybody on the panel tell me the guarantee for what's going to be exported to China, not everywhere else, to China?
Well, the only thing I can say, if anybody is not going to speak up, is that we can't address you can't address the question to anybody all globally.
See, you're not going to her speak, CA. I understand. You might know what she's about to say, but please let her speak. Go ahead.
Well, all I was saying is that the question must be addressed to individual countries. I cannot, because every country deals with China individually. Like I said, the African Free Trade Agreement does not interface with China. It's talking about what Africans are going to do to themselves and how they're going to operate within themselves. So it has not, again, provide any special relationship to any countries that are not outside the African framework. So if you want to know about guarantees, you can say, what guarantees can your relationship, say in Ghana or Nigeria, have? Because every country has a different relationship trade-wise with China. So that's all I can say for that right now.
Okay, so basically, no, we can't answer that. That would be something that we probably need to go research.
That's what I don't get. Instead of telling me what I can't say and what I shouldn't say, just say you can't answer it. It's this is why I put the premise there before it even happened. Insulting people when you ask them a question.
I don't. Do you feel like she was trying to insult you because I didn't?
Yes, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
I was trying to insult you.
Okay, so
I'm shocked.
Okay, you guys have talking 2 and 3 times. I'm just trying to talk once, but you tell me when I can
talk. You see, what the thing is this, CA, when you spend so much time trying to tell people what they're not doing, what they are doing, it's really taking away from your point. Please, my brother, I'm not trying to be, but you're doing exactly what you think. You're saying she's done to you. I mean, before you make your statement, you go into how people are not going to take this because it's coming from me, and I tend to be. You don't have to do that. Just be yourself. Say what you're going to say, and let the person respond without you having to. You talk like a teacher. I understand that you're a teacher, but just speak to us, please. Because that's where the back and forth goes in, and I don't want that, for real. I don't.
Okay, look, Ms. Noir. Here's the thing. If I'm asking a question and somebody goes into a long speech telling me what I can't do and what I shouldn't do, that has nothing to do with my question. And go ahead, ma'am.
I want you to tell me now, what is your question? Because you're doing exactly what you said you did. We're spending more time on.
I don't even know how to ask a question without all that. Never mind, man. I just see this
you need to learn to not get too into yourself and too emotional about things.
You're telling me what I need to learn, sir.
Okay, so that being said, let's do this. My brother, ask your question and
let me try to ask my question again.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
What is the guarantee that China is going to get in export from Africa?
Okay. I'm going to answer first and say I don't think I can answer that question, because I think we would have to be on a contract level and understand if anybody's have made those. I don't think there's any guarantees. We can't see any based on some of the things that I see reflected, but I'm not in those meetings. I don't know what's being signed or what's not being signed. To Nigel, did you want to go at it?
Yes, please ask me the question again. I didn't get it precisely. Sorry.
What is the guarantee China is going to receive as an export from Africa? People always talk about trade. Trade goes 2 ways. What has China guaranteed that they're going to buy from Africa?
They are buying raw
Oh,
materials. They are buying listen, whatever we've got to make that they find cheaper, like the fact that they bring some of their industries to Africa the way the western companies countries did to China, because the labor there is more expensive. In other words, they are buying African labor, so they are buying stuff from us because it's of value to them. If it's not of value to them, you will not see them there. So as time goes on, the balance will shift to the way it's shifted now in the West, whereby most things are bought from China, and you'll find that the shift will shift to Africa now, where the Chinese will have to be buying stuff from Africa. The Chinese population is dwindling. They have schools closing every week. So, and the African population, just Nigerian population, is projected to be over that of China by the end of the century. So if you look at the direction of travel, there's a guarantee that they will need Africa sooner or later. They will buy more and more from Africa, especially the more advanced we become.
Right.
Okay.
So I just want to point out, and I'm gonna get off the channel, but I just wanted to point out what Niger just said was the action of what they're going to do. The only specific thing Niger said was labor. So this is the point when I'm talking about specifics. When
they also said raw materials.
And raw materials.
Everybody has the ability to answer in the style they wish to answer. That's not my thing. But when we ask a specific question and we start talking about, well, everybody's going to get raw materials. What raw materials? What specifically have these people said they're going to do? That was my only question.
So we on the panel would need to go back and research that, and it's probably not something that anybody did any research to.
They have no choice. They have no choice. They need cold time for their phones. They have no choice. They need it.
Ms. Nawar, I respect that. I respect that.
They need cobalt for the electric car industry coming up.
I
They
can't
need
hear
cobalt.
both of you at the same time. It's really difficult.
People speak so passionately on behalf of China on this panel. I got 3 people speaking behalf of very passionately. But when we get to the specifics, they speak very in general. They have a right to do it, but Niger's the only one who said labor. That's all I want to hear. Thank you,
I have a question for you before you go.
They also need the African consumer base as well. And they need cobalt for the electric car industry coming up at the moment.
Let me ask you something.
Cobalt is in the Congo. They're already getting that.
That is something that they're going to need even more, considering that everybody's competing for it. You understand? For them to continue manufacturing, they need African resources. For them to continue.
No, that is true. That is true. I agree. But they got child labor in the DRC pulling it out of the mountain already.
So let me that is that was the answer to your question. You're right. The method that they're using to do it is, but okay. So let me ask you a question, CA. What, if any, if not China, who do you think would be the best ally for Africa?
I'm going
to
say it's Brazil. I'm going to say it's Brazil. Brazil
now,
has.
Let me ask you before you go on. What do you think Brazil can bring to the table that other places have, and why do you think their interest would be any different than anybody else's?
Well, Brazil, just like Cuba, has an Afrocentric lineage that they don't deny. And they are agriculturally aligned. Your walnuts are their Brazilian nuts. It's the same thing. So you would get a different of exchange of culinary with them. And then Cuba's cool with Brazil, so you would get that too, geopolitically. But it's more so Brazil because it's big enough to support Africans coming over creating business, and they're poor enough for there to be a mutual exchange. Brazil could go over and provide energy, and see, Brazil is more likely to do training as well as opposed to just come over and implant their people. That's not how Brazil traditionally gets
My,
down. So
my
that's
only concern with Brazil, and I'm sorry if I cut you short,
No,
my only concern with Brazil is the fact that they appear to be, and I'm not talking about the people, the cultural people which you and I identify with are on the bottom ladder, or basically are being mistreated by the echelon of Brazil, which happens to be very racist. Now that's one issue. The other issue is, how can Brazil protect us from, let's say, China, let's say America, let's say, if we were to ally with them, could they be bought out? Could they be, would they be in a position to sell us out because
okay.
they are weaker than those other places that we would be allying with?
Right. So right now you get no protection from Britain, France, or any of those. What you do is you get maybe some ships out on the water. I'll give France that part of it, but even Britain doesn't give you that. So you are really
I know we get no protection, but it's like that old thing where you have this bully. And if you give this bully your food every day at school, this bully, even though you're not safe from them, they're not going to come and let anybody else take that food from you, if you get what I mean, because
that is true.
So in the essence, they will protect their turf.
Right.
But, can Brazil even do that with Africa?
Right.
Until Africa gets into a place where it can protect itself, would Brazil be a good ally in reference to that?
So let's be fair across the board. If you want to compare, let's say, Brazil to China, remember China has needed assistance 3 times in our lifetime: Nixon, Reagan, Clinton. China has almost went bankrupt several times because all they really produce is slavery. They really produce people who are slave labor. They really have nothing else going on inside of those walls. So you're getting an even exchange. Remember my earlier point, Miss Noir, was that NAFTA created all this, and Trump and his embargo created this opportunity for Africa. That's just what it is. Before NAFTA, nobody was really looking to be this multi-international. And before Trump did what he did to China, China had no interest in really messing with Africa. Those are just documented facts. So just to answer your question, I think we get an even exchange. China has never shown good or bad that they're going to do a good, because this is really their first time really exploring into a continent like this. Russia was the only place they came close to. So Brazil, I give you the answer. It's kind of like a 50-50 type of thing with them too. My last point, Brazil's only problem is when the lady took over, things got bad. The guy prior, he's the one that made everything the way it was supposed to be. He's the one that made it an economic powerhouse. So we're in a new stratosphere. Shout out to Rakoya and everybody. I hope everything works out because, like I say all the time, if it doesn't work out, it's going to be hard to get you out of it, because look at the Ivory Coast in France.
But that's not going to be the case. That's not going to be the case, because the African leaders these days are not as blinded as they are back then. We are far more aware than we were. I mean, look at us right now. We're even talking about these cases, and we're talking about it online. So we're far more eyes opened about this situation than the Chinese think. And everybody is interested in this. So the Chinese are not going to have an easy way, because all partners, all different type of people are interested. Do you understand what I mean? My point is, I choose China in terms of just transfer of technology and infrastructure development. I don't find a problem that people disagree with me. If people disagree with me, that's okay. But one thing that has established is the conversation that, yes, there is something that other people might have in the world that we might need. And sometimes there is something that we might have to ally with. Not even ally, we might have to partner with. We might have shared interests. At least that conversation is understood. Because having an absolutist mind or being absolute in thinking is very, very dangerous as well, and it's not good for your bottom line at the end of the day. So what it is having alternative partners. If Brazil is best for the agriculture, then so be it. If America is best for defense, you could even have Russia as well. If China is best for infrastructure, that's good. It's good to have alternative people to
So what
trade
you're
with, so that
saying
you
is
don't, so that you
rely on just one ally.
yeah, so that you don't have what
You
you
play
don't
with
become
them all.
dependent on one person. You don't
Put
become
everybody
dependent,
on the table.
and you negotiate your position with everybody as well. You understand? Otherwise, if you don't, then everybody will unite
We did
against
that
you.
before, right? We did that before.
Say that again.
We did that before. We let everybody come. They all built their little ports, and next thing you know, they had the Berlin. When they stopped fighting each other, because at first, before the Berlin Conference, they came to Africa. We they set up ports. We allowed it. Our leaders allowed it. Let me finish.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. They allowed it, and then they came in and they set up these strongholds by building these great big dungeons, and then later on, they started fighting each other over territory that was ours, and then when they decided, okay, we can't keep fighting each other because hey, we are one. Let's come to the table. Berlin Conference, and then we were working with all of them, and then come to find out they all came together and did what they did to us. So it's just something, it goes back to that thing where we can't allow our history must not be our future. But I get what you're saying, and it would seem like it would be the optimal choice. But at the same time, I think our ancestors tried that and it didn't work well for them.
You
I
can
want to
see.
give. Go ahead. Finish off what you're going to say. Then I'm going to let Welcome Truth Matters and Icon Fire to the Fire to the conversation.
The idea is to be able to read the times. The idea is to be able to read the times and to read how people are changing as they go. You understand what I mean? Now, let me give you an example of something that I just read now, and it's very frightening. And me, as a defender of China, you understand what you just said is good is good at the moment. It's you have these people; they are different. The United States and China are not gonna unite. They are in just juxtaposition. You understand what I mean? The Russians and the United States are not going to unite. They're in juxtaposition. So that's not going to happen. But something that frightens me, how China has pivoted. You understand what I mean? Because the propaganda war done against China to Africans, China has looked at Europe as a far better partner to work with rather than relying on Africans. Do you understand what I mean? They've looked at Europe and they have just finished an 8-year deal with the Europeans. And the Africa Free Trade Agreement just happened. What do you think if China and Europe unite against and just have an agreement of trade and they go to Africa? The reason Europe went to China is because Donald Trump went against China. So you have to read the times to be able to also not be dependent and maneuver your way in those relationships. You have to learn to maneuver your way. If you see that person aligning with that person, Turkey does that all the time. Sometimes Turkey allies with the United States. Sometimes it allies with Russia. So it's always flipping for its own interests. That's the geopolitical game. You do not trust anyone. You do not rely on anyone, but you just go there to get what you need for that time being. If things don't suit you, read the times very well.
Okay. Well, you guys, you heard what my brother Darth said. I want to welcome Truth Matter to the conversation. Truth, good evening, sir. Coming late to the party, but tell me how you feel about it.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Welcome.
Daft, you're a very intelligent. You're a very intelligent person. But I'm very disappointed in what you're spitting out of your mouth.
Okay.
Because you know why? Maybe you school in China. But you need to know something. You need to know something. You need to have a mentality of getting out of China. We partner with Africa. This is a game of cat and mouse. Africa is the mouse. China is the cat. When you go, what do they call it? Do you know what Chinese are doing to Africans right now? I have sisters and cousins. They go to China to do business. China refused to give them visa. Because why? You want Chinese to be bringing all the stuff Nigeria, every African is going to China to go and buy. So that Chinese will be bringing it. They will be the major supplier. And you talking like this. Come on now, bro. Because China is not what they call it. China is ready to take over what Chinese. If you know what Chinese are doing right now, you will be
why can't our governments do the same to them? Why can't we protect our markets like that? Why can't we do the same? Why can't we put strong immigration rules against them?
Okay. I'll give you some emphasis. Do you know why? Last 2 weeks, what the Chinese Prime Minister did, he went all over Africa. He went all over African country to go and negotiate deals with them. But you don't know. Chinese is like they are, what do they call it? Like a parasite. They will make sure they put you when they go to all this African country. What did they sign? A lot of Chinese left China. When they come to Africa, they will say they bring in industrial. They come into open factory, but they end up importing containers full of garbage that they want to come and sell. You know how many work permits in Nigeria? Even Nigerian government cancel the Chinese. They cancel their work permit.
That's the correct way to be. That's the correct way. If they do that, you stop them. You stop them. You monitor them. You regulate them. That's what the government should do. So the problem is not with the Chinese malpractice. The problem is with proper systems in place to stop that happening.
Yeah, but the proper system. But these people know how to build the proper system. But it's because it's people like me and you that what do they call it? That advertising for China, that making Africa render useless. Because like you now, it's like you are.
I think you are making quite a lot of blanket statements. I've actually seen in Nigeria where a Nigerian official brought the bribe that the Chinese official gave to him, and they got the Chinese official.
Through Nigeria. So where is the case ended? Is he not the same guy? Is he not the same guy they already arrested? The same Mala, what do they call it? The same guy in charge, your EFCC. Is he not the same guy in prison now?
The Chinese officials.
No. I'm asking you, where is the end of the game? Where is the end of the case? Show us no Chinese guy they arrest in Nigeria. After they arrest them, what happened? We never hear anything anymore. Is he not the same guy? Is he not the same guy in charge of PSCC?
Is that the point I'm making to you is that the Nigerian officials are doing their job.
Point, and then you could respond.
You're missing that point.
Let him respond to you, Truth Matter. And go ahead to Nigel, respond to him, and let him respond to you. You guys can't speak together, then you won't hear each other. Go ahead, and we won't hear you.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that you are making it sound as if they're just knocking Africans all over the place, and we don't know what we are doing at all. The Nigerian
they're knocking them. They're knocking them. You go to everywhere, bro.
See, they actually arrest Chinese officials in Nigeria, in China. I even see videos where Ghanaian officials are kicking Chinese officials from building site because they were messing the road up. See, let me tell you something. It's not as straightforward for the Chinese in Africa, and you think Americans are making it easy for them. They are not. Look at what did you hear what that just said just now? That the Chinese are beginning to rethink their relationship with Africa because of it. They want to pivot to the Europeans. If they pivot to the Europeans, what do you think that would do to Africans?
Because they know Africa is the weakest link, bro. That's why they know Africa is the weakest link. You know what do they call it? How come Chinese want to build something? What do you think they bring? They bring all their materials to come and build your road. You from Nigeria. How many states are in Nigeria? How many states in Nigeria have you been in 1 year? You go to Kogi State. Go to Kogi State, go and see. There's no one forest in Kogi State. What the Chinese did there. All the road tree in Kogi State, they cut every damn road tree, ship it to China. Google it.
Truth matters.
Come on now. I'm ashamed. You Africans talking like that.
Truth matters. I understand what you're saying.
No. Because every one of you live in foreign country, and you're talking what they call it. Go and see what they're doing in Africa. Go to Congo. Congo is like a buffet. Chinese they do whatever they want there. We're talking what they call it. We need to get our shit together and start doing things on our own. Nobody's on our side.
Yes.
Everybody's just want to make us. What do you think Chinese is doing? China buying every pot. Go and see what they do in Greece. They just buy pots in Greece. Every pot that is transit, China want to buy it so that they can have a dominance on everybody. Even Europe that Daft was talking about. Italians just write a petition against China because China already bought a pot in Italy and they want to buy another one. Italians said no. All the textiles company in Italy, in northern Italy, in Torino, was bought by Chinese. What are you talking about, bro? We need to comprehend it. We use assimilation sense.
the sense you have to understand is
to
that
do
the
something.
Chinese are not that super. They are not that powerful as you think.
Bro, they are
They're
powerful.
not as powerful as you think.
Chinese,
You are over
so,
again. You are making it sound like if they are the US. The US, the defense
so
budget of the US is it eclipses the 10 other nations following the US alone.
bro,
See, the Chinese are not as powerful as you are
bro,
making them sound.
What?
Chinese are superpower. That's what I wanted to know. Maybe you don't know.
They are just
Chinese
a
are
power.
superpower.
Even Russians are more powerful than them.
Yes,
Let me ask you guys
but
something.
right now it's Chinese that are dealing with Africa and they want to suck Africa. They know that we have a bad leader. I come in China, corruption is a death sentence. But Chinese can come to Africa and bribe Africans. Come on now,
And
bro.
whose fault
Let's
is that? Is
talk
it the
common
Chinese
sense.
or the Africans? Who's creating that? I want to say this, and I want to say to the brother because I wanted to flip something in there. I mean, first of all, we're coming across as if we're it has become a Chinese bashing, and I see only
Yes,
China.
it is.
China is only one. China is not the only player. And when we're talking about what we talked about in terms of partnering and all that, we have to have an even conversation, because you can take China, remove China, and put Brazil, or change Brazil and put the UK or something. If Africa doesn't have its own shit together in terms of our own negotiation abilities, understanding our own objectives and our own vision for ourselves, then it doesn't matter who's stepping in. Now, I have said one thing. I mean, China coming into Africa, there are pros and cons. And I've said this over and over again. People would like to believe that we Africans were so dumb. We allow our Chinese to come here and bamboozle us. And part of it has been the fact that China negotiates individually with each country. Nigeria, which is the largest Chinese investment place for right now, has a different interaction with Chinese than Ghana or Togo or France. So it's hard for us to make a blanket statement about Chinese. Number one.
No, nobody make a blanket statement about
that's what I'm
Chinese.
saying,
But I'm telling you what the Chinese are doing. If Nigeria negotiate with China, but when Nigeria negotiate with China and Togo negotiate with China, Benin Republic negotiate with China, could go and see all these everything. What are the things that are coming in? Well, you can't negotiate. I can't put part of trade deal like my people are going to come and open an industry in your land, but they got a work permit. But what they were not doing is different from what they said they want to do.
My
Because
brother,
when you look at China, when you look at
I
all the
want
Chinese
to
in
tell you
Africa,
something, okay? The Chinese do that. It's a fact. It is up to your country to follow up. Same thing happened in Ghana, where the Chinese got visas under the guise of investment. And when the people came with their visas, they did not start factories. Rather, we found the Chinese in the markets selling tomatoes and competing with the women in the market for the same thing. Guess who went there and routed them all out? In a matter of weeks, about 200 Chinese had been deported. This is the thing is, Africans are not saying to China, bring your people to come and sell tomatoes. What Africans do is they say, China, bring your capital in. Now, when the Chinese come, where are your regulatory agencies? Where are your custom and excise people going into these Chinese factories to see what they are doing? If the Africans are corrupt and they are allowing themselves to be bribed by Chinese, are we going to say to the Chinese, oh, it's because the Chinese are so smart, they're smarter than us, that's why they bribed us? We must take our responsibilities too. You see, so I look at it as...
Can I just do this? The Chinese, I don't feel like the Chinese are smarter than us, but they've had a very long time to the Chinese, and we need to come to terms with this. We're all great at certain things, but the Chinese have always been more organized than a lot of people.
It's easier to rule the Chinese.
Let me just say this before you go on, and I just want to say this because I keep hearing this thing about they're not smarter than us. We're not dumb. We're not, and it's not a thing. It's not a fact of knowing that they're smarter than us or they're smarter than Africans. It's a fact of understanding their weaknesses and their strengths, and they happen to be very strong at some things that we're very weak at. Meaning that we've it's been less than 75 years since we've been, you know, able to even manage things. The fact that our leaders are doing what they're doing at this point is amazing because, you know, 75 years ago, we didn't even have the option to run our own anything. That being said, it's not a matter of the Chinese being smarter. It's a matter of them having more experience and
Can I
having
say something?
ownership of their own everything. I mean, and not to mention the Chinese were the first ones to to sell guns, you know, come up with gunpowder. These people are a military-based minded type of people. They are very organized in protecting themselves. He built the Great Wall of China to protect them. These people are about protecting and preserving themselves. So when you're dealing with that type of people, we're not that type of people. Obviously, we're different. I mean, we have our strengths. And that's what makes us so fly, because we are very spiritual. We're very connected to the earth. We've got a lot of strengths, but we got to be able to understand where our weaknesses are. And we have to be able to talk about that and understand, because if you got to know your enemy, you got to know yourself, and you have to know your enemy. But to really understand your enemy, you have to come to terms with the things about yourself. And some things are stronger and some things are weaker. And on a level of organization, China is stronger. On a level of you know, being able to protect themselves by any means, they're stronger because we're not organized. And that when I hear, and I heard this over and over again, they're not smarter than us. They're not. No. Us having this conversation is not about saying that Africa is not as smart or not making good decisions. We're just not as organized, and we're not connected. We're segmented, and that's what's got us at a level of you know, needing to say, hey, are we paying attention to everything? So that I want that to stop. I keep hearing that echoed. They're not smart. No, let's stop using this as a way to stop talking about the people that we need to stop talking about, and the fact that we need to pay close attention to their end game. And that's really what it's about. Understanding that all alliances have an end game. Okay, Icon Fire, I know you had something you wanted to add on. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to say that Africans, Black people, all over the world are the most intelligent, the most gifted. We are the best. We have the best physical attributes of all nations. We run the fastest. We jump the highest. We have the best vocal cords. We sing the best. We have the best intellect, so we make the best music.
Yes.
We achieve the best. So we are gold. So what I want to say to my people is, the reason why we are so poor is because we are so rich. And what happened is, we do not think rich. And before colonization, we have never thought rich. We just thought kindness, because we had everything. You understand? And we had a little security, but we didn't think so serious about, and we know everybody wanted to be our friends. You understand? But today, when we understand how how everybody has money, somebody that has money, like the artists, and they have securities and they have this. We have never thought that way, to say, oh, everybody want to be our friend, but don't try to be friends with them, because you know why they want to be your friend. So
Yeah.
we never thought that way. We never thought that way. So what? So if so, I'm gonna say another. I'm gonna put somebody else in our shoes. Now, if the Chinese had Africa, the Chinese would be in our position now. Feel me? Because the attempt to overthrow us would be relentless, like what it is on us now. They would go physical.
Love what Nori just said, Icon. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yes,
He said,
ma'am.
so how can we use our tendency to take care of everyone else to our advantage? Is that even a possibility? Because, okay, now we're talking about something that's real. Understand that this is not about um, them being smarter. It's about understanding our strengths and knowing what their strength is.
Are we not
But
smart enough to take
but we
advantage of
have
them?
hold on. But
You're
we
still
have taken hold on. But we have taken care of everybody else. You got to understand, we have done it. Listen, there is nowhere in the world. Hold on, there is nowhere in the world that was rich before they enslaved us.
Okay.
There is nowhere in the world that was rich before they enslaved
Let me
us.
ask you this. Based on that, everywhere else has enriched themselves through us. Are we only, hey, let me finish.
Yeah.
Are we only here to enrich others? How do we enrich ourselves? That's my question. Because I understand that everyone has enriched themselves through us. How can we? And this is the conversation that we need to understand. It has nothing to do with one party being smarter than us. It's everybody understanding that different people have different strengths. Now, the reason that we were able to be dealt with the way that we were was because they studied us. It was a study. They didn't just do it in one day. They came, they studied us very well, and they understood where our weakness was. Now, can we do that? Can we understand where other people's weaknesses are? Are we able as a people to do that? And that was really the question. Anybody want to answer that?
We already know a lot of their weaknesses. It's very obvious to see in Europe, they fight each other like crazy up to the Second World War before they had a bit of a truce. So in terms of the statement that you just read, I think there is a final aspect that we have to always remember, that in this world, when you are a nation or an empire, like the case of Africa, if Africa rises, you have to have a message that you are getting out there. And that is, like, for us now, Africa is this is the cradle of human civilization. We are the first on earth, and there has to be some credit to that, because the biodiversity that is present in Africa matters a lot, and the fact that we are the first, we can leverage that as some form of soft power. You know, we have a lot of soft power already that we leverage from, sports, music, and all that kind of cultural stuff. So this is another aspect that we can leverage, because historically we have given humanity everything.
So what you're saying to Niger, and I just want to make sure, because you just said something really powerful. We have soft power.
Yeah.
We have what you call soft power. We move other people, the way they dress, even the Chinese, when you look at their children. And it says a lot about if we can take hold of this soft power that we have, they're dressing and rapping and acting just like our children. It's a matter of understanding this power that we have. And I like what you just said. We have soft power, but how do we get hard power?
Yes.
We always had soft power.
The translation, you know my analysis of that. This fastest means to get hard power is via the African American influence in the US. US is the most powerful country in the world. proximity to power matters. If you are there, you shield Africa, Africa heals itself, and is able to repel all the influences that we are talking about. The Chinese wouldn't stand a chance against Africa. If Africa heals itself, they wouldn't at all. Neither would the Middle East or Europeans, because historically, for thousands of years, Africa has remained free from them. You see all the empires that have been ruling the world, the Persian Empire, the Roman Empire, none of them made it to sub-Saharan Africa. None of them could even cross Kush.
Now, you know, FBA Nigel just asked a question. Did we have soft power 1,500 years ago? We were looked at as animals 1,500 years ago. But I think now, I have to say this, I think now, I think their children, the children of those people, we decide what's hot to wear. We decide the kind of music that they listen to. We cook the food that they're eating now is derived from a lot of our soul food. If you look at it, I mean, I think, I don't know. I don't think we had soft power back then because we were positioned to do so. They didn't know us, but they've gotten close to us and they see what we've offered, and I think they've all dipped into it. And you could see it in the music, the culture, the clothes, what we decide what's hot. So I don't think we had soft power. But I do believe we do so now. I truly believe.
Okay.
You know, go ahead.
Gina, from my point and assessment, I think what really doomed Africa, or not even doomed, was geography and environment.
Right.
Geography and environment was what caused Africa to be in the situation, which means the environment is the way we lived. We were too spaced out. Do you know there's still probably some tribes that are not discovered in Africa that are very, very isolated? Lack of information, communication, lack of communication, and lack of people meeting, you understand me, to form bigger nations. That was the case, you understand? And the lack of information coming out from the outside world. For Europe, they had to discover gunpowder from the Silk Road, you understand what I mean? So for Africa, there's that big desert there, and then you have the jungle. You understand what I mean? The jungle, which you have smaller tribes just hidden in. So that's why you find so much diversity within tribes. That's what really caused Africa. But we live in a different time now, where we live in the age of the internet, and we're communicating now. You understand me? We are in the process right now. Like, I'm sorry I brought the debate of allies, but yes, we should unify first and all that. But it was a debate that was necessary. That's the most important. But we are in the process of actually building that base, that allegiance, that unity. You understand? We are communicating now. So we need to leapfrog. You know, we need to leapfrog. Geography may have doomed us, but we are not in that time anymore. We are in a globalized world. We need to leapfrog forward.
Right. So I think somebody's answered you, FBA Nigel, in reference to defining soft power. Soft power is what has Africans watching European football every weekend. Soft power is what have you that have Chinese people listening to hip hop. It's a move. It's a powerful. Soft power is having influence in a way where you're influencing the way people dress, wanting to be like you. In that sense, I believe we have soft power. Everybody likes Black culture. They just don't like the people bringing the culture. So the culture of Black people throughout the world, I believe, is soft power, and the spirit that we bring, even with the things they create, the way we wear it is different, and everybody starts wearing it the way we wear it. So in that instance, I believe we have soft power. But that's what I'm talking about. I know it can be exemplified in different ways, but that's what I mean when I say soft power. Okay, so we've really dug into this China thing, and I want to thank everyone for there was some powerful things said today, and I really want to tell you guys this, in the comment section and on the panel. these are conversations because they're needed. We need to start speaking on these things and having other people that have the same melanin as us listening and having these conversations.
And
Because
disagreements.
in disagreements and re-agreements and respectably, I would like for us to understand that there's something, you see, because we have people in positions watching this as well. We have people, you never know who watches and who will see something and how it affects them. And if these conversations are being had, it's because it's important. It needs to be had. I don't think anything is a mistake. Everything needs to happen. I'm happy that we're starting to look at these different people, these other races. Now, because when we talk and say, okay, blanket statement, these people, they're coming in. Let's take a look at these people. I learned so much about China. Some of the things I learned was very relevant to us, but learning their own personal relationships with themselves made me realize that, that's really the most important factor in deciding, I think. And I think that's how our leaders should look at it. How do these people treat themselves? And what are they capable of doing to themselves? And how do they view family?
Gina,
I
yeah.
truly don't. I don't really think it's something we take lightly. Alliances. I don't think alliances is something that we should take lightly. So
No.
this conversation continues. Go ahead, Darth.
You know what I heard about the Chinese the other day? That they're trying to extinguish the Chinese Muslims from out of China.
I
You
saw
have a
that
set
too.
of
I saw that
yeah.
too. And I wanted to say this. I don't know if anybody else was paying attention. They're darker. They're more melanated than the Chinese that are the Muslims. They have a more darker hue. Um,
I can answer that. The reason they do that.
I was trying to figure out why they were darker complected, but I know it has something to do with us. And go ahead, Darth.
No, they are mixed with Middle Easterners, Iranians, Arabs, and all that kind of stuff. They are mixed with other types of people. But
yeah.
So they're trying to get rid of them because they're not pure Chinese.
No, the reason is China is very paranoid that the United States might actually use the Muslims in that country to destabilize the country. So that's why they are doing this. They are in a paranoid state to contain the Muslims in the country.
Do you know what they're doing to those people, though?
I am aware of it and I do not support it. I do not, like I say, there's many things I know that China do that I do not support. There's many things that China do that I do not support. But when I see defending China, like you see, when you heard me talk, I said, I do not want an influx of Chinese in Africa, so that because I know that will create a situation like South Africa. You understand? Right. But to protect against that, you need to have strong immigration control, and you need to have strong market control as well. That's how, of course, the Chinese do it themselves. They are not they have not let anybody into their market, and they do not let anybody into their country. Why can't we do the same thing as well? Why can't we elect leaders that will do the same thing? And what makes you think there's no leaders that are not doing the same thing?
You're talking now, Darth. You're already talking now.
Darth. It's gonna happen with these conversations happening and growing. More people having these kind of conversations.
In saying that,
to our families, it's going to echo into the way we vote. It's going to echo into the types of people. And guess what? When people start seeing, when leaderships or people running for those types of positions start seeing that, the old way is not acceptable anymore, we're going to get a whole different team of people. We're not going to accept any less. And I think the youth, I think the young people, the more I speak to young Africans, I realize that, man, there's a force coming. And this is going to be unstoppable. These people, these young people, they're not having it. They're not as patient. They're not as willing to just go with, oh, this is this is what we do. This is what we support. They're not doing that. And I'm very optimistic with that, and I understand that this is a part of it. So I feel good about it. I feel good that there are a lot of young people that are just not going to have it. It's not going to be just business as usual.
Also, let me just add this point. The
Go on,
Chinese
go on.
people may also have an African problem soon too, because in Shenzhen alone, I'm just looking at numbers. They said that they have 100,000 this in Africans there. So Africans too are moving to China, and if by the population of Africa right now, the way the population is growing, and we keep moving over there, they will find that they will have more Africans in that
Bro,
country before long.
there's over 1 million Chinese in Africa. Is that balanced? Over
It's
1
not
million
balanced.
Chinese.
It's not balanced, but
Over
the
1 million
Africans too are
Chinese. So
moving there
100,000
now.
100,000
In
doing what? Africans are
one
moving.
town alone.
Bro,
One
I've
town
been in
alone in
China.
China.
Bro, I've been in China. Chinese are not people you want to trust. If
Of
you
course
go
you
on the
don't
street,
trust them. Why would you trust them?
if you listen, do you know what they call black people in China? They call you son of devil. Do you know what they call us when they want to? I've been in China so many times.
Nobody says
Bro,
you
you need to know what they call it. You need to know what these people are up to. They are two-faced. They will laugh in front of you, but at your back, forget them. They are worse more than white people. That's what
We
you
don't.
don't
We
know.
don't. We,
What?
we don't need
I
your
heard
friendship
that the
on a
name-
personal
I
level.
heard
That the name of Africa.
Do you know the name they call African? They call African what
Oh
they call
my
it. They
God,
call
this guy.
Nothing. The name
Hey,
that they call
you are-
Africa
If you
means
think
nothing.
Chinese are
In
worse
China,
than white people, then my goodness, there's no point having
bro,
this discussion.
bro. Chinese coming to Africa because of their own benefit. Let me tell you something. I deal with Chinese. I deal with them. You do business with Chinese. I
that
see what
means
they
they
will do.
need to stay out.
Okay,
They-
okay,
Chinese,
okay,
Chinese,
Let's do
bro,
this.
you have to know the game.
Guys,
Chinese have agenda.
okay.
you know,
Okay.
we know that everyone, I think everybody on the table understands this. Everybody that's coming into Africa to let's say work with us have an agenda.
Okay.
I think we should
You know
all
what I
agree.
have to say to you, Niger? You're not thinking rich. You're not thinking like a rich man. We don't need none of them friends. You need to stop trying to think about those type of friends. You a rich nigga. So stop trying to be friends with them people because they only want to be friends with you because of what you got.
Who is saying I want to be friends with the Chinese?
He never
And
said he wanted to be
remember,
friends with the Chinese.
Haiti. When I heard that Haiti
Yeah.
had a life expectancy of 12 years at one point, man, you compare that to the Chinese? Come on.
Bro, that's during the slavery because they
And you call the Chinese, you equate the Chinese to that?
Bro, do you know what Chinese are doing? Well, you know, see during the
12
pandemic,
years?
bro.
I'm
When you
not
not see during
informed about what you're talking
when
about.
you not see during the first pandemic, first outbreak last year, what Chinese did in Nigeria, all over Africa, locking people for 3 months inside the warehouse.
But you
Come
know
on now.
the relationship with the enslaved and the with the people that came in and enslaved our ancestors or colonialized our family on the continent, it didn't begin that way. And that's what we're tonight to answer that. This is what I think. The relationship didn't begin in a hostile way where they were, you know, in Haiti, you're right. The life expectancy was only 7 to 10 years. You left Africa and maybe in 10 or 7 years you were dead. And that was the life expectancy of enslaved African on the island of Haiti, where my parents were born. Now, that being said, we have to understand, for us to really truly understand and respect the whole process, is that in the beginning, when they came to Africa, the relationship was not that way. If we read some of the historians, especially the African historians, they came in beguiling. They came in acting like they were bringing things that we did not have. and they were going to enlighten us in ways that we didn't know. And that, they even put some people to work building these fortresses to house whatever they said that they were going to be housing to take back and forth. In the beginning, they wasn't putting humans in those buildings. They were putting food, because Europe didn't have food. We were feeding Europe. They were basically farming and feeding and housing food and taking back and forth. It wasn't until maybe 100 years into them being there that they started treating us like beasts. And you see, that's the thing. China is now building a relationship with Africa, like the Lebanese, like all these other people. But we have to keep in mind, and I'm not even going to just talk about the Western powers. The Arabians did it as well. They came in, they traded with us. We had a trading type of relationship, and then we got them involved into our disputes, and they took advantage of that. And the same thing happened. So we have to. It's not okay to act like none of that happened. We have to remember that happened, even in these conversations, because I'm telling you something. Every negotiation that China has, let's say with America or with anyone else, they keep in mind what happened to them. And there's a certain limit, because I promise you, I live with them here in America. I see them, the way they look at you, the way they look at, not just at us, but the way they look at white people, the way they look at everybody outside of themselves. You cannot be trusted. And it's okay to look at them and feel like, okay, we can't trust you. Why are you really here? They do this to us every day here in America. And not just to us, but to everyone but themselves. I promise you, I worked for a very big company. And when we were going to work, because now it's COVID and everybody's working from home, but when we were going to work, you would see people go to the restaurant or the cafeteria, whatever you want to call it, and you would see every kind of people, like, black, white sitting here, black, all of these people sitting here. But there's two sets of people that only communicate with themselves. You know who they are?
Chinese.
And who else?
Somalians, maybe.
Yes, Chinese and Indians.
Yeah, and the Asians.
Yeah, the Asians, and they're all Asians. And I'm gonna tell you something. They're like, you would see Africans sitting with Europeans. You would see, but when it came to them, they feed everybody with a long fork, and it's something that we have to keep in mind. The reason that they were able to get themselves out such a deep hole was because they trust no one. And they have their own agenda. Even at work, at my job, they have their own agenda. And
they better not trust anyone.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that they don't even buy food. Do you know what they do? If you work with them, they bring home.
They bring their own food.
You work with them, they bring their own food in their containers. And sometimes they'll bring extra just in case somebody forgot. But no, you never see them in the line buying food. So they're on code all day, every day. Ain't no trusting, nothing. And we need to be that way with them. They need to feel like, you can't even discuss how they're treating us in China, because they're treating us the way they treat us even in our own homes. They treat us like, you sit over there, long fork. They're not allowed here. They put big signs. Even I saw somebody was going, I think I was watching the Bag Family, and they were walking, and they showed some signs that these Chinese people had around this encampment or whatever they built. And it was like, you're not even allowed to go there or walk in that area. It's like they tend to do that everywhere they go. And Africa has to be very careful and not allow that to happen.
But Gina, you're right. The Chinese never forget the humiliation Europeans rendered them.
They never forget. They never forgive.
Why do they still make the pragmatic decision to continue working with Europe and trading with America? It takes decisions like that to go to the top. Because they know they make a lot of money from Europe and America. They make a lot of money.
They're poisoning us slowly. I think they got lead in everything. The food that they bring here is. We found out the chicken had certain things in it. their stuff is always contaminated. and it's funny because, you know, they are now being more scrutinized because of the kind of stuff that they're bringing. I truly believe it's like one of those slow death type of things. They're very
we have to be careful here because there are worse people than others. Everybody's
Oh
not
my
the
God!
same.
It doesn't make it. Your argument of
You can say that all you want,
your
but
argument.
Russia
You
really
cut me off
invade
and you won't
Africa.
let me speak. Why?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Your argument that there are worse people than others doesn't make it right. I don't care if there are worse people than others. Why can't we align ourselves with people that are not capable of killing us?
Who else is selling plastic rice?
Okay, that's fine.
Now let me answer that question. Very crazy question, to be honest with you. Okay, what about aligning ourselves with the dispersed? You have Caribbeans. You have different places like Haiti, Jamaica. You have Trinidad. You have all these. Why don't we try to go to these places first, or ally ourselves with those places, their militaries, try to protect ourselves in a way? But that's just my opinion. Like you have
Can I answer?
get
With what
upset.
weapon?
I mean, people get
Let
so
me
hostile,
answer.
they start cutting people off. You guys have time to speak. Now I'm speaking. I feel like my opinion is I don't know if we could trust China because they're the kind of people that will say, hey, you have 2 children. You can't have 2 children. One of them has to go. And put your child to sleep. They call it, they say they put the child, they're killing their own children, and you think that these people are worthy to work with? I don't think so. I can't get over that fact.
Gina, have you found anything positive about China in your research?
I'm gonna give you my positive. I'm gonna play devil's advocate and say this. The only positive that I think is this, and I think that it was limited. I think the positive was when they first got there, way before the Europeans ever got there. They came, they saw the situation, and they went home. That was my positive. That was way before the Europeans ever got to Africa.
So Rokoyo is right. Maybe perhaps the mentality is different.
You asked the question, I answered it.
That's drastic. That's drastic.
What do you think, Rakoya?
Well, you know what? You want them going home, and I think that China, that is China's mission. China is about finding opportunities, getting a lot of trade and investments, and going home. I really believe it. A lot of the stuff that we read and all that, me personally, and like you, I have a company. I have a software company, and most of my employees, unfortunately, are Indians and Chinese. So I have a good reading on how they are. You know, I mean, you have to go into their mind. Yes, the Chinese really, I feel, I may be wrong, but I've not, so far so good. The Chinese have not shown us a hand that indicates a lot of the stuff that people are saying is being based on emotions and anecdotes. Yes, the Chinese treated Africans bad during the COVID situation, but that was not a systematic thing. That came from local people in acting towards China. And because China was very vested in Africa, when Nigeria and Ghana and people started talking about it, guess what? The Chinese leadership came and quickly squashed it because they could not afford to have Africans. Seriously, we saw Africans on the street. The next minute, China's Communist Party leader is making a statement. They're telling people, don't do that. We saw videos of Chinese going back to the Africans, inviting them up. Those things happen. Just as in Africa, we have Africans killing Chinese. Why aren't we Africans saying Africans have gone and robbed Chinese and killed them? In Ghana, every now and then you hear about local people going out to the Chinese camps and killing them. These things happen. But let's look at systematic things. Let's look at things that are built, just like racism. And I no longer call it white supremacy, because words are power, and I no longer use the word. It's whiteism in my language. White people are not superior. They're just whiteism is what I call it now. But they build a system to support that. Let's look at the Chinese. What systems are the Chinese building to tell us Africans we want to keep you out? They have a homogeneous society. You come in there, they have a place for the Africans to go. I guess is Guancha or whatever. Most Africans are there. The Chinese themselves are coming to Africa. But let me tell you, when the Chinese come to Africa, I want to see statistics telling us how long the Chinese have been there. Because we know that when the Chinese in the 60s, they came, just as sister, you said, when they came to Congo in the 60s, the Chinese and the Japanese, they all left, and they left all their biracial children in those countries because they could not take their children back to India. And there's a big legal case going right now in the Congos where the people are saying our Chinese and our Japanese fathers left us here. They left. So you have to look at the past behavior of the people to see the Chinese come to Africa to make money and go and build their cities. Why can't we African? Brother Truth Matters. Can I finish, please? Because I'm going to have
a lot of African babies.
That is beside the point. You can't regulate a woman's procreation. You can't say don't go and that one we shouldn't even get into it's another story. But what I wanted to ask you, brother, is you made a lot of statements. You said you went to China, you went to you dealt with China. You as an individual, as an African, are going to China to trade for your own benefit. The Chinese are treating you badly and you have an issue. But the point I want to make is that there is something in China that you found valuable and you went for. So why can't we use that as a basis to say that, yes, Africans too, like you, can find something of value from China. But while we go for it, let us make sure that it is done in an equitable way.
Mhm.
Let us make sure that we are making
all this trade, right? All this trade. I bet you we cannot trade anything for nuclear power or anti-aircraft power.
That's why you even need friends. That's why you need friends at the G5.
No, come on, man. I'm saying China, our friend, has all of this. We don't need no other negotiation.
China is not our friend. Correct that.
Can I speak?
It's not our friend. You cut me, so I can cut you too. You cut me when I was talking, so you created an opportunity for me to say that.
Yes,
China is not our friend. Nobody here has called China a friend. No one. So I think you should be clear in that. That's all.
But what I'm saying that a lot of people consider it that way. That's just your intelligent view. But we are talking about our regular people. So I'm just saying that the things that would be our security would be like arming ourselves against whatever people. But these things are not coming out of China. And I see that Russia had negotiated nuclear deals with a couple of African countries. I'm not sure about how the procedure is, but what I'm saying, that's not even a
Central
talk.
African Republic.
Yeah, but listen, I'm just saying this. There's not even a conversation from the Chinese end, knowing that they are most financially immersed in Africa. And there is none of these conversations. They have garnished money that could pay for a lot of security weapons. So I'm just saying that these people is not gonna make none of them type of deals with us. You know why? You know why? Because they are not interested in us having full autonomy. In fact, they want some autonomy by and the reason that is clear because they have police stations in and military base in our country continent. What I'm saying is all of those military bases wouldn't be necessary if what you call it. I'm sure the African countries I've went to them for these things, but they have their policy that these things is out of range.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a breather, everybody, please. I'm gonna play this video again, and then we're gonna close out. We're gonna respond.
Can I ask him a question first?
Oh gosh, I never get to just go and do what I need to do.
Oh, sorry, I'm full of questions.
Go, Gina, go.
You can have a question, but it's a question or is it a statement? If it's a statement,
it's a question.
That's going to require an answer, and we're going to be here all night. So let it be.
I wish this fellow was here with us for the whole entire debates, because we don't want to be going back and addressing points that were addressed before.
I agree. Truth Matter. Icon Fire did just come into the conversation. Please look at the other 3 videos, Icon Fire. Because
I left for a second.
Not today. I'm talking about like last week, the week before. This is like a continuation of a long discussion. And I want you to hear that because some of the points that you brought up, they did respond to that already. But let's just use, we're going to look at this and then we're going to basically, this whole China thing, we still have Brazil to touch on, America to touch on, and I want to talk about Russia. I want to ask you guys, what do you think about Russia? Russia is somebody that I feel like, I want to talk about Russia, and it's
Russia is the same thing like China.
Well, that I want to still have that conversation.
They can be an ally, but they're not to be trusted. It's the same thing.
That's nobody is to be trusted. I agree. Hold on.
What about the Asians taking over Africa? Oh my goodness. I made the comment.
Yeah, you talked about it.
Ethiopia, right? The only African nation to never be colonized up until now. Ethiopia is one of the largest recipients of Chinese aid in the world. Ethiopia also has a female president now. Shout out to the queen. But guess what? Ethiopia better do something fast, because they are becoming over-dependent on Chinese support. And why is the Chinese taking over Africa? Because they studied what the white man did, and they said we're going to do it better than the white man. They are coming into Africa for 4 reasons. Reason number 1, the China man is coming into Africa. China is overpopulated. I was just there a year ago in January 15th. There's too many of them. They got over 2 billion people in one country. America is only what? 5 million. They got 2 billion. China is looking for unexploited lands where they can send their excess poor people. Africa is perfect. That's number 1. We got to reduce the population of China, so we're going to send all of our unwanteds to Africa. Same thing Britain did when they founded the 13th colony. Second reason China taking over Africa. Look at all the poor Africans. Can you imagine a better place to go and open up your factories and businesses where you can pay people even less than what you pay them in China? There's no minimum wage in many African countries for foreign businesses. You can exploit African labor better than you can exploit Taiwanese and Vietnamese labor. So the second reason in Africa, because guess what? I keep more of the profit. Third reason they in Africa is to take over the resources, just like the white man. That's why they're giving out all these loans. These are not grants. Let me be clear. The money that China is giving Africa are not grants. They are loans. You might say, why is China giving Kenya more money than they know Kenya can pay back? You follow me? Why are they giving a poor country like Ethiopia more money? Because they don't want you to pay it back. Because when you look at the contract, guess what it says? If you default, all your tea fields are mine. All your copper mines are mine. All your oil reserves are mine. And guess what? You already have an African nation that has defaulted on the loan. I think it was Kenya. But but don't quote me. As a result of the default, China now owns all of a particular resource in that country. And the fourth reason that they are in Africa is to make the Africans dependent on them culturally, intellectually, educationally, and otherwise, because China plans to colonize Africa the same way the white man did. And I'm hurting by saying this, y'all. You know why I'm hurting? Because Patrice Lumumba died for Africa to be free. Thomas Sankara died for Africa to be free. Steve Biko died for Africa to be free. Chris Hani died for Africa to be free. Amilcar Cabral died for Africa to be free. And after all the blood that has been spilled, Dedan Kamasi died for Africa to be free. And after all the blood has been spilled, you mean to tell me 60 years after we kicked the white man out, you want to roll out the red carpet to the Chinese?
It's like slavery all over again.
It's slavery all over. Oh, but it's different now because that's what the Chinese are doing. They're adding a little twist. They're building military bases and police stations everywhere they set up shop. I'm going to be interviewed by Djibouti magazine next week. They contacted me last night. They want to interview me because Djibouti is the first African country that has a Chinese police station. Can I ask you a question? If you are the president of Wakanda, right? You are a sovereign nation. I want to come and do business in your sovereign nation. Can you please tell me why you allow me to bring my own police? You are a sovereign nation. Part of being sovereign means what? You control the military. But Africa is letting China bring their own police. Let me tell you what's going to happen. The Chinese, as disrespectful, and by the way, they are as disrespectful in Africa as they are here. So when you read these stories in New York about the sister being beat up in the Nelson,
yeah, I remember that. Yep.
They do the same thing in Africa. Oh, the Chinese think they own it. When you go, you want to see what I'm talking about. Guess what? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. It's going to be a conflict. An African is going to get disrespected by Chinese. It's going to turn into a group conflict, and the Chinese military is going to hurt one of our African brothers and sisters. It's going to turn into a civil war. And then China going to send their whole army in, and they're going to colonize that whole country. And they're going to do just like America does. We just making your country safe for democracy.
Okay, guys, so I'm sorry, but I wanted to use this as a segment to close out, give everybody an opportunity to give a closeout statement. It's not really about Africa, y'all. It's about us. It's about us having these, China. It's not about China. It's about Africa. It's about us being able to have these conversations and hear each other and understand that it's important that we look at, I'm still going to be researching China the rest of this week, but I really want to put, I think we should put America on the burning block. As far as its relations and what it's done in Africa. My thing is this. I just want, I want to see Africa in a position to protect itself, because I truly believe that we are on the chopping block. And yes, certain, just like before, they're bringing jewels, they're bringing things to the king that the king think that we could use. But there's something behind that, and I want us to be prepared. And I'm hoping that these conversations will at least broaden our minds, and I'm hoping that other people with channels or panels can start having more discussions to talk about the uncomfortable truths. The truth is, I don't really feel like Africa is in a position to protect itself. And that hurt me more than anything, because I don't know how we're going to move. When I think about how strategic these other people are, I was taking a look at the military backbone of all these other places, and I was thinking, God damn. Okay, Tunija, you're up. Tell me what you think, brother.
Can you let Tunija and them lot finish first? Let me say, and then.
Wow.
let them finish last, because they always got something good to finish on or something.
Go ahead, Dar.
All right. Sorry. With that, let's watch this space and let's see what results on the ground are produced. I will tell you, Ethiopia right now have built a dam with the help of Chinese expertise that they're able to power the entire country and even other neighboring countries. Because of the help of Ethiopians built it with the help of Chinese expertise. Ethiopians now are importing manufacturing from China. They're able to employ their own people. So let's just see the results on the ground at the end of the day, because that's what matters. Regarding to the plan should be, right, because everything has just been kicked into full gear, we definitely need to advocate for unity, and give us and say something on the ground that gives us a competitive edge so that we can be the dominant in our own markets. I don't know if Africa is ever going to unite, but I'm sure the people in Africa will gravitate to our message of buy black and all buy black, bank black and all that. I'm sure people will gravitate to that. The internet is getting better in Africa. We need to be able to elect representatives in Africa that will represent us far better, that will put in place regulations that will make sure all these malpractices in business done by the Chinese and even anyone amongst us, or even by the Europeans, you have to organize, elect governments that can put a stop into the regulation, checks and balances, and monitoring of fair business practice. Monsanto, even in a system like the United States, Monsanto was still able to do the nefarious business. Eventually, they got caught. Now they're not in America, but they are in other African countries. They ran away from America, but they are in other African countries. So it just shows it's a weakness of a system that's allowing Chinese to do this. But even though saying that, right, it doesn't mean that there's some things out there in the world that other people have due to their experiences, that we might need an exchange in. You understand? I don't necessarily have a problem with people disagreeing with me with China, as long as people understand that sometimes you will need to work with some people to get yourself ahead, as long as that part is understood. You understand? The best way we can do, we need to elect Pan-African leaders in power so that when they go to the African Union level, they are able to work more cohesively and more collaboratively and coordinate their strategies. You know, we need to understand that we need to make Pan-Africanism far more just fan out throughout the continent, and we can start seeing Pan-Africanist leaders popping out in every country. That will make them work better together. That is the future, and I think that's possibly what's going to happen. That's possibly what's going to happen.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Darth. Well, you guys, you know, I don't. I'm just really saddened right now with the state of our of Africa, but I'm very grateful, Darth, that you came back, and I'm highlighting the fact that as a family, this is how it's done. Like I said, if we can't start doing it in small pockets, we're not going to be able to do it in a great way. We have to be able to overlook certain things, and I appreciate you coming back to do what you did today. And
one more. If we become strong enough and we are not allowed to make nuclear weapons, at least maybe we can make something even more powerful than a nuclear bomb.
Thank you. Oh
you
my
understand?
God. Yes. I
Yeah?
believe there is something. I believe that we are capable, and I believe the best is saved for last for us. And I think you saying this made me realize something, that, you know, what we need the most is to come through for ourselves. Period.
But the fact is, when you go to the nuclear area, right, you see there's a proliferation already. So you can't have a developed Africa, developed and it's rich and wealthy and we're united, but we're still not able to protect ourselves. That is bad. So that's why that situation is bad. Having some people having some possible allies that might fight for it and say, nah, they are big and powerful and they are strong enough to be able to look after this ability for balance of power. They are a powerful state enough. So having somebody vouch for you at that level is a good thing to have. You know, even if we don't have it, but having somebody at that level vouch for your case, that this is a united continent with a very determined people with good systems, I think they can go into nuclear exploration, into nuclear science or something. You understand? Otherwise it's just going to be like, look at this huge entire region, but they do not have it's not fair. So having an ally that can vouch for us at that level is good. If not, then let's create something more powerful than that.
I agree. I especially agree with it's time that we start having the types of conversation of what can we create to protect ourselves? What can we come up with to protect ourselves under any attack? And I like what you just said, Marquita Yankson. You said, can Africa play America against China? They are oil and water. Can they? Can we? Can we play chess, y'all?
Yes.
Are we going to be playing checkers forever? Can we play chess? Because that's really what we need to do if we're going to deal with these people. So, Darth, thank you so much. I'm going to go back now and start with, do you want to go? Let's go backwards. I'm going to go with Truth Matter because he's right next to you. Truth Matter, tell me what you think about this conversation. Give me your, and I know you didn't really get to speak too much today, and I appreciate your patience with me, my brother. Give me your insight on this whole thing, this whole conversation, this China deal.
First of all, I'm not anti-Chinese because I don't want people to think I'm anti-Chinese. I've been to China, and this is what I want Sister Rokoya to know. I'm a Canadian citizen. For me, even though if I'm a Canadian citizen, for me, because I have on my passport, place of birth, Nigeria, I have to get a visa on my Canadian passport to China. So if you said Chinese are not selfish, Chinese are prejudiced against black soul. So that's what I wanted to know. I can show you my passport now. If my white friend, which they are white, they were born here, they don't need visa to China. But even though I have a Canadian passport, I still need a visa to China because on my passport, it said place of birth, Nigeria, right? So that's what I want people to know. I've been there and I know what I'm talking about. But apart from that, the point I want to make is I want Africans to believe in themselves because we can be going to people. We need to go back and see. We've been doing this for years. Are we going another 200 years that we're going to be depending on people that they can give us run for our money and tell us what to do? When are we going to stand on our own and started doing things? Rome was not built in a day. We can start building our own stuff, infrastructure. We can start building our own team by ourselves. We don't need all these people because you know why? They see us as opportunities for them to take advantage of us. But how can we be training our own young generations? I came from Nigeria. Look at a country like Nigeria. We don't even have a database,
right?
And the Nigerian government want people to have a national ID card number when you don't even have a database. So all the infrastructure, how can you be good when you give all the stuff? It's like when you give all the stuff, all the tech stuff, everything to foreigner to doing. So how did your home people want to be good about it? How did they want to know how to do this stuff? So like Daph said, we need to choose a leader that really have interest of our home people and interest of the country, that love the country, that they see like, you know what? We too, we want to be a superpower. We don't want to be dependent on anybody. So that's what we need to do and work on ourselves. Because when you don't work on yourself, knowledge is power. But when you have the knowledge, sometimes when you don't use it, that's what we're doing in Africa. We just believe like, oh, people can bring industry. People are not bringing industry. Only what they bring to Africa is poverty. You go and see in Ethiopia what industry the Chinese bring. The Chinese bring industry in Ethiopia. They take all the farmland. They build industry on it. What the Ethiopians are doing? They work in the factory $60 a month. And the Chinese supervisor, they don't even go to high school. They bring from China, getting $3,000 a month. So let's talk about it. So what kind of production or investment is that? This is pure slavery. People that have that farmland, they were better off before on their farmland before they build factory there. So Africa need to think deeply. We don't have to be producing what they call it. We can produce our own food. We can become a superpower by feeding the whole world. We don't have to go in technology, but we can start building our own technology to build our own family. We can feed the whole world and conquer and monopolize everything and tell them this is what we want to sell our stuff. So when are we going to wake up? In 300 years, when everybody already we are the first, like what did they call, like somebody said, we are the first on this earth, but if we will not be careful, we are the first that they will wipe out of this earth. If we will not be careful, we are the first race to come on this earth, and we are the first they will wipe out. And guess what? There won't be no black person. So everybody living in Africa will be other race because that's what they're playing now. You can see during the pandemic, you see what happened. even though it's not affect Africans, but they still feel like, oh, how come African because they are poor? How come they don't have this? We need to change our mindset. If we don't change our mindset and don't believe in ourselves, we're still gonna be like this for a long time. We're just gonna talk. Talk is cheap, but let's put actions. How many people on this planet want to go into group economics? How many people want to every month? We want to take the okay. I'm not caring about the Chinese, so let's come together every month with $300 each. If we have 1,000 people on this planet, that's $300,000 a month. So let's see what we can do. Let's start it from North America and start buying everywhere. We go to Africa and see what are the powers. But we when we talk all the time, but we're not taking actions. The Chinese are coming because they know we have a weak system. In China, when you bribe people, it's death sentence. But Chinese come to Africa, they know that we have a people that they don't know what they're doing, so they can bribe them and go above what they want to do. But we need to change and realize, like, this is our land, this is our home. There's nowhere we can go. This, when you live like me, I'm not gonna lie to you. I prefer Nigeria. If not the pandemic, I'll be in Nigeria. I like it because I know everywhere.
So truth matters. If you had your choice, who would you go with? I mean, if we had to choose.
I'm not working. If I want to choose, I work with all the black people all over the world because I can empower them. If I'm good in software engineer, if I have a kid in Guyana and he's black, I will teach him because it's a black pride. Or if I teach an Indian kid, it's Indian pride. If I teach Chinese kid, it's Chinese pride because they will go and teach each other and dominate everywhere. So I want my whole people to.
You feel like Africa should only ally with Africans throughout the diaspora?
Because we have the talent and we have the resources. We have so many Africans doing well everywhere. So how come we can't come together?
Now, is this something that this is something that, and I did let two people come on the panel, two people that I love. So I'm going to let them speak. But
okay.
Before we do that, I want to ask everybody this because it's something that just came to me. I spoke about earlier that I felt like our best allies would be ourselves, meaning the Caribbeans, the diasporans in America, the diasporans in Canada, the diasporans in the UK, diasporans wherever we are, Africans wherever we are. Okay, so that being said, in the Caribbeans, they have their own military. They have some form of power. Why are we not strengthening them, therefore strengthening ourselves? I don't understand that, but that is something I'm going to put on the table because it is something that I think that, is it because we don't feel like they have the money, or that we need the backing, the financial backing, or is it because we feel like they don't have the military might to protect us? That's very interesting. So that's something that I really, when we talk about us protecting ourselves, us allying with ourselves, then we would be allying with the descendants of enslaved. And do we understand that? Do we not see the value in that? Or is it something that can't be valued because there is no value in it because these places, for the most part, are still being backed by superpowers?
An example of this is
anyone. Go ahead.
An example of this is with Cuba. If you want to look at the closest example of what happens when you try to empower a nation close to the US. If you try to empower a Caribbean island, you see the US intervene, because when they try to the Russians try to empower the Cubans, it almost led to a nuclear war. So you see the chess game that is going on around the world, it's not fictional, it's real. The moment you make a move, the other side will make their move too. That is how it works.
Okay, so how do we maneuver? This is the thing, it's chess. It's a move game. So how can we maneuver? And
our greatest piece on the board is the African Americans.
So you think so you think the queen on the table, because I believe in chess, the queen is the strongest position,
Yeah, the
right?
African Americans for me are the strongest, and this is on the table right now because America is so strong that if the African Americans can just influence what is going on in America, now Africans can empower the Caribbean without America losing its mind. And Africans can empower themselves without America losing its mind. And then the Americans will also deter the French, the Europeans from intervening and messing up things for Africans. Because whatever we do, security comes first. Without security, we are in trouble. You build a fancy seaport for infrastructure, you're just building targets. You know, in some engineering profession, they said civil engineers build stuff and aeronautics build stuff to destroy it. It's just you're just building targets for them to destroy.
So I agree with you on this, to Niger military. I believe our security should be our main focus, and I agree with Darth when he said if we can't, we have to come up with something that can protect us. We have to. That should be the biggest focus. I mean, if we're focusing on anything else right now, Africa's biggest focus should be how do we protect ourselves from these big powers. Okay, I'm gonna. I don't know where you are right now, Rokoya, if you're okay with waiting. I just wanted to give an opportunity for these two people that just joined in to shine.
No worries. I'll wait. No worries.
Okay, great. Thank you, sis. Okay, so we're going to let Amara speak because I believe he came first. Amara, welcome, my Timne brother. Tell me what you think about, I don't know how long you've been here, but we're talking about China and its history with us and what, you know, of course, what kind of ally it would be or has been. Tell me what you think.
Okay, hello to everybody. China is always going to seek China's best interests. China is not Africa's friend. The white paper that was released in the Great Hall of the People, which is equivalent to China's Congress, which is the Go West policy, where they created because they had a problem. You know, in the United States control the global financial order. They control the World Bank, the IMF, and they control the World Trade Organization. The World Trade Organization was the one that set up all the rules for all the countries around the world to trade with each other. They set up mechanisms in which if you got a dispute, for example, dumping, excessive importation on one end, or illegal practices like the Chinese will do this. For example, they'll give you low interest loans, and which is a competitive advantage over their competitors.
Right.
You know, disputes like that. So the Chinese came up with their own, since they cannot dominate the United States and the West within this global financial order, which is the World Trade Organization. They came up with their own initiative called One Belt, One Road, where they went up on the old system of going the old Silk Road, which was trade between the Middle East, Europe, and China back in the 1600s when China was really powerful. And they revitalized that plan, and they came up with their own bank instead of they call it the ADDB, Asia Development Bank, in which some of the smart European countries like Germany was a board member. They jumped ship in the United Kingdom. So we're looking at two camps right here, two financial powerhouses. Now, where do we Africans sit? The history has taught us that Africa, we need to put each other's first. Unfortunately, there's what is called in Africa, from the leadership standpoint, what is called personal interest and what is called country's interest. When a leader goes in to negotiate, he got his own personal interest, and then there's a country, he puts his own personal interest first before the country interest, as opposed to the other guys. Now, the Africa Free Trade Agreement is good on paper, provided we have the infrastructure in place where we regular Africans can benefit from the goods and services that are going to be traded within countries. Because what is going to happen is people are going to come through the back door. The Europeans and the Chinese are going to come through the back door.
Yep.
Are going to, because they got the technical power, technical know-how at the moment. They are organized. Not that we don't have the technical know-how, but we're just not organized. They are more organized. From the financing of projects to implementation of projects, follow through, and reaching goals. They'll come into these individual countries, set up shop, for example, like West Africa or East Africa, and then take advantage of the free trade agreement by selling their goods and services. Because if you register in a country as a local company, and you can find a local to back you up, you know, as a partner, you are a local company. Although it's Chinese owned, Chinese will support it through the back door, the Europeans will support it. They are the ones that's why Dangote in particular and Nigeria as a whole was the biggest stumbling block, because they knew these guys are hyper competitive. That's what they're going to do. Come in through the back door, set up shop, and they're going to be the same. I'm seeing the same old thing being repeated. Now, in the long run, because Africa, we like to take the slow road. For us to get to the Africa Free Trade Agreement, we had to have been dealing with the old Marshall Plan, old financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. And when we've seen that they are not good for us, that's why we deviated to the Chinese, and now we go to the African Free Trade Agreement. Africa, we like to take the long road. We like for let them to come in and do feasibility studies. People advocate for benefits, and then they use that as a body of work. And so, say you're doing a feasibility study, then they'll act to clamp down like dumping. But in its infancy, I see Chinese dumping. They are notorious in the World Trade Organization for dumping. They're coming, they get 2% interest rates from their banks, and they are going to get free land from their governments. They look at state as another set of incentives. They are going to get a whole host of incentives when usually as a business startup, it's hard for you to get up and build a factory from grounds up and employ all stages of the process. They are incentivized because it's a grand policy for the Chinese to spread their influence. So they're using these institutions as a backdoor. And I see in its infancy, the African Free Trade Agreement, the beneficiaries are going to be Europeans and Chinese. They're going to move their factories over and set up shop as a local company and dominate the Dangotes and the other people. Then when the people complain, that's another battle, because they got leverage too on the ground. So they're going to compete with the local conglomerates or big corporations, because for anything, it's the Dangotes and the big African corporation should be the chief beneficiaries. Because in China, they got something is called national champions, like the Alibaba Group, like this other group, Huawei, that they banned in the United States. They are called national champions. Strategic industries, where you have big players, like in the United States, you call them Walmart and Amazon.
Yeah,
those are national champions. Those are national champions that are supported anyway.
Yeah.
That what is going to happen is going to cripple our African national champions, like the Dangotes and the other people. They're going to kill them because it will come in hyper competitive. If anything, this is the space for the Dangotes and the big multinational corporations. They should be the chief beneficiaries. But unfortunately, this is what's going to happen. So these people coming in are not our friends, and that's how it's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
You know, when you said Walmart
That's
and
what's
the
going to happen.
chains, I just saw it. I just saw everything, like everything, right in front of me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. This right here is interesting. So this free trade, if we are not positioned financially to take advantage of it or to position ourselves to make sure that we're getting in on it, could become very destructive for Africa. If everything you said is true, this is a tough move. Thank you, Amara. Oh my God. Okay, Heavenly Beautifully. Tell me what you think. My brother had a lot to give, and I'm sure Rakoya and Tunisia might want to chime in later, but tell me what you think.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone.
Hello, sis. Nice to see you.
Nice
to
seeing
have you
y'all
back
too.
here.
Feel relieved. Wow. I think, you know what? We have to play our cards right, because I believe what I'm seeing and what we're all seeing is that we're at the crossroad. And you know, when you're at the crossroad and you have the opportunity to excel, but if you make the wrong decision, you're going to be a sunken Titanic.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I mean, guys, we got to see. I mean, everything is so prophetically happening for us. We got to realize that there are more for us than against us. And we have to not forget who people are that are, who the groups are around us that's trying to get what we got. We got to realize that our worst enemy is that we're not united. We are like, we're scattered all over the place. That's a problem. That's like an army, powerful, and they're all over the place. So when someone comes in, your strong forces or groups are all not right there, and they're all over the place, and then you're an easy target to be destroyed. You know what I mean? I'm like, look at it, guys. Y'all don't see what's going on. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought we'd be living in a time of the plot twist. Everything that we was taught is kind of the opposite.
Everything.
Like when I saw what happened in Capitol Hill, even though I foreseen it happening, it was so surreal, seeing what they were saying. See like some of our well-known strong people that say, oh, they love God, but they still blinded and they supporting this bigot man. It's just crazy. I mean, if y'all don't see that God is bringing confusion in your enemy's camp, y'all blind. Look, everybody's going down that is not for the program with us. Y'all don't see? Bad leaders are going down. Bad leaders in Africa is going down. Y'all need to just sit back, unite, get it together, and watch them fall. That's what's happening. Yo, in a game, it may look like you're losing. You may lose, even in one of those hand games, you may lose board 1, 2, and 3. But if you win at certain boards, you win the whole game. Y'all gotta look at it like that. I mean, let me tell you what I think is gonna happen. I already know that China, Russia, and all those, because I've been having so many encounters and premonitions about this happening. I mean, I seen it. I even saw, I don't want to say it on here, but I even foreseen so vividly back in November, someone that's stepping into a seat. I'm just saying in another person. I saw them coming for him like John F. Kennedy, if you catch what I'm saying.
Woo!
I seen that plain as day. I was so frightened because how I had that when I seen that thing, it was so vivid. and I saw war going on in this country, guys. I'm telling you, and I even saw them kicking black people out. I saw them kicking black people out, even out of Europe. I don't know how that's going to happen, but this is my prayer. God, kick us out before you bomb this country. Yeah, kick me out. Y'all need to really come together and be like, listen. Y'all need to start speaking it in the atmosphere. No. Because guess what? If I'm leaving this country and we leave, they kicking us out. I'm leaving with goods. I'm not leaving empty-handed. No. And y'all need, and our greatest weapon against us is that we're not united. We don't know who we are. We're so sensitive. We get so easily offended. It's just getting on my nerves. You look all over the internet. Oh my God. Black men are offended at black women in this side of the world. You know, that's where they got issues. They can't see themselves. Yeah, I'm calling y'all out.
Offended by the non-continental. This tribe offended from this tribe. This country.
Yeah, and people offended by fufu. And then some of us is so ignorant. You know, it's just, listen. This is what we gotta do. Let's just get the nucleus, get the remnant, come together, and we band together, and we become leaders. Guys, we have the power. We have the power to become the one. We can become the new agenda. We could become the one that China can't stand against. We should be buying back Africa.
You just said that, and I promise you, I feel like the reason that we are called, those of us that are in the diaspora, and I'm not just talking about the descendants of enslaved, I'm talking about continentals as well that left Africa. We're all being called back home. And the reason is because it's gonna be needed. We're not just going back home to buy these I keep saying that to people. Don't just go back home thinking you're going back home to buy these houses, to buy land, to live happy, and to, some brothers thinking they're going to get more than one wife, some sisters thinking they're going to meet, Kwame Longstrap. No, that's not what you're going to Africa for. We're going to Africa to work. We're going to Africa to build. We're going to Africa to talk to our brothers and sisters and to engage them, to prepare them, because something's coming.
So listen, guys, hear me good. It's at the door. Listen to me. Y'all gonna remember this black lady said that. Listen to me. I'm not crazy, yo. Biko no, hear me good. I'm telling you, I know what I'm saying. I ain't crazy. I know a lot of people thought I was crazy. I said, listen, I know what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I have this feeling that when they come here, you notice how black people was most of us, the majority of us, except for the few fools, was all standing back when they was invading their I call it their shrine. To me, that's like an altar. I don't know how y'all didn't see that. You didn't. It's like because look who owned the altar. Look who owned that capital. White people. So their own roaches came to invade them. It's like the chicken have came to roost, y'all. And then we all standing back. And Tamara, I think her name is Tamara Mowry. She said, "Y'all black people, y'all better not get involved. Don't
Sit
get involved
down
in this fight."
Get your popcorn.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I really believe those people that can't stand this, they don't like God allow all of that to be openly displayed. So to make people be ashamed, to make this country be ashamed, they all acting out. Look, we seeing people out of the woodwork, even Billy Graham's son talking about, supporting Trump. Y'all don't see, the roaches coming out, y'all, and everybody's seeing it. So I truly believe when they come to invade, they listen. I'm like, listen, who you want him to go? You go to the White House. They're gonna be like, y'all want to leave? Yes, y'all can go back to the motherland. I don't know about y'all, but y'all need to play the game right. If you play the game right, the one that looked like he wanted to eat your food, you end up eating him and his food. Y'all gotta play the game right. But you can't be divided. You can't be tribalistic, y'all. You see how they band together? That you don't see. That's why they're so powerful, because they are united with their own. They are united with their own, but we not like that. We need to be united with ourselves. We need to let go. We need to let go of all these offenses. Say, you know what? Leave the fools on the side. Let's go, because God is calling us back there to build and to fight. You got to be building with one hand and fighting with the other hand. I'm telling you, look what's happening. And another thing I wanted to say, I know some of y'all ain't for this. Me, I am not against racist. I'm not for that, because just like how we have enemies amongst our own people, there are people amongst that group that's not even for that. This is a whole new generation. This is a whole new generation. I think about that. I said, y'all got to realize, I see some white people even fighting for black people. Just play your cards right, guys. When rule number one, love your brother. Know that we are the first. We are the first. We got to love one another first. We got to build one another first, and we can't be left out there prepared. What if this country fall? Y'all just going to be sitting there? What you going to do? Y'all just going to be like, oh, looking like dumb people? No. We got to be prepared, guys. I'm telling you. Y'all got to think about, what if this country fall? I hear a lot of people. I hear Africans. I hear Caribbeans. Oh, nothing's going to happen to America. Nothing's going to happen. I'm like, nothing going to happen. You're going to see. You don't believe something going to happen? Something going down.
You know what? The funny thing is, I was joking with someone. I said, a lot of times now people are like, we're going to be praying. Some of us are going to be praying, like turning ourselves in, saying, I need to be deported. I don't belong here.
Yo, I'm ready to go. I know about y'all.
It's about to get real.
I'm going to vote. I was even thinking about it.
Are going to be turning ourselves in, saying, you need to get me out of here. I don't belong here. I don't have any. Yo.
I'm telling you, listen, I thought about it. I said, man, I wonder how bad would it be to go on the boat back to Africa?
Man, you know what? It's like, we joking about it, but you're going to see those little boats that keep coming towards the west, going towards Africa. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that being said, sis, that was powerful. That was true. I agree.
I love
all
y'all.
I can say is this: with everything that's happening, let's all understand that there is something greater. And you know what? Let's stop talking about the physical and let's think about what my sister just brought to the table. There's an invisible that's happening right now too.
They fighting for us.
There's the visible, but then there's the invisible. And Darth said something earlier. He said, we have to create something, or we have to come up with something stronger to secure us. And that's exactly what I think the key is. We need to understand that we're going to have something stronger to defend us, and we can't sit there and try to figure out who's going to protect us. We're going to have to protect us.
I believe that.
They're all hungry, and what do they want to eat? Us. Okay, so I'm gonna let.
Can I say one more thing? Just
one more
for
thing,
a second?
and I'm gonna be
definitely. I want us to say, like, I think things are already in position. Like the NFAC, I believe that's his name. That's the name of the armed military group. We have those. We have certain things in place. If we just come together, I think Cuba is very powerful. On the low.
And real.
They supported South Africa and everything. I just feel like everything is in place. We just gotta play right. If things are already in place, or now all we gotta do here, we need to get it together. We need to band with those other groups, and we need to band with them other groups in our land.
What groups do you think are our strongest? Would be our strongest allies? Give me your list.
The diaspora.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like other groups, like non-diaspora, meaning I consider Cuba the diaspora too, because
of course,
so that's not something that's in question. We should be banning with Cuba, but
you mean like China?
China, America, Russia.
Let me tell you what I think gonna happen.
Give me your one or your.
I think
your
Iran.
choice.
I think Iran. I think China.
Whoa. You just put something on the table that wasn't on the table.
Iran people, y'all didn't see what the president said underneath a good look. Y'all didn't see what the president said. I Googled it because I was waiting for him to say something because I love them. And he said, look at America. He said, look, this is America's democracy. This is the beginning of their falling. Look at do y'all not see? And I kind of believe that they know they're part of us. So I'm like, I truly believe that they're gonna be like, look, we can't stand these supremacists. They're hypocrites.
But
we're gonna take them out.
They're not really. They. How do they feel about us? How do they feel about
I don't
us?
think Iranian people really think that bad about us. I think China would play.
We have a history right with Iran. I'll go look into that.
Because even my little, I have like 1% trace. Look, Yorubas have names called Adeniran. That's a Yoruba surname. And yeah, I want to go into fact. I think China might kind of help us because on the low, I heard that they were funding Black Lives Matter. I hope it's true.
The Chinese are partnering with Iran.
The thing about it is that they might help us to help
and then
themselves.
They might flip on this later.
How far will they go with us? And what you know how you have that one person that'll help you, and then
they flip on you.
hey, the end game. The end game is
you better play the game right.
The end game. So China's the kind of person, the kind of team that you get on, but do you make it through the end of the game? That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You may not through the end of the game. So woo! Okay, so thank you, sister. I love you. I appreciate it. You bought that truth. You bought that fire. I appreciate it. Contrast was bought. Lakoya. Okay. Did anybody want to respond to my brother Amara or my sister before I close out and with Lakoya and Tunija? Okay. You're good. Okay, but I just want to say that they bought some. It was good. Rakoya, sis, tell me what you think. We've had a great conversation.
We really did. And I stayed all the time. I was so fascinated. I just stayed here. So
I'm gonna give you some.
I didn't sign off, which is great. Yeah. What am I going to say? First of all, thank you to the brother who shared his perspective and the sister. It's always great to hear such differing perspectives because then it gives us a more wholesome approach. So my thing is this, that first and foremost, we need to be very clear when we talk about allying. It's never about friendship. I think that's very simplistic. When people talk about friendship, at that point, I just completely tune out because it means we're not talking the same language. China is not about friendship. China is about interest. And as much as I've said earlier that I'm not so pro-China, I still understand the benefits of China developing infrastructure in Africa because they do have the excess capacity to build. And they have been able to leverage that in Africa in pursuit of their own selfish goals. It is clear it's not about us. They are trying to increase access into African markets for their own goods and resources. So they're under their whatever belt and whatever the strategy is, I have to check it. They have, the Silk Trade
Belt and Road Initiative.
Yeah, that initiative. Thank you, sir. So that in itself is an initiative that they are using to expand their economic influence with a view of also growing that into political and furthermore maybe military. So I understand all of that, but that does not mean that Africa should shy away from a stated objective because Africa has its own objective. Now, when we talk about the free trade agreement, the last two countries to sign it were Nigeria and South Africa because they understood, like what brother, I think his name is Amara, who spoke about eloquently about the possibilities and the fact that initially the first set of benefits might go to non-African countries and all that. And it was because of these considerations that Nigeria took a long time to sign it because Nigeria wanted to make sure that its concerns were addressed in the secretariat, that people like Dangote would not be sidelined. So Nigeria did not come to this agreement willingly. They negotiated and did it till the last minute.
I like that Nigeria
and South Africa, they are the two largest economies in Africa and they anchor many of the African countries, but they made sure that they were protecting the interests of their people because if they do, then they protect the interests of African regions themselves who anchor onto them. So as much as the brother made some good points, I want him to realize that these are things that were raised and it took a long time for these countries to feel comfortable to come on board. So am I saying that nothing like that will happen? No. I think that the secretariat itself that was created and the terms gives us enough leverage to be able to look at these individual situations and move on. Now, in closing, I'd like to say this. The issues in Africa are issues of complete neglect of a group of people for a period of time, and couple that with, you know, oppression and exploitation and all that. We are also in a global world. I always continue to say this to people. Africans are now on the internet. We have young Africans who are pushing and desiring for advancements and economic progress. Our people are no longer satisfied to stay in darkness and have no electricity and have no schools and have no hospitals. You cannot, there is the ignorance that was created by lack of communication does not exist anymore. People in the villages have cell phones. They are demanding. Why is it that we can't have clean water? Why do we have to drink water from the stream? They are understanding what our people have been failed. So African governments are under tremendous pressure to provide for their people. And in situations like I gave an example of in Ghana, where the revenues of the country itself comes from only 30% of the workforce. There is a shortfall in many African countries. They will not say this publicly, but many African countries borrow money to pay the salaries of their civil servants because they are not even acquiring revenue in terms of taxes from the people. So these are infrastructural deficiencies within Africa. When I speak, people say, you're speaking like you're a Westerner. No, I'm speaking like somebody who understands economics and who has studied it. I'm also an advocate for women in industry. That we have to bring our women into the workforce so that our tax bases expand, so that we can actually use African resources to build African countries, so that we do not need investment from other places. But while we're doing that, we cannot say we will not provide roads and water and all that. So Africans must do the same dance like the brother said. It is chess, not checkers. You have to make moves where in certain cases you ally and in some cases you don't. I feel like when we talk about the where we need to go with these conversations, sometimes we get excited and some information that we even use is misinformation. But fine, if we are interested in advancing Africa, I think we also have to be more interested in doing our own researches, reading around, building our own ideas, coming to these platforms and sharing them. Because somebody talked about China having military bases in Africa, and China has only one military base in Djibouti, and that was purely to safeguard access to the Suez Canal. But then the conversation is, the Chinese have military bases. They're going to. This is all emotionalism. And it doesn't help us, because then if part of your information is wrong, then how can we trust everything you're saying? So I just also want to say that we should try to be more factual so that everybody benefits and we all have something we can work with. That's all I want to say. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you for coming through, Roberta. As usual, you bring the jewels. Now, in reference,
Gina, can I respond? Can I rebuttal?
Information.
Can I do a rebuttal?
You can definitely do a rebuttal, but I want to just say this. We have to be patient with each other in reference to information that we're coming with, because we're all still learning. Some of us, may be a little bit more enlightened on certain things than others. I'm sure I have information on certain things that other people do not have, or in you, Rakoya, or you, Tunija. We're here to learn from each other. So let's not be too pragmatic, and let's be a little bit more patient and be willing to teach and to learn and to grow and to all of that. To be honest with you, I'm going to be very honest. This whole me looking into China thing has only been a 2-week period thing. I've never really thought much of China or its relations in Africa.
I dropped you some videos on your last thing. Watch the videos.
I will definitely do that. But
on the comment section on the last thing, watch those videos.
I will do that. But based on what I've learned so far, I don't trust it. I think we should keep looking as far as, but that being said, go ahead. I'm going to let you respond right now. Go ahead, Amara.
Okay. The sister spoke eloquently about the ins and outs, the nitty gritty of the African tax base, and she hit it to the point. The thing is, we're putting a lot of carts before the horse. Okay. Right now, what's missing is no plan in place to incentivize African startups. Okay. Now, national governments will say, okay, we don't have the money to incentivize African startups. So what's going to happen is the Chinese guys are going to come in on a 3 or 2% loan from their banks, and same thing with the Europeans. For African banks, it's 25% or higher for any project. And so that kills the African startups. Then this is the taxman's plan. This is the flip side. This is the dirty flip side. I'm sorry to say that people do not see. The taxman's plan. You know what? African corporations and African startups, even as big as, I'm not saying that Dangote doesn't pay taxes, but I've seen a lot of African startups and big African corporations have a serious problem, as the sister eloquently said, of paying taxes. Easy way out, you bring in a whole boatload of European and Chinese corporations that are reliable in paying taxes. That's a backdoor way of increasing your tax base. We don't see that part. You open the doors wide open, you bring a boatload of European and Chinese companies that are reliable in paying taxes. An easy way out for the government to solve their problem. What's going to happen is a big political fight down the road. Politically, the Chinese and the Europeans might dominate the business side, but they don't vote. They don't vote, and they're going to have radical leaders coming in that are going to tear up old agreements or bypass a lot of things and rule in favor of their people. Classic example, the Ghana-Nigeria situation. ECOWAS free trade agreement. Everybody can go anywhere. That's what they say. Specifically, free movement of people and free access for business. Now the Nigerians went to Ghana and dominated. They passed their limits. The Ghanaians got on their local politicians, and what happened to the ECOWAS agreement? It's been sidelined in favor of local politics. All politics is local. That's what's going to happen. This is the taxman's plan. Africans don't like to pay taxes. Europeans and Chinese and other people, we are reliable taxpayers.
Yeah.
Reliable tax, including the payroll of Africans that work in their corporation, the payrolls and corporate taxes. Reliable people. They're very reliable.
Man, so okay, guys. So I have to say that I agree with what Amara just said, and I truly agree with a lot of what Rokoya said. We've got a lot of work to do, y'all. There's a lot. This thing is intricate, and we're gonna need to start setting up side conversations where we're really talking seriously offline on ways that we can benefit or help our people benefit from this trade agreement thing. Because okay, we can't just give up. We have to. There's got to be a way that we can make this benefit our people and make sure that it's benefiting us. And I understand that they've got most of the money. I understand that we've got a lot of folks that we cannot trust, but There's got to be something that can be done. It's sad because this is something that a lot of people are excited about, but this whole trade thing is starting to look like it's just another an opportunity for folks
You
to
gonna get what?
yeah. Okay, so okay. Did anybody else have anything else? And I want to say this to everyone on the panel. I appreciate everybody for coming through. And you guys, we I think we've accomplished so much. I mean, if you go back and you know, anybody that did not see the last 3 videos, it look, you know, we've really been talking about allies. We've been talking about who are our allies, and now we're really going in. We went in really deep about conversation about China. I'm going to bring America to the table next week and take a deep look at our relationship with America. I know that my brother Tunisia is a fan of America for now, as far as what he thinks his positioning is, because we're there and we have such an influence in the, I guess that, you know, America would be the best ally. I'm here in America and I don't really believe that, but I would like to have that discussion next week. I have to be honest with you, it's not something I really wish we didn't need any of them. But I know that, you know, that's a tall ask. We definitely need to find a way to secure ourselves. I think the only thing that's holding Africa back, it's inability to protect itself from these giants. So, but I believe that they can be taken down. I truly believe that we have the might, the intelligence, and the brilliance. And all we need to do now is equip ourselves in a way to protect ourselves. And and like you just said, sis, we are growing and we are waking up. And with that, will come a lot or some understanding of how to move forward. Go ahead, Darth.
Dr. Henry Clark says, we have no friends. That is true. We have no friends. But he did not say we cannot be very strategic in finding partners with similar interests with us. But he's right that we have no friends. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Because when I first said this, you flipped out on me or something.
I really don't believe that we're ever going to have partners in them. I feel like we have to walk with these people until we can walk by ourselves. I feel like right now,
that's good.
I don't really feel like we're allies with any of them. I just feel like we're basically still in a state of captivity because we cannot protect ourselves. And it's left me feeling weak, to be honest with you. And nobody wants to stand in a place of weakness, but Africa right now, because it cannot secure its borders or itself from these outside forces that are great, that is, able to come in and do what it will to it, we're in a position where even if all of Africa's leaders said they didn't want to sign these contracts or to go into any deals with anyone, they would be targeted. And we saw what happened in the past when we have had leaders stand up and say, hey, we're going to do this by ourselves. Burkina Faso. We see what happens every time we get leaders so we're not, and because we're not connected, we're segmented, and we're not, all this division, of course, makes it easy. So that needs to change, right? It makes it easy for folks to come in and say they're gonna do whatever to one country when the whole continent is not standing with it. So that being said, I'm hoping that, until we have to unite. Africa needs to become one. That's not even a question anymore. It's a necessity. It's a need. If that can happen, if we can become one, then we can start having conversations on how to secure ourselves by ourselves, not having other people saying, here, I'm going to give you these used guns, or I'm going to give you these used this, or I'm going to give you that so you could kill each other. No, we need to have conversations on how do we protect ourselves from the outsiders. And that's something that all countries have. America has it. China has it. All these people have means and ways of protecting. All these people that we're considering as allies have ways of protecting themselves from outsiders. And we need that option. We need to be able to say that we have that ability too. And we cannot truly have allies if we cannot protect ourselves, because we're in a state, we're still on our knees, y'all. We need to get up off our knees and get up on our feet. The moment that we can protect ourselves, that's when we can say we're taking on allies. Right now, we're in a state of need. And that's not okay. It's a state that we've been in for the past thousands of years. And even though we've been standing for 75 years, most of the places in Africa, up to 70 years maybe, we're still in a state of need, because even the weapons themselves that come into Africa to secure ourselves is being given to us by someone that, is giving us shoddy used weapons when they replace theirs. And it's something to be considered. So this conversation made me really think about how unprotected we are as a people. But that being said, anybody have any last comments? I love you. Everybody in a comment that I didn't get to say hi to, thank you guys for supporting me. Thank you for the love. I do have an ask. I don't usually ask this, but I have a goal. Please, if you have anybody that you can share this channel out with, 5 people, guys, give me 5 people, each of you. Let me get 5 subscribers each. Oh, I appreciate it. 15 is good. I want some more people on the continent. If you know people that are on the continent, that especially in the villages, I don't even know if they have access to YouTube or whatever. I want us to start, I want them to start hearing us. I want the people on the continent to start hearing these conversations and understand and and I want this to spread like wildfire. I want, you guys are such to Naja, Rakoya, Amara, everybody that comes through here, my brothers from the diaspora, I didn't see Knock tonight. I saw CA. I saw a lot of, these conversations needs to be had, and they need to be heard by the right people. And I'm not talking about people power. I'm talking about those of us that are in the position to go and say it to the weakest of us, like in the villages where they need to know, when these people come out and say they want to buy land, understand that they're not your friend. Understand that. And that's one thing we all agree on. We have no friends. So we need to teach our people that, so they know on ground. And so my ask is, please share this with at least 5 people. If you can bring more people, let's get some more subscribers, more listeners, more followers, so we can have stronger conversations about what's happening, more perspectives. I'm going to open it up again and ask you guys, do you have anything you want to say before we get off?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you touched on a serious thing I wasn't thinking about when I was writing everything down. And that is the juiciest of all. Corruption on steroids. This African Free Trade Agreement is going to be corruption on steroids. Think about it. When an African official signs a contract for a pineapple company to come to whatever city or town, they pay a lobbying fee to advocate. For example, in Sierra Leone, there's these companies jockeying off will be cell phone companies, right? There are 15 of them. And there was an allegation that they paid somebody high of $5 million lobbying fee to just forget about the process of vetting and finding out which one of them is the fittest, that benefits the people of the country. With this African Free Trade Agreement coming in, and all these Europeans and Chinese thinking they're going to come over here and get some cheap labor and have access to free markets. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. These African officials are going to be stinkingly rich. Stinkingly rich. The contracts are everything's going to be on steroids. There are going to be so many, because just take into consideration that they put their own personal interest first before the country's interest. Now you have a whole line of people waiting when you were struggling to get foreign direct investment, people are looking at the whole Africa, 1.3 billion people, as a market. The lobbying fees are going to go up. The fees for the attention of the guys just signing bonus are going to go up.
Hey, you know what? Let's not waste this right here. This is important. This free trade thing is not a joke. It's important. It's going to affect us all, especially those of us that are going back home, continental, off continental, Africans that are going back home. We need to be really looking into this. And I don't know anything about this agreement other than anything that's going to bring Africans closer together and being able to maneuver together. I feel good about, but I'm going to come back here tomorrow. We could talk about the Free Trade Center, free trade. We're going to talk about this tomorrow. I need to go do my research. I don't know enough of it. I'm going to call somebody I know that does and ask them some questions. I know that Rukoya and Tunaja or someone else, other people in here may know more about it. If you guys are available tomorrow, we can come on here tomorrow around after 5 and have a deep discussion about this and the balance of it, the good, the bad, the ugly, and how it really affects our people, and especially the poor. How will it affect the small merchants, the people that are outside? If they're going to be conglomerates like big Walmart and Amazon, that's what this is going to mean. How will it affect the people that are struggling to make an income? So that's something that we could definitely talk about tomorrow, because that's a deep one. That's not even something we can segment because it affects everyone.
Mm-hmm.
It affects everyone. And like you said, it's going to make a lot of greedy people greedier. So
those contracts, the bidding war is going to be higher. To get the attention of the government official is going to cost these companies.
So you guys go do your homework. We're going to talk about this free trade window that just opened, and let's see how it affects us, how it is going to affect the weakest of us, and importantly, those of us that depend on trade.
Gina, I'd love to be on the panel tomorrow.
What you say?
I said, I'd love to be on the panel tomorrow.
Yeah. Are you going to be available for me tomorrow, Koya?
I will make myself available for my sister.
I love you so much. I need all of you. I need Tunaja. I need everyone. And anybody that knows more about the free trade, please bring them in. Let's try to get in. I'm going to try to pull up the facts on that, the green book on that to see.
Gina.
Yes, Darth.
Gina.
Yes.
The Jedi used to say, the Jedi used to say the Sith think in absolutes, and the Sith used to say the Jedi think in absolutes, which means they are dogmatic. You understand? But they all ended up perishing at the end of the day. You understand me? So that means one must learn to not be too absolute in everything. We must learn to be flexible in thought, in thinking, in mindset, so that, because the world is not like that. Sometimes, if I was very dogmatic about apologizing to Denise, I would not be finishing this conversation at the moment. If I was very absolute about my ideals, I will not be finishing here. So I had to say, all right, you have to be diplomatic. So that's me choosing to not be absolute. We have to be like that in thought as well.
I understand that, but I truly believe that you being dogmatic as you were, you had a chance to go back and look at it, came back but we have to go through the process. The process is necessary. And I think that's the problem. We can't just allow things to flow anymore. We have to get to a place. We've had a lot happen to us, Darth. A lot of things have happened to us as a people, on continent, off continent, and it's continuing to happen. So right now we have to put ourselves in a position where we're looking at everything under a microscope, and we should stay that way. I want us to be like China in that way, where we don't trust no one. I think it's about time. I think so. So with that being said, I want to tell everybody, everybody that I love you. I look forward to being with you here tomorrow. I promise I'm not going to change the date, y'all. I was sick this week, so I'm just coming back strong. I'm feeling healthy, and this is for my panel. I love you guys so much. Everybody in the comment, please say thank you to the panel. Those of them that remain, I got a great team. Thank you so much, guys. I love you guys. The Blackness.
Use.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.